All right, all right, all right. We're back. We got Blue Jays late here, 3-3 with the Cardinals extra innings. We got some college football, 21-7 K-State Wildcats over the Arizona Wildcats, a Wildcat derby, so to speak. We got CFL about to happen. BC Lions hosting Toronto Argonauts. Two great quarterbacks. Chad Kelly, Argos, Player of the Year. Won a Grey Cup his first crack at it. We got Nathan Rourke back from the NFL, dominant. We got birthday drinks, vodka for Melina's birthday Friday night. Friday the 13th, Spooky Friday. Let's go. I got to get the... Oh, UNLV just scored. They take the lead on the Jayhawks. Jordan's in the house. Mal explained to Jordan about the password, but she might show me a different way where the chats are still linked. Maybe. Have to try it together somehow. WhatsApp video or something. Blue Jays holding on. I got some body in the lemonade. Let's go. I think I got volumes on though. 21-7 K-State. Blue Jays get out of it. I need CFL though. We're going live. BC Place, where the World Cup will be in 2 years, less than 2 years. Glenn Suter, color analyst here tonight. Nathan Rourke, number 12, versus Chad Kelly, Jim Kelly's nephew. A CFL Classico. I don't have my Riders CFL jersey. Chad Kelly, it's been rough since he's got back from his suspension. But Argos, if they get it all together, they still got a good team. Montreal's kind of running away with it in the East. Let's see what happens. Mario, why are you crying? You've had everything. K-State Wildcats. This is two top 20 teams, apparently. Arizona, K-State, a Wildcat derby. Argos going to kick off. Argos going to kick off right away here to BC Lions in BC Place, Vancouver. Late night, Friday Night Lights, CFL. Let's go. Get your drinks. Get what you need. Sit down. Enjoy some CFL. I better share it around. Jesus. Share it to Mel. It's her birthday. She quickly made a thumbnail for us. Steve LFC was going earlier. Her and Jordan were on there. Mel's going for the Argos, of course. We're live. We can talk some Arsenal, some Prem tomorrow. We'll be doing Goal Rush, of course. I didn't do a quick poll. What should it be about the Prem tomorrow? We got Goal Rush already set up for the morning. Hit those likes. Vote on the poll I'm going to make here. We have 676 subs. Check out our shorts. Mario and Moss. What should we do for a poll tomorrow? Poll, Chris, not question. What's the best 3 p.m. UK kickoff tomorrow morning? EPL. Just say Premier League, Moss. Man City v. Brentford. Liverpool home to Forest. There's a little London derby. Fulham v West Ham. That could be good. Or Bournemouth Chelsea we'll go with. That could be a good one too. Both have played pretty good so far. I got a draw bet there. Get your votes in. Mosssports World. We're live on Melina. It's her birthday. Friday night, Friday the 13th. CFL Fantasy. CFL game has begun. Let's go. She's going for Argos. I'm kind of going. I shouldn't go for BC Lions. They're in my Riders division. Yeah, go Argos. But Nathan Rourke to show up Rising Rhino how dumb he is about CFL. Ripping Nathan Rourke. Big up Randy. Isn't he down under or something, or New Zealand or something? Welcome on Melina or John or Stevie D, Jose, whoever wants to come on. I put it in the chat, the WhatsApp chat. Steven might come on for his CFL fix. Friday Night Light, CFL tonight. We got some college football on too. 21-7. 21-7 for K-State Wildcats. They're pretty good nowadays. 23-20 running Rebels. Late fourth quarter with the Kansas Jayhawks. Not 22-20. I missed the signal. 23. Hopefully not too many audios going on. What about the Jays? Did they finish off that game? I had to turn the channel to CFL. 3-3, bottom of 11, floated bases, I think, for the Jays. Wow. They're going to win in Toronto now, Melina. It's 3-3, loaded bases, bottom of the 11th. We're going to beat John Jansen's Cardinals, hunting for a wild card spot. Mario, what are you crying about? You're trying to get a treat, aren't you? No treats. Do I put CFL on my ear? Can you hear that audio, anyone? You're stuffed up, congested from that flu? Did you check, make sure it's not a variant, COVID? They have been going around, some of the new COVIDs fledgling about. NyQuil, yeah, puts you good to sleep. Honey NyQuil. When you really need to sleep. Yeah, wait till you want to really go to sleep. Chad Kelly and the Argos. Mario, you really need a treat, hey? You really need one. You really need one? Do you even want outside? Green, blue, guys. Mario, want that green? Oh my God! Loaded bases, Blue Jays. A hit, but St. Louis gets them out at home. No runs in. It's still 3-3. Anyone watching that baseball now? John. Oh, I haven't even sent the links. I think Jose might have. I saw someone did. Man, I don't send it around and on IG and things like that enough anymore. Oh, yeah, Mel. Oh, yeah, maybe Mel and Jose did. Nice. No, I doubled up. Blue Jays got to win this on cards. It was loaded bases. It's one out now. We got some votes coming in. Man City, Brentford, 50%. Fulham, West Ham, 50%. Yeah, I agree that Fulham West Ham might be a good one. I don't know what I would vote. Maybe I should vote. Go in the other browser. Mario got his greenie. He'll be happy. He's complete now. Everyone, all the Finns fan base going nuts. What quarterback should we bring in? Who might be staying out for a while. Oh, Mace is live too. Why aren't we all doing this together? Jesus. Rising Rhino too. Oh, man. We got to get some views somehow. If I go here, at least I can get a vote in. Votes are on Mosssports World. We're live on Miss Melina's channel too, and her Twitter likes. Oh yeah, mute that. I'm gonna give a sketchy vote out there. See if it works. Get your votes in, Jordan, Jose on Mosssports World. What's the best Prem game tomorrow? Wonder which one they'll choose for Match Day Live. Like, it's always either City or Liverpool or United, so it's probably between Liverpool, Forest, City, Brentford, I'm imagining. Nippon's up late. Hit the likes on Mosssports World, Nippon. Vote on the poll on Mosssports World. You're always just on Melina's side. Hit the likes there. Got a little Vadi in my lemonade Friday night here. Friday the 13th. It's spooky. Friday Night Lights. 0-0. Oh, Chad Kelly out wide. Should be a... Oh, no, he's out of bounds, the ref says. K-State 21-7 up on Arizona Wildcats. College football. That Argos catch didn't count. Chad Kelly whipped it out there. I got to get the love seat down here now. King Nippon might move here to Saskatoon, Canada. King wanting to move his family to Canada. Get a better life. Most people don't move from Sweden, though, I got to admit. Argos, field goal, Melina. Nice field goal. That puts Argos up on the road in Vancouver's BC place. That's where the World Cup will be, folks, in a couple years. Less than a couple years. I'm going to go to Vancouver, Seattle watching. BX like me. I think Fulham, West Ham, Chelsea, Bournemouth are the underrated ones. And I guarantee they'll show either Liverpool, Forest, or City, Brentford. Maybe Mbuemo and Wisa can undial. Man City. Tony goes to Saudi, gets paid. 4-3 Jays final. 11 innings. There we go. A win for Toronto. John Jansen will be mad. They're trying to get... No, I'm not doing that. Get some people over on the YouTube hitting the likes, voting on the poll. What's the best Prem game tomorrow? I picked 4 there. It only allows 4, so don't kill me for picking those 4. 23-20 UNLV on the Jayhawks late in Kansas. Kansas State hosting Arizona Wildcats. My Michigan tomorrow hosting Arkansas State favored by 22. Miami Hurricanes favored by 36.5 over Ball State. Wow. Florida State -6.5 over Memphis. Any other good games? Alabama, Wisconsin. Alabama's in Wisconsin. That's pretty good. LSU, South Carolina. Boston College, Missouri. Stephen versus John. Oh, Dave's in his New York saying hi. How's New York going, Davey boy? North London Derby, old school. K-State driving to make it maybe 28-7 here. BC Lions drop the ball. How's New York, the Empire State of Mind? We need a flip. K-State trying to score here, third quarter, first and goal. College ball. K-State Wildcats, Arizona Wildcats. Down to the one, the quarterback. And BC Lions, I think. No, third down. Third down. Rising Rhino American that does CFL was ripping Nathan Rourke, so I had to give it to him that he was better than half these stupid NFL quarterbacks. Just doesn't get a chance because he's Canadian and he doesn't want to be a third string or practice roster the whole season. He wants to play, so takes less money, comes to the CFL. You got to give it to the Canadian for doing that. Touchdown, Kansas State. They're killing Arizona now. This was top 20 battle, I heard. Two teams. 28-7, K-State it'll be. UNLV, Kansas is close late here. Friday night. The Mets won. Did you go to a baseball game, David? New York City's banging. Man, I don't know. Like, I want to do it just to, say I went to New York and see some of the things you see, TV, movies. But man, I hate just so many people. I got to do it. I got to do it around some sort of sport or. What was I checking on? Oh, yeah, UNLV, Kansas, 23-20, 31 seconds. Should I turn it to that channel? Maybe for a bit. Right at the end. It's over. 23-20 UNLV. First 3-0 start since 1984. In the 90s, they were known for their basketball, UNLV running Rebels. Football. Every now and then they have a good team. 3-0. Kansas will go 1-2, the Jayhawks. Stephen D joining, John. Stephen D or John gonna join CFL? No. Stevie D gonna join CFL Friday night. UNLV running Rebels just beat Kansas Jayhawks. Kansas State working over Arizona. 3-0 Argos so far in BC. Jeez, my nose is running from. There, better. More vodka in this drink? I think so, folks. I don't even taste it. More body in the Argos. Chad Kelly goes back and he decides to run and gets the first down. That's what Vernon Adams was doing lots for BC when he was a quarterback. Ripping up CFL fantasy and he got hurt. What's up from Twitch? Someone saying we are Mossd, MOSSD Sports on Twitch. Come over to YouTube. We got live on Miss Melina and Moss Sports World channels. We'll be live tomorrow for Goal Rush, the Premier League's 3 p.m. UK kickoffs. They don't get over there, but we get in North America. The Mets won. Big baseball game. I think they're in the hunt for a wild card too, the Mets. New York Yankees are trying to battle Baltimore for the American League East crown. Oh, okay. Now that's a little strong. Oh, no. Back to the other college football game. K-State Wildcat Derby with Arizona. But we're CFL Friday night. I think it's sponsored by New York Fries now. It was Wendy's. Friday night football forever. Hey, Melina? Let's check our poll vote for Premier League matches tomorrow. Get your vote on Mosssports World. Hit the votes. Hit the thumbs. What do we got? Just a couple votes still. Make sure you get your vote on the poll. Mosssports World channel. Live with the Argos, Torontos, and the Lions here in Vancouver. Chad Kelly runs for another first down, folks. Oh, I see flags, though. Maybe holding. Old school Dave. What you think? Odegaard. Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as they thought. It was just, it would have swollen up crazy. Once you get the swelling down. Oh, this is a bit strong. But I'd say, yeah, don't play them against Tottenham. Don't fly out to Italy with them in the Champions League. Save them for Man City. That's the game we need them to fucking destroy those guys. Norwegians, we heal fast. Viking DNA. Oh, I have nothing to mix with? Upstairs, maybe. What do you think, folks? CFL, college football, tomorrow, Premier League. Live watch-alongs. I don't know how I got it on here. Yeah, my lineup for Arsenal in the North London. I'd be tempted, very tempted to play Nwaneri. I'd maybe leave him to come on for. I'd put Trossard in the Odegaard spot, but I'd play 4-2-3-1. I'd go 4-2-3-1. Party Jorginho. They got to be the experienced heads on our team and get this win. Jorginho with the splitting of the Tottenham high line. I'd be tempted to go Sterling, too. BC Lions. The big CFL matchup here. Argos Lions. Little bit of lemon lime in this vodka drink. There we go. Did he hit another field goal here? I missed that. Field goal? Where's Stephen D? He's always asking me to do these CFL. Bargav in the house. What's up? Every hour. Massive weekend, the weekend, Canadian artiste. Yeah, me too. I think Tottenham will get cocky that we don't have Odegaard and Rice, and we're going to stick it to them. You know what? And I'd be tempted to go Calafiore either at left center back or left back, and get me. If they don't want to go Jorginho, I'd go Timber with Party even. Jose's in the house, my boy. He loves the long sleeves. Me and Mel, not so much. We got short arms or something. We don't like it as much. Pretty cool unis, Arizona and K-State, I gotta say. Yeah, exactly, Bargav. Everyone's doom and gloom so much. I don't think Arteta's thinking we're losing. We got a plan to beat Ange Ball. It's not hard. Let them have the ball. I would go 4-2-3-1 and stick back. Man, I'm always tempted back three with wing backs. Like you could go Timber and MLS or Saka or wing backs and kill them. But it's too much of a change, you know? Gabriel's good coming back from Brazil. You just keep it like that, the back four, like we've been doing. Maybe you bring Calafiore even in when, we go up 1-0 or something. Throw Timber into midfield even more. Oh, Lions deep ball just missed. I think it was third down and they went for a bomb. Canada CFL people, it's on in the States. What is it? CBS Sports and something else. Steven's always telling us where it's on in the States. But yeah, 3 downs to get a first down. We're not wusses like the Americans. We don't need 4 downs. We like things in 3s. Yeah, me too. Yeah, like no offense. Like people like Bargav always would, get someone else instead of Odegaard. There's no one close to Odegaard, but if we go back to that 4-2-3-1 Arteta used to do, either if it was an Argos big return on the punt. He might score. He's tackled down at the 15, I think. Argos looking for a big road win in the CFL. Melina's going for them on her birthday, her Toronto Argonauts. I wouldn't mind them winning. We got to catch BC Lions somehow. That UNLV game's final. They beat Kansas. I think a bit of an upset. They're 3-0 UNLV. Yeah, me too, BX. That's why I'm kind of like, I'd be torn to play Nwaneri in there to see what he could do. But I like if we went Trossard there, he can do false 9. Kai can. They can be switching like when we did that with Jesus and Kai. I think with Trossard and Kai, that would be even more nifty. And man, I'd be tempted to play Sterling on that left wing. Some people even were like, well, why not Saka in the middle cam spot? That's not a horrible idea either, man. Then I'd go Sterling right wing, Martinelli left wing, maybe leave Trossard out to be a super sub. But I wouldn't mind seeing Trossard in, him and Kai do it, making those center backs think and work and who's going to make the runs, keep switching it up. We'll miss Odegaard in the press and the organization and the great passing, but man, we have a great team. Everyone can pass good. His ankle's not as bad as people thought. I don't think he'll be out those 3 weeks like the Norway manager said. I think he'll be ready next weekend for Man City. You heard it here. The swelling is getting down. It's just like stay off it, keep icing nonstop. Get all those. They do those ultrasound things. Get the healing, get the blood out quick as you can. Get walking on it, get moving. But yeah, just a lot of icing. Ice, heat, ultrasound, ultrasound. Everything you can do. And then don't fly him in the Champions League down to Atlanta because then it could just puff up again, especially if he gets a knock and you play in that stupid game. We can take Atlanta. Even if we draw or lose, it's no big deal. There's a lot of Champions League to go. It's a different format. But, man, we need him for Man City. That's where we need Odegaard to kill freaking Man City, man. Yeah, I could see a draw. Hey, North London Derby. How many times do we draw in these games? Big up Francisco Chile in the house. A little depressed with Chile pretty much out of World Cup, it seems like. I'm depressed because my Miami Dolphins quarterback is fucking concussed again. Tua. Dolphin fan base going crazy, Bargev, as usual. Rumors of different quarterbacks coming in. Flacco, Tannehill. What about that Dobbs guy that goes every different team and ends up ripping his first few games? That might be. I would just go with Skyler. He knows the offense. But bring in some old head like Flacco or something that can come in and just rip in the second half and get us a win. John Jansen finally in the house. Where's Stevie D? He's always wanting me to do CFL. Exactly, Bargev. He's gonna try to rush back. Like he'll be trying to even come back this Sunday, but let's keep him off the Atlanta game. Get him ready for Man City. Gator fat. Fuck off, Gators. You're out of it. Argos trying to push this in for a TD, up 6-0, trying to take a commanding lead in BC Place versus the Lions. CFL Plus or CBS Sportsnet, Steven says this CFL game should be on, Bargev. CFL Plus is like Americans get it on the website for CFL, I think, in the States. I think sometimes it's on ESPN Plus, but mostly CBS Sports, whatever they call it. CFL in the States. Rising Rhino's always doing it. I called him out, man. He was saying Nathan Rourke was shit. I was like, wait till you see him. When he settles back into CFL again, he'll rip it. He hasn't done good so far here versus the Argos. They've had the ball most of the time. They're settling for another field goal. 3rd and goal. This is tough. They're always just getting field goals, Argos. Screw Rhino, John. They're all trying to make fun of me that I said Nathan Rourke would be ripping. I don't know. My fantasy CFL has been doing pretty awesome captaining him, John. No? Go tell him. Then they were ripping him that he wasn't good enough for NFL. I was like, and so many of them are New York Giants fans, John. So I was like, well, he's sure the hell fucking better than Daniel Jones. And then I just left, mic drop it, left. You gave a like to Rhino, that bastard. No, he does. I give him a hard time, but he knows the sports. He's not like Adam. He's a good guy. What is he? Colts fan. A bunch of his partners are Giants fans, I think. But yeah, good on him doing CFL. I'm not gonna fucking rip him or disparage him, but he was ripping Nathan Rourke, and man, this quarterback is better than most of these fucking NFL bums. How he can transition NFL, CFL, NFL, CFL. It's crazy. No, I get you, Bargav. It's just you put some ridiculous takes out there. But I get you, Bargav. I do. But if I don't give you a hard time, it means I don't care about you. I don't care what your opinion is. I've tried to help Luca. He's a lost cause, man. I think Bargav's realizing fucking LG and these Woodies are ridiculous. Like they hold up Man City. They're saying they're Real Madrid fans. Arsenal's horrible. Get rid of Arteta. It's such an agenda. Well, if we didn't sign Arteta, Real Madrid or Man City are snapping him up. Bayern Munich, someone is. They all want Arteta. They all rate him super high. So we got to sign him. Me and Francisco know this, how business of football works. So these guys are saying Arteta out, yet the clubs they hold so highly and say we should be like them, they want our manager, man. They want our manager. So just stop the Arteta out because you look ridiculous. You're barking up a tree that has no freaking limbs. You're not going to climb it. There's nothing. There's no Arteta out. At least Bargav gets that. He knows the Cronkies are a well-run ownership machine. And that's what I'm saying to these Chelsea guys, that you should want this Clear Lake to fucking get Bowley out. And then you bring in a GM, a technical director, and a manager that you just leave alone, like Arsenal does. Let them do their jobs. Bowley is ruining them. It's ridiculous. Yeah, BX. They have to be the negatives because that's how they gain all new people. It's always opposition fans that love Northside and LG. It's opposition fans, man. He's not. He's a Real Madrid fan. We got a Portuguese wood chopper. We got an old jizz. These guys are all ridiculous. They're complete contradictions. And they don't know football, man. They just don't. The queridosas. Silly people, man. Like, it's fake outrage, and that's what works for YouTube. I get it. And Luke is even doing it with a fucking grin. He knows no clue about fucking players. Calls everyone shit, and that I don't. So, yeah, I call him out because it's ridiculous. Like, you have that many subscribers, give them some actual proper information, give them actual proper analysis. Don't go around saying this player's shit and we should have Didier Deschamps come for Arteta. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. BC Lions punting again, man. Nathan Rourke not moving the ball on these Argos defense is stiffened up now. They're getting into playoff mode, Toronto Argonauts again. Steven, are you up on you got the CFL game on? Appreciate you making it in the chat. Stevie D, our American that loves CFL, appreciates the Canadian way of playing. The great pastime of tackle football. 31-7 K-State Wildcats in this top 20 battle. What is it here? 31-7 Kansas State Wildcats. That's where our now quarterback for the Dolphins, Skylar Thompson, has all the records at Kansas State Wildcats football. Hey, we got Steven in the house. He's finally back. Long awaited. Stevie D with his Australian flag.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're loud.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
All good. I'm probably loud
too.
I don't know. You're good.
Sorry. I'm in New England or I'm loud.
It's a good CFL Friday night, isn't it? Late night, this game. Two great quarterbacks.
I guess, but why?
Nathan Rourke's not moving the ball. Chad Kelly is.
Dang. Well, yes, but
Rourke's my captain.
Having held Toronto, I assumed just 3 field goals. They got
Yeah,
me.
they got lucky. They've
These
gotten
teams got
lucky.
me
Just
feeling pretty
field
good.
goals. Look, you made John happy. You're here. He knows you're alive.
Yay!
You
Let's
guys
see.
play
Oh,
each
by
other
the way,
tomorrow.
guys.
Your Boston College plays his Missouri
No.
Tigers. I know.
I
I'm
am not Boston
associated.
College. You know that. Don't you
Well, you don't
dare
like
say
my
that ever again.
Boston U, so I label you at Boston College.
No. Holy cross.
Only Holy Cross.
Boston College is our rival.
I know.
Although they won't admit it anymore. Because now they're too good. Too good for us.
So this rising Rhino American that we part, he's a nice guy, but he was ripping Nathan Rourke so much, Steven. He's like, oh, he can't make any NFL team. I'm like, he doesn't want to be on a practice squad or third string. He wants to play. You got to hand it to him to take less money to come back to CFL and play.
Well, I mean, who was it who came back to Montreal after making another NFL team on the what was it? Not even the practice squad. What
that guy that's on Edmonton now?
No. The receiver.
Oh yeah. You were talking about him, yeah.
Mac something.
Austin Mac. Yeah,
Austin Mac. I mean, he kept trying to make NFL.
He's kind of one of those in-betweeners where he's perfect for CFL as a slot back, but you don't fit in the NFL, you know?
I mean, really,
but Rourke is good, but he'll never get a chance because he's not a drafted NFL guy, you know? He's a Canadian. They can just cut.
Not necessarily true.
He's not one of the in crowd being a Canadian.
Well, by the way, I don't know
if he's not better than Daniel Jones. They're paying crazy millions to.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Giants.
Like, okay, then what happened to Doug Flutie? Was Doug Flutie not Doug Flutie?
He ended up proving it. They chased him out of NFL too little.
Wow.
Comes to the CFL, rips it up for years. It's a perfect game for him. And then when he came back when he was old, he did good as a backup. He'd always come in and get wins for teams.
See, here's the thing. Doug Flutie just didn't satisfy the NFL orthodoxy about quarterback.
It was all big quarterback. If he
played
now, Flutie would be amazing in NFL now.
I don't know. I mean, teams still don't want shorter quarterbacks.
Kyler Murray.
If you have to stand up to throw the ball, guess
Bryce
who's in
Young
your way?
Number one.
Well, yeah, those guys are dedicated scramblers, but I don't think since
Flutie was smart about it, throwing on the run.
Yo, I mean, I get the point about not wanting a short quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, Bargav. Can you tell in the States what they chose for Gold Rush's match of the day tomorrow?
Oh, I
can never tell. I look at the guide and it doesn't tell you. And then all of a sudden in the morning, it finally tells you.
Probably whoever.
I'm picking Man City, Brentford, or Liverpool Forest. They always pick Man City or Liverpool.
I mean, why not pick Liverpool?
I think West Ham Fulham's pretty good. I think Bournemouth Chelsea's pretty good, but they'll pick City or Liverpool's match.
Yeah, because sure, West Ham
Fulham worldwide has a ton of followers.
And Chelsea's fallen down to a point where I guess their match is interesting, but
the Americans are having a fight. They're having a civil war at Bargav's other club, Chelsea.
Moss, listen. You know what sells in the United States? Not interesting, entertaining.
Exactly.
And we want to be entertained by the best athletes in the
world. I actually voted for.
In the world are on Man City.
Did you get a vote in, Steven, before you came in?
Yeah, I voted for Liverpool versus Nottingham Forest, even though obviously Liverpool are going to win easily.
Liverpool's up to 43% right now, 29%. The little London derby, Fulham West Ham. And
North versus
either Man City game and Bournemouth Chelsea. I think I voted for Bournemouth Chelsea.
Maybe. Well, I said maybe Chelsea has fallen down in step or two. I don't think they've fallen down.
But yeah, there's a civil war at Chelsea, Stephen. Bowley is like 35% owner, and what are they called? Clear Lake, or Yeah.
I have no idea.
Are like the big investors that
Uh-oh.
he got from the States, and they want to get him out. They don't like each other now.
Well, there's only one way to resolve this. Someone's got
Someone
to buy
buying
enough of
someone
the
out.
shares to
Yeah.
make a full offer to the rest of the shareholders.
Oh,
Man,
Rourke goes deep, and BC
uh,
receiver's hurt, Stevie. His shoulder. What
what?
receiver is that?
Wait, there's receivers out?
He went deep, and the guy dove for it. Should have caught it, but I think he wrecked his
Dang.
shoulder.
Come on, Rourke. I'm starting you at quarterback. Like,
Me too. I
everyone was
captained
saying
him.
that you guys are going to roll
You
these
finally
guys.
listened to me.
Whoa.
Steven, you
There's
jinxed us.
oh,
I've been
no.
captaining him for
Oh, no.
3
Oh, God.
weeks.
That's not good. He's
I've been
grabbing
captaining
at his
him
upper
for
arm
3
and rolling.
weeks.
Oh, no. Oh,
It's even
no.
lower. I thought it was like 30%, Jose.
You know, I just
It's probably
realized
him
that
and
probably
some of his
low.
own hedge fund guys. Yeah, it's probably not even in that 33%.
Hedge fund guys. Huh. By the way, Moss, if you ever need like extra content that's maybe not sports related, but certainly can be a lot of fun, I picked up some implements recently that
It's
might be a bit of
Holland that went
fun to
down.
play
It's
around with
Holland.
on stream
It's
if
that
you want.
deep. It's that deep play receiver Hollins that's down.
Let me just give you a little
I didn't pick him. What did you say,
hint
Steven?
about what I mean.
Some Kane?
It's too thin, but it does move things around.
You like it?
Well, it's a little long. This is actually full length, which
Todd
probably
Burley.
much more
Yeah,
than I
yeah,
needed.
Argos, that's funny.
Well, if you see, if I showed you something else, you probably realize what it is. But anyway,
They got
anyone know what that
sorry. They
is
got
and
sorry,
what
Miss
it means?
Jose. They got sorry, Miss Jackson forever at Chelsea. They signed him forever.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh,
Nicholas
yeah, for
Jackson.
real.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Ooh,
He misses so many goals.
never meant to sky the ball into the
Oh,
clouds.
John says good thing he didn't pick Hollins either. I almost did. I think I went with the Canadian. What's his name?
So hold on. So anyone
McKinnon.
in
I think I went
YouTube
with
know what
McKinnon.
this is? Might be, or what? What
Who
it
did you
goes
pick
with?
in the pick'ems? I picked BC, but Toronto's winning.
Oh, easily BC. Why not? I mean,
I know, but I kind of
BC
want
is
Argos
sort of
to
picked
win
up
to help
pace
Riders
recently.
too. Yeah, I got McInnes on BC, and I got Stanback, the running back, and Rourke is the captain tonight. 3 BC guys, no Argos.
Yeah, I try to avoid picking too
Argos
many
D is
guys from
playing
the
good.
same team, but the prediction
There's
I was
only
going
3
with was
games
like
this week. So you have
33-26
to. There's only
BC.
3
So,
games, man.
John? Oh,
There's only 3 games. John, where are you in the standings now?
no.
John was in
Oh
the
God.
top 10 in the world for
Was it
CFL.
Holland? Was that Holland who just got injured?
Yeah, I
Oh
told you it
no.
was Holland.
No.
Told you.
Oh my Jesus.
You had him. Me and John don't.
My God. I probably did.
He's the deep
Oh
threat, eh? He's
God.
the deep guy.
Shoot.
I think his shoulder is popped right out.
Why? I mean,
Rourke coming back. He goes deep again right away. And they
wow.
catch it.
Hold it,
Thanks,
Moss, you're
McKinnon.
like a play ahead of me. Hang on.
No, it's Hatcher. Another deep
No, I'm
threat.
watching on CBS Sports Network. There's a delay here. You know that. Come
You want me
on,
to
man.
pause a bit or what?
Yeah, okay. Now here we go for first, second, and 10 with the crooked
John is
blue
down to
line.
16th because he
Doesn't
listened to
snap. Shot
Steven's
check.
pick.
Throw. He's gonna throw a bomb.
Rourke to
He's
Hatcher.
hot. That's Hatcher.
Oh, another catch by
By the
fingertip.
way, okay, I'm at 1:18
Hatcher again, number 4. Do you want me to pause a bit, Steven?
I was just at. I think I am at probably 105 and counting now, maybe 1104, 1103, 2, 1, 0. I hate the hiccups. Oh, what? Oh, damn it.
I'm 10:34.
Uh,
Go. I'm going.
John, you're 16th out of 90 some thousand people playing that thing every week. Like, dude,
Yeah,
that's something
John
to
was
be
doing
ashamed
amazing.
of.
You shouldn't listen to Steven.
Like, dude, I would kill for
I
that
told
kind
him
of.
to pick BC Lions, and he went with your pick.
I mean, it's only week 2 of the NFL season already. 2 of my players are down on my fantasy team are down with injury.
Did you join the ESPN Survivor? I saw Luke and
No, I
someone
didn't.
else lost the first week of Survivor.
Dude, I joined the Women's Super League thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even know the first thing about all this.
Women's
What the hell
Super
am I
League? Yeah, it doesn't start for
doing?
a bit.
Oh no, Rourke just got steamrolled. Oh,
Third
right when he
down.
didn't need to be. It's third down.
Man, they were moving the ball. Now they're going to kick a
Now
field
they
goal.
got whoa, what do they got? What yard line are they on actually?
You got
Oh
sacked.
well,
Oh,
it's
maybe out
field
of
goal
field goal.
range.
Maybe
Remember,
out of
goal
field goal
front.
range.
Yeah, I know we're all probably switching back between college football and
I got
NCAA and
college on too. K-State
this.
Wildcat, the
So
Wildcats Derby.
yeah, you got to remember
Here's a
CFL
field goal for
football's
the
at the
all-time
front.
field goal
That's that.
kicker in CFL, I think, Sean White.
And it is only
Oh,
a
he hooked it,
oh
but
well,
it
it's
no,
straight
it's
on.
straightened out right down the
It's
middle.
47 yards,
9-3.
but straight on, no wind whatsoever.
9-3.
Woo! Hooks it in.
He hit it like
9-3.
what?
BC on the board. Down 9-3.
Our Blue Jays beat John's St. Louis Cardinals tonight.
Woohoo! Unfortunately, the Red Sox lost.
Wildcat Bowl. I called it the Derby, John.
We
He
lost.
doesn't
The,
like that.
the Red Sox lost 4-5 to the
Yanks again?
Yankees.
Damn Yanks.
You know, I think they're gonna win the World
Dave,
Series.
old school gunner in our WhatsApp group, Steven.
What?
He's in New York. Dave, old school gunner
Well,
in our
Moss,
WhatsApp
you know
chat.
I'm not an Arsenal fan. You know that. Come on.
No, but he's in New York. He's enjoying it.
Cool. Okay.
That guy
I
that lives in
go to New York.
Irish Switzerland guy.
Look, I can't go to New York. I can't really go anywhere right now.
Yeah? Is your health been bad again or what?
Well, no, it's just my family members, some of my family members have become really, really just. I know they're just concerned for me, but God, it feels like at times it crosses concern into utter absurdity.
Well, yeah, but when we don't hear from you for a while, we get worried too.
It's just that I fall off sometimes.
Me and Mel had Stephen Featley, a friend of ours, with a liver problem too, and lots of transplants. And man, he had his own channel, so we always knew he was all right. But man, we had him die, man. So
was
we
he
need
waiting on
to
another
hear from you time to time.
or did they know that there wasn't anything they could do for him?
When we don't hear from you for a while, just send us
I'll
a WhatsApp.
I'll try to keep in contact, but man, all you guys do is talk, soccer. I'm like, guys,
Soccer,
come
man.
on. I just
Football,
come
we do
on.
college football, we do NFL.
For
We did our
example,
first NFL Red Zone Sunday. Where were you?
I will get to this in a moment. Well, next commercial. Because this actually concerns.
I beat you the first week fantasy.
Well, this actually concerns Canada too. Let's see.
Kamala dominating.
Well, no. I'm not. Well, you probably wouldn't call this a sport anyway, but
Darts?
I don't see anything wrong with it being a sport.
Oh, pass interference, Steve, and Toronto's going to get a huge.
Oh, God, no.
They
Whoa,
it. Pass interference.
That's incidental. Oh, come
This
on.
is what
BS.
Tad Kelly can do, man.
That's BS. I'm sorry. That's BS. Unless
You knew Argos are gradually going to get good, with Kelly back.
let's see what
Oh,
happened.
yeah, he
I gotta
grabbed
see what
them.
happened with the legs here.
He
Is that
grabbed them.
Kelly? Whoa!
DB, you can't
Oh,
grab
did
them,
he
and then their
grab him?
feet. He
Did he?
grabbed, but then their feet tangled up. So
Oh,
if it was only feet tangled up, you maybe get away with it. But he
he
grabbed them
grabbed.
too.
I didn't see the grab. I saw the feet tangle. I'm like, that's
Mel's
accidental.
birthday stream.
Accidental.
We're live on Mel's channel. I
Oh,
thought she was gonna come on, and she was
come on.
drinking, but she was
Is
on with
there
Steve LFC Bargab. I can't understand a word that guy was saying.
who, Bargav? Why? Because he's a
Steve, the
Liverpudlian
Liverpool guy, Steve
or a
LFC.
Merseyside?
What is it called? This is Anfield. His channel, Steve LFC.
I
But
would not
man,
be
his
surprised.
audio was terrible. I can't understand a word he said.
Justice unserved.
Liverpool looking good, Stevie, early.
Uh,
The slot man.
I can't believe that. Like the ending to that whole Hillsborough thing. Apparently, they just let the police chief off, even after all the evidence that they hid.
You were talking about what did you think about Tyreek Hill getting roughed up by those Latino Miami-Dade County cops?
I don't know. Oh, okay.
It's a
Commercial.
traffic violation. Why are you pulling over a player for one?
Huh?
Then why do you got to get tough with them? Like, it's a traffic violation. He gave you his info. Give him his ticket. Move on. Don't create problems out of nothing, coppers.
All
Such
right.
egos, these coppers in the States. It's unbelievable.
Okay. Let's do with this.
CFL, Kansas State. Do you got that game on your Fox?
I only got one TV in my room. I can't watch it right now because I have to watch CBS Sports Network. But I can tell you this.
So what is the CFL on? CFL Plus or CBS?
It's on CFL Plus everywhere in the world outside of USA and Canada.
Not on CBS tonight?
So the article
tomorrow probably is.
If I wonder if I read the article wrong because I thought it said CFL Plus outside Canada. Period.
But and a lot of the Friday nights I thought were CBS. Maybe not.
And where on earth are the full?
And we're sponsored by New York Fries now, not Wendy's. What the hell?
Oh, New York. Oh,
New York Fries took over Wendy's.
Hmm.
They do have good poutines. I gotta admit, New York Fries. In the States, does New York Fries do poutines, or is that just Canada?
New York Fries? I'm not familiar with what
they have all these kinds of poutines. It's kind of neat.
Oh God, I don't do poutine. Oh God, no. What, dude? I've already got this liver.
John says it's on CBS. Yeah, I was right. Friday night, CBS. John says CBS Sports Network tonight. Bargav, get it on.
Well, but was it all? I read the article on the CFL website, and I didn't see.
Yeah, I watched that Hillsborough Bargav. It was unbelievable.
I don't know. Anyway, God,
I didn't know what was happening because they would show FA Cup games like that. It was like a 5th round replay or something.
Okay. All right, here we go. This
Liverpool match, and they wouldn't show what was going on, Bargav, like live. Like we didn't know. All of a sudden the game was like stopped. Like I was alive for that Hillsborough. It was crazy. And then I was like, because for the whole decade, we were stamping it out in England because it costed Liverpool and Division 1 England. It costed them. They weren't allowed to go to Europe for a few years. Liverpool was banned.
Everyone was initially.
Because of the Belgium incident. The Heisel.
Oh, well, I can go on.
Then all of a sudden this happened, and we're like, what the hell? Like, we got to get rid of these fences. Because you can't let people just fucking die, man.
Where was the barrier to separate the Liverpool ultras from seeing the, who was it, Juventus ultras?
No, I remember that totally.
Why are you putting families in between?
Man, I did a report. I did a report thing on the Belgian one. It was Belgians' incompetence. Steven.
No, it was also UEFA Cup. Why
Yeah,
are you putting a
they should
game
have
in
never had it
Wales
there.
like
What are you
that?
having? Why are you
Against
having
guys
neutral
with a
site
back
games
suit.
for
What are you
Juventus and
doing?
Liverpool?
They
If it
were
was in
setting
England, they would
someone
have
up.
controlled it. But they literally had Italian fans, Steven,
No.
right above Liverpool fans, and they were throwing darts at the Liverpool fans.
And then everyone
And they went
chasing
nuts. The
everyone.
Liverpool
And
fans went nuts, and the
then
stands
what
fucking.
happened? Unfortunately, we get to the dilapidated part of the stadium. I mean,
Yeah, and
really
Liverpool
dilapidated. The
got
whole thing
blamed
is
for it, but it was
dilapidated.
really
And
Juventus.
there was a collapse of the concrete because, yeah, it was rotted.
It was an
What are we
old
doing
fucking
playing
stadium.
here?
Why are we at a neutral site, old stadium, for one?
Honestly, Moss, I don't know if they were trying to sabotage Liverpool specifically or get back at England in particular over something. But
No, they were
UEFA had
so
it
scared of
in
the
for
Liverpool fans
Liverpool
because
that
they would
day.
always have trouble on traveling.
Well, I mean,
And
well, I
then
mean,
they're like,
why
oh, we'll
would
do
you pick that
neutral site.
stadium?
Oh,
That
that's
stadium was a
brilliant. Do
disaster.
neutral site where the cops have no idea how to control the
Right.
fans.
Oh, and so that
It
leads to all
was
these events
brutal
going on.
ideas back
But
then. It was brutal ideas. Like,
and
oh,
if you have ESPN Plus in the States, you have access to the 30 for 30 library. You need
yeah,
to
it's
watch
good.
the
It's
the
good.
whole thing about the Hillsborough
John Jansen,
disaster
Bargav, Jose, watch that.
because it is so awful. Well, first of all, basically, Liverpool fans get blamed for all this nonsense that
But it
happened in
wasn't, though.
Britain. Sure, Liverpool fans played some role. I would say UEFA played a much bigger role by
Yeah.
putting a game where it
Trouble
didn't belong
organization.
with no crowd. Where's the crowd control? You know this is going to
It
get
would
out
have
of
been
hand.
better if it was in England because they know how to deal with it.
Here's the thing, though.
They all thought,
They
oh,
did it. Not
we'll
all of
help
them.
the hooligan thing by having neutral sites. Well, that was just
But
stupid.
hold on, Moss. Remember how Hillsborough also got blamed on Liverpool fans for so long because
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was they
guess
let.
what?
Yeah, they just let everybody in. They let a whole
No,
gate open
because
up.
the guy that was now the chief of police for the area or something, they changed like not long before the game. And it's clear from his press conference, he doesn't know the first thing about this game. Not
Neutral
just
site
no,
games are ridiculous.
not Liverpool versus
Hooligans used to take
whoever. He
advantage of
doesn't
these
know the first thing
neutral
about
sites.
soccer. He doesn't know the team names.
Yeah, it was
What is
better
he
when they
wrong?
don't have neutral sites, Stephen, because the own local cops know how to control hooligans back
Well,
then.
then the chief of police
When you
before
go to a
was
neutral site,
local
they
and
come
had done
from
this
all
multiple
angles.
times.
You can't control it.
No, but the chief of police who was going to be in charge previously before that, he knew. And who's this guy running in the 2000 Grey Cup?
2000 Grey Cup, BC and
29?
Montreal. Damon Allen won for
Oh,
BC. Marcus Allen's brother.
Marcus Allison's brother. Yeah.
Marcus says
Is
Damon was
Damon
the
Allen
better
in the
player.
NFL? I'm sorry.
No, he never
Not
went in the
NFL Hall
South,
of Fame.
Stephen. He
I'm
never
sorry.
got a shout, but he got better and better throughout his whole
that's
life
not
in the
fair.
CFL. He played
Look,
on almost every team, but like as he got older, he just got better and better and better.
Look, hold on. For those of you who say, "Oh, he only ever played in the CFL. He doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of
But his
Fame."
brother Marcus Allen, a
First
Hall
of
of
all,
Famer, says his
it's
brother
not
was
the
way better than
NFL
him.
Hall of Fame in Canton. It's the Professional Football
Yeah, he's
Hall of
in the
Fame. The
Professional
CFL should
Football Hall of
apply.
Fame. Yeah, he is.
Like, I don't
Him
know if
and
Doug
his brother
Flutie said that.
Marcus
It should
Allen.
be. 6 Grey Cups, you don't get in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Give me a break.
Exactly.
The
Warren
little guy,
Moon.
good.
Warren Moon could have won.
Well, Warren Moon.
Imagine what his
did
NFL
plenty of
stats
time
would have
in the
been if they
CFL,
would have
so that's
allowed a black quarterback. Warren
Oh
Moon.
yeah, that was another big that was the big deal. People didn't believe that
His
they had
stats
such a
for
black
6
quarterback.
years, Stephen, in the CFL were incredible. Like never will be
Well, that's
different.
because you were playing against a true NFL quality starting quarterback. Of course
Warren
he had
Moon
a
on the
bunch.
Eskimos. They won every single year, Steven. His stats are unbelievable.
Right.
Then he finally got an NFL chance.
And he gets a Super Bowl, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, he didn't? I thought he did.
He
With Washington? No?
got
Really?
he was on Seattle, Houston, Minnesota. He didn't get to even. I
Oh,
don't think he
Warren
even got to the
Moon. Oh,
Super Bowl.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of someone else. Who was the quarterback of the Washington when they won the Super Bowl?
Oh, the
They
Canadian
had,
Mark Rippon.
no, not necessarily Canadian, but just no. Was it Super Bowl 17? I can't remember.
Mark Rippon won with the Redskins. He was
Um,
Canadian.
I don't know. Oh, but
His
by the
son,
way, Moss, we're in
his
commercial.
nephew's on Minnesota. Brett Rippon.
So I'm in commercial, so I'm going to say very quickly some chess news. Yes, chess news. Right now, we have finished round 3 of 11 of the 45th Bday Chess Olympiad with 193 teams in the open section. Canada right now ranked 24th.
Whoa.
Number 1 is India. Number 2 is USA. And number 3 is
India chess.
Mexico.
India's number 1 at chess. I thought.
Have you
Oh, maybe
seen
they
some of the
banned
players?
Russia. Did they
No,
ban
no,
Russia?
dude. They have like this kid
Did
who's gonna be
Chess
18 years
International
old
ban Russia?
playing for the World Championship later this year in Singapore.
Did they ban
And I
Russia?
think he's gonna get it because I don't rate the current world champion Ding Liren, the Chinese guy. Like he was lucky so many times over just to
Did they
get a
ban Russia in chess?
no Russian team at all.
Well, yeah, they're usually
Absolutely
good,
not.
though. They're usually
In
good.
fact, I believe Belarus has teams in here.
Belarus is allowed.
Well, hold on. Let me make sure. Russia? Nope, no Russia. But what about?
No, I was just surprised, Bargav.
Oh
India is
no,
number
Belarus
1 in chess.
either.
That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
they shouldn't be allowed in anywhere in any sport. By the way, I apologize
Bargav's
to
laughing.
anyone from Syria, Yemen, Nepal, Nigeria, South Sudan, Somalia,
12-3
Zambia,
Toronto.
Senegal, Mali,
Nathan Rourke
Peru,
out there. He needs to move
Burundi,
this ball. What is wrong, Nathan Rourke? Argos defense
Niger,
is working
Central
good.
African Republic, or
One
refuge.
of my buddies, I think he's coaching BC Lions O-line again.
Oh boy. I wonder how
I
much
play
money you get
football,
for
right?
that.
He used to coach Simon Fraser. They
Bargav, I
play at
try to play.
university.
He's not very good right now, but
We always have this one university, Simon Fraser, that plays in American Div 2.
huh. You mean Division II football?
Yeah, Vancouver.
He's
Simon
from
Fraser.
Vancouver, but he plays in
When
the
they dibble dabble, they decide they want to play in Canada sometimes. It's weird.
Huh? Wait, who is this? What?
It's a smart school in Vancouver, Simon Fraser University. And then they've always kind of played in American Div 2 league.
Oh, I think I may have heard of that. I don't know.
Because so many of our guys in that Vancouver area, they're so used to playing American rules.
Oh, go back. There was something before I explain this game. What
We
game?
both have me and Steven have McInnes in the You don't have Holland.
Someone got to catch.
Maybe you didn't have Holland, Steven. Or no, John. What are you saying? Oh, we got another Team India, Sunak Patel.
Huh.
Are you watching CFL, Sunak? We can explain it. We got 3 downs to get a first down or a score.
Right. So
we have 12 players, not 11, like the American game.
Let me see if I can explain the game.
Oh, fumble, but BC gets it back. First down. Rourke passing yards. I need it, John.
Oh, my goodness. Where did he come from? What is he doing all the way down there?
This is where the World Cup will be, John, and Sunak Patel for 2026 BC Place. They'll put in real grass. They've made the stadium bigger and bigger. It's in Vancouver. It should be a good show.
I don't know if Well, I don't know. I don't think we're
That
probably
was a
going to
fumble,
see the
man. But they
Michigan
got the
Canadian.
ball back. They're on like the 9-yard line.
I mean, normally the idea people would have in these.
York rolls out. He's going to run it in for a touchdown. That helps my
Oh,
fantasy. Yeah.
you're kidding. There he goes. Well, he got through the line. Now he has
Rourke
no
TD,
to run it
John.
to the end of that touchdown. I had Oregon for his arm.
We
Nice,
got
nice,
Sunak
score.
Cadell. If that's what you're
Touchdown,
asking about, trying to learn
Sunak,
CFL.
let me
Ask us
see.
questions. We're
Hold on.
here for you, me and Stevie.
Sunak, let me see if I can explain this because I'm going to try to explain this
It's
game
more of the
as
original tackle football of North America.
basically I'm going to try to explain football in general rather than CFL as opposed to the NFL. So,
Okay.
gridiron football is a football code that is most popularly played in Canada and especially the United States, although it's also
Flag football has
popular
gone
in
worldwide.
Germany and surprisingly Japan.
Yeah, Japan's surprisingly good at it.
Yeah, and
Germany's getting into it.
Yeah, Germany. I think
Brazil, watch it, Lal.
Germany
That's why
probably
NFL last week, Steven had that Friday night in Sao Paulo. Because Brazil, they see the numbers. Brazilians watch it a lot. So do Mexicans.
Yeah, but they don't play it.
Yeah, they don't play it, though.
Well, it might be a money issue. Probably is.
Aussies, we always get lots of Aussie punters.
I mean, no, Moss, I've told you this before, and I know you think this reason is BS. It's not, though.
What?
Like, there's a reason why.
Rourke the stand back. I got stand back Hugo.
You know, association football is the most popular team sport in the world, but it's not because the game is good. No. Like what?
Oh, I think it's a beautiful game.
What?
I think it's the most natural, beautiful game there is. Soccer.
Natural, yes. Simple, yes. Exciting? Hell
yeah.
No. Please. 0-0 and you.
Although I really loved rugby sevens. I think everyone did, Steven, at the Olympics. It was awesome.
But
rugby sevens is a fun game, man.
So
I would have loved that.
Gridiron football. Basically,
we both captained Rourke, John says. Me and you, Steven.
What?
We both captained Rourke, and he ran for a TD. Hopefully that's big points.
It's only 6, right? Any touchdown is 6. It does all
captain,
go to him.
You get double, captain.
Well, yeah, 12. So, yeah, 12.
Really? For us, yeah.
I mean, why not?
John has Carey, the running back on Argos.
I feel like there's no other position.
One big difference that no one talks about in Canadian versus American is, and I think it's a huge thing, Steven, is the slot backs that can take a running start.
With the extra player on offense, yeah. No, but Moss, I'm trying
to do that in NFL.
Not as opposed to NFL versus CFL rules. I mean just what the game itself is. So I'm trying to speak in generality.
Yeah,
so
Sunak is learning in general, it sounds like.
I thought both teams have to fight against each other, then ball has to be thrown opposite side. You don't always have to throw the ball. There are running plays. Although it's a little tricky in the CFL as opposed to the NFL and
we only have 3 downs to either get 10 yards or score. Americans have 4 downs to either score or get a first down.
Well, the first down is also 10. First down is 10 yards. It's just.
Hey, John, you agree with me, John? It makes it so you have to have awesome defensive backs in CFL because you'll get murdered by these slot backs.
Oh, yeah, because you have no choice. You've got to throw the ball.
Yeah, you got to have good defensive backs in CFL.
But,
the field is bigger, all the space, the running starts.
Yeah, but again, I'm trying to explain this like in general terms, not as opposed. I don't know if he's.
You think Bargav and Steven, John, do you think NFL guys will play Olympic flag? I think they should leave it for the amateurs.
Yeah, I don't.
They're
I
so
mean,
good. They know how to play flag. NFL guys don't know all the little.
I mean, plus you need a lot of speedy guys to play flag
Yeah,
football.
like
Like,
flag
first
is
of
a
all,
whole different
flag
sport, man.
football.
Oh, Argos, big play, Steven.
What?
Chad
Bro?
Kelly again.
What? That wasn't a trick play. That was just a holy
Chad
cow. That was
Kelly
a
is
heck of a
good.
catch.
Jim Kelly's nephew.
17 seconds left though. Can they get a touchdown
Who's
to
15 there, U.S.?
flag football? But
Who is
that's when you're like
15?
young. That's when you're like, up to like
Yeah, I played touch. I played touch football a
good
lot.
comparison.
But
No,
flag
but
football's taken over. We
hold
played
on.
touch football up here, Steven.
Is
Touch
it
football.
Sunak? Sunak who's asking about that? Oh my
Sonak,
God! Touchdown Argos!
Patel.
Touchdown Argos!
Yeah, John, if
Kelly
USA and
to
Canada don't get gold and silver in LA Olympics, there's something wrong.
Kelly to short pass. Kelly to number
Touchdown, Chad
15.
Kelly to number 15 again. Who's 15?
I don't know.
He got that big play and he just got the touchdown.
Right.
I don't got him.
Now in that case, both the quarterback and the receiver get the 6 points for the touchdown.
They're just going for one to make it 19-10.
Oh man. I mean, maybe if it were much later in the game, you go for 2 to make it 3, but not right now.
Not now.
Oh wait. Well, now we make it
Sunak
9.
knows cricket. I shouldn't have said that.
But actually, Saunak, I enjoy cricket, and
I do not like.
the long game, the first class / test
I wish
game
I would have
is
played
my favorite.
it. Then I would
Second
have.
is T20, and I just don't get 50 overs.
Sunak, do you play
doing
cricket?
here?
I bet you if I played it, I would have liked it.
Moss, Canada is ODI eligible right now, and you couldn't care less. You're one of the top 20 teams in the world in cricket, and you just don't care.
I love baseball, though. I love baseball.
If you like baseball, then you can like cricket. It's a different bat and ball sport.
Yeah, I would have been good at cricket. I would have been good at it, and then I probably would have liked it.
Anyway,
so
Saunak, let me ask you this: have you ever seen an NFL game at all, or any sort of gridiron football game at all? Or would you need the whole smash experience?
I love the idea of catching it with your bare hands, though. I love that.
Yeah, and John, no foul balls. Basically, you can hit the ball wherever you want to.
Yeah, I would just foul it out.
Well, the problem is if you don't hit it far enough.
If you pop it up, just like baseball. You don't want to pop it up, just like baseball.
Right, and you have to hold that cricket bat just right to avoid that.
Sunak plays cricket every weekend.
Oh,
see, I would probably like it if I
How many overs, man, in a game? Are
you a pitcher or a batter?
Well, I mean, technically, they have to do both. Yeah, John,
Bargab likes cricket a lot.
There are multiple ways to get out in cricket, but the big ones are the opposing bowler or pitcher or whatever you want.
Oh, this number 15 is Polk. I don't even know this guy. Receiver on Argos.
Polk?
Who is this guy?
Wait, Colt?
Ripping it up. Polk. P-O-L-K.
What, like James K. Polk?
There's a Polk on New England Patriots, too. You're 1-0. You're ahead of the Jets, Patriots.
No. Oh, God. Whoa. You went past his answer. Hang on. Back up.
Oh, we're Sunak. I play every weekend.
Because since you don't like cricket.
Oh, pitcher. Yeah, bowler, not pitcher. I always say pitcher.
No. Oh, you play 20 overs. You play
5 games a day. He's an all-rounder. Good at batting. I'd be good at batting, man. I would be money.
Technically, you're batting for like 100 overs in a day.
I'm such a good baseball. I can hit the ball wherever I want, Steven. Yeah. So cricket, I would be good.
You just have to, so the most common ways of getting out by far, I think there are 5.
And I'm good at catching balls with bare hands. I would be good at
except
cricket.
for the wicketkeeper, but
He gets a glove,
he's like
right?
the
He gets a
baseball
glove.
catcher. He needs the bits. He needs
That's what
those
you
bits.
call him, the catcher, wicket keeper.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper, the guy right behind
He's the
the
catcher.
wickets, which are the 3 tall sticks that are in the ground with the 2
How
rails
many
across.
guys do they have out in the field, counting the wicket keeper?
I'm
You know,
going to put up a hand with binary here.
Argo.
Hold on.
How many outfielders?
Yeah, 11 players on the field per side. That's why there's only 10.
Pitcher, wicket keeper, and 9 fielders.
Well, you got multiple bowlers out there, but when they're not bowling, they're out
Check.
fielding. So,
11.
and
So not
technically, the
fielders.
wicketkeeper is also a fielder, but the wicketkeeper is a bit of a
Man, I
stick
got
bug.
no room for cricket. My brain. I have
No,
every
it's not
sport.
that
I have
hard.
every
You
sport
have to
locked down in
realize
this
what's
giant
going
brain.
on.
I can't add cricket. I don't think I can add it.
Right. But yeah,
I would have liked it
Bargav,
if
I
I'm
assume
with
you also
Bargav. I know
include
it. If I would have played it, I
hold on,
would have
hold on.
liked it.
Bargav, in domestic play, I assume you're also including 3 and 4 day first class wicket in there as well, right?
You know I love Sun Bargav. I love the sun.
Well, they do sell sun hats at these areas. Plus,
You get to wear all white
if it's in
clothes. I would
England,
get. I'd
where's
have the
sun? What sun?
Steven, I would have the dirtiest white clothes, guaranteed. Diving catches.
Actually, Moss, if I were to go to England, one of the things I would want to go to is
An all-day
a
cricket.
big match at Lords,
Yeah.
international or domestic, don't matter.
Isn't it called Twickenham or something? Where they play cricket?
No,
right?
that's rugby. That's the
That's the
home of
rugby
rugby
place?
in England, Twickenham. I believe there is an old Stratford in cricket though, but it's a different stadium, I think. Or maybe I'm thinking of rugby.
Bargav, I can handle the heat more than
Well,
you.
hold on. Traditionally, Test cricket has been 5 days. Technically, after admitting Afghanistan and Ireland as
Rhino in the house. Nathan Rourke running for TDs, baby.
and yet his
Toronto
team is
Argonauts
down
are playing
9.
good, though.
Although
Rising Rhino Raid. Steve D. This is the American. He likes doing CFL. Watch on. Rising Rhino.
I just love exciting sports and it's football.
Yeah, CFL it's a better game, man.
But
When what's his name? The Rock was taking over this NFL or this American League. I was like, man, incorporate like half the CFL rules into an American football.
Not half, but I do.
But a lot of them, like incorporate a lot of our rules.
There is one rule in particular that was updated this year for the NFL, which I pray to God it stays. Please.
The kicking or what?
No fair catch allowed on kickoffs. The onside kick now can be skied for a jump ball. Previously, you could just fair catch it.
You got Rising Rhino. I was talking about you earlier, Rhino, that you got Nathan Rourke all wrong. But I respect you. An American doing CFL, I will never badmouth you for that. You fucking rock, man. You fucking rock.
So who's on this?
You got a lot of Giants fans in there. They should have Nathan Rourke, not Daniel Jones. Let me tell you.
What the hell? Wait a minute. Oh, wait.
Man, Chad Kelly is outperforming Rourke tonight. Chad Kelly's looking good. No, Steven?
So wait, are the rosters for these? Okay, teams. Okay, hang on.
I don't know about those Giants. I think they're gonna lose to the what are they? Commanders.
Yeah, I call them the Washington Warriors.
I can't help it. Me and Mace keep saying Redskins. I'm so used to it.
I mean, I understand why. I mean, that team had such
it was so historic,
dude.
Man.
There was a time when those tickets for those games for that team.
I went to a Redskins Vikings game once.
They used
it was
them
awesome. Redskins Stadium. It was awesome.
Yeah, and they used the promise of winning free tickets as a way of getting guys who are running from the law to come back.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
way out of
my ticket
Washington.
from
It's
here.
like in
What is
Maryland.
Washington? It's
It's
like,
like in
oh my
Maryland,
God,
that
yes,
stadium.
yes, I want it. Oh, by the way, you're under arrest. Yeah, we have a warrant for your arrest.
You
Oh
got to take a
no,
train way out to Maryland from DC.
it's a 34
We
minute
went to a
walk, but
basketball
you
game,
can find it.
didn't we? Yeah, in DC, we went to
Oh,
a basketball
hey,
game.
it's
That was
commercial with
downtown.
prime time. What the hell? Are they going for cashews?
So every week, Sunak, Rising Rhino, we always do NFL Red Zone on Sundays. This week, it's going to
Oh
be
yeah.
crazy because we got the North London Derby, Spurs and Arsenal, and then the Red Zone all day. Oh.
All right. By the way, Moss, this is the Canadian chess team they've got this year.
Richardson is money, man.
Uh,
Rising Rhino.
wow. There
He's
are
going to be
no
fucking good.
names here I recognize. There's, I guess, Grandmaster Sean Rodrigue Lemieux,
Lemieux, the
Grandmaster
best.
Razvan,
That's what Mario Lemieux means. The best. Lemieux.
and then IM's Raja
What's
Panjwani.
our favorite game, Sunak? I'm a soccer
Favorite.
dude. I love Premier League. I don't know about you. And then I love NFL. I love NHL just as much because I'm
So wait,
Canadian.
what about the Chess Bros? Why are they on the team?
Fuck press, man.
No, the Chess Bros are a pair of Canadian chess grandmasters who stream on
Really?
Twitch. With occasional surprise visits from Grandmaster Yasser Sarouan,
Man, he had like
everyone's favorite grandmaster.
Gavin Rhino. He had like 9 completions for like 200 some yards. Anthony Richardson, the Colts. That was a great game. The Texans and Colts. That division is underrated now. Jaguars are good. Colts, Texans. Who's the other one? Tennessee Titans lost to Chicago. They shouldn't have.
Oh, no, they
Fucking
shouldn't have.
Will Levis gave it to Chicago. Oh, did you see that? How does he do that? He's getting sacked, Steven, and then he just tosses it. Oh,
because defense.
you lose the game on that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, John, I loved baseball the most because I love stats, eh?
Ooh.
Baseball cards.
Well, actually, and cricket actually has a
baseball and cricket are the best
so
stat.
many
I
stats.
think
I can't
cricket
even
anyway.
keep track of
Let
all.
me know, Steven. Am I right? Baseball
Well-
and cricket are the best stat sports
Well,
probably in the world, where you can
they
really,
certainly have
you
the
can
most.
really analyze
That's
just
damn
by the stats. Where soccer, you cannot rely on stats one bit. You
First
gotta
of all,
watch the
there
game
are
in
no
soccer.
stats in soccer. Like they're like
It's
outside of
ridiculous with
goals
these
and
British
maybe
guys.
assists, they're
It's
insane. They're all
ridiculous
made
British
up.
guys, Steven, and
They
Bargab
come
knows
up with
that
all
you
these
can't rely on
numbers
stats.
and
They're misleading in soccer. They're
I mean, whereas in baseball, you know, in the early 2000s, you had this
baseball
whole
stats
Moneyball
is
thing coming out
everything. It's
saying you
awesome.
guys are focusing on the wrong thing.
Yeah, they've
But
changed a
now
lot of the baseball
days,
stats
it's
over the
like
years.
only
Yeah, they've
having like
changed them.
a rinky-dink budget.
Slugging
They're able to
percentage, whip.
Now, they never had postseason success, but you realize they played a 162 game regular season, and then we go and have a best of 5 and best of 7 and best of 7. You realize how often the best team in the league can lose 3 in a row or 4 in a row or 5 in a row? It happens. You know, there's no way to guarantee success.
So Sunak, what about cricket? Is it all about stats or what?
I mean, there are lots of stats, but at certain times when it comes to first class cricket, you know, the multi-day version, it's just about
Basketball is
holding your
good for
nerve.
stats, but it can be misleading too. Baseball is
Basically,
true stat sport.
again, I go back to this match time and again, but you guys really need to see what it will happen. Barbados should be well on their way to a win. They're all up on the Leeward Islands.
Well, Barbados, Bahamas, they all play part of the West Indies team, right? With Jamaica?
Barbados
Or
and
no?
who?
Like Bahamas, Barbados, they
Oh,
all
not Bahamas. Bahamas are not currently part
part of the
of
West Indies,
West
no?
Indies, although I think they could USB. I don't know. It's weird. Also, anyone with the West Indies cricket, if you can hear me, since
They
Canada
used
and
to be the
USA
best.
are both ODI eligible, can we please get in on your first class competition, please?
West
Please.
Indies used to be the best
Oh, the West Indies in the 80s were just
in
Jesus
'90s. Now they're
Christ.
not, man. India,
Well, I mean, it
Pakistan.
changes. It all changes. It shifts with time. India's best, England's best, Australia's best, Pakistan's best. Everyone. Well, not everyone, but the top side of the teams, they all get their turn.
England hasn't been the best in a long time, right?
Don't
In a
tell that
long,
to an England fan.
in a
Ah!
long time.
By the way, England does include Wales, but it does not include Scotland. Scotland are also ODI eligible,
For
even
cricket.
though it's
In
so
cricket.
rainy up there. I don't think they ever get a full game in any way.
This is in cricket.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is the ICC just has not been very helpful in telling the next
England.
next teams that are going to be full members and play Test cricket how they get there.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do? Not even the Netherlands have basically been given that information, and they've been like the almost the best team outside the top 12, the full members for like at least a decade or so now. So how do they get in? Like, do they have to? What do we got to do here? I don't get it. I mean, okay. Well, USA, I know. I think Canada too. We both have our own big T20 leagues. Although ours ended Major League Cricket. Yeah, the second edition ended earlier this year, but we still have minor league cricket going on, which you, I believe, can watch for free. A bunch of matches on YouTube. Well, at least in the States you can. I don't know about elsewhere. But minor league cricket, of course, is the second division, and they're developing more of the domestic players who, by rule, there have to be, I believe, at least 5 of them. I think I have to double check what the numbers are. But no, cricket's definitely a great sport. It's, yes, there are
John sent you
boring
something
games
about
that are worth
cricket. John
watching.
sent you something about cricket. I think I sent you.
What is it?
India, Australia second. Sunak says England. Then yeah, Hanno, the
Well,
coach's
of course,
corner.
someone
He's
in
from
the
South
NFL
Africa.
would say India first. Huh.
Isn't Pakistan right there though too?
He's from
Or no?
India. He probably says Pakistan minus
He probably doesn't
49.
rate Pakistan at all. Yeah. West Indies
India and
used to be the
Pakistan
best,
do
but
not
they're
like each
not
other
it.
for a multitude of reasons. More,
Quarterback rating, Bargav, it's not bad, but
it's just, first of all, why
it's
does
like
the
the new
NFL cap
baseball
it at
stats
100?
too, Bargav.
Oh,
They're
oh,
nice, but
wait. The thing is, wait,
quarterback rating, it's
QBR,
not
is that
bad,
the
Bargav. It's not
old
bad.
system or the new one the ESPN put in place for the NFL? I'm trying to remember.
I mean, they never had quarterback rating back in the day, so it's hard.
Well,
And all
no,
these
I think the quarterback, it was
baseball
always established
stats,
quarterback rating,
it's
but
weird, man.
like, but in the NFL, they always like cap the number at like 100 and something, when theoretically it can be as high as 150 something. So that always seemed weird to me. I
Baseball has
don't
changed
know.
so much with the massive
Uh,
bullpens.
Anyway, wow.
What is
Argos
AR, Bargav? You keep
13%
saying
to
A.
5. Oh my God.
Steven, what does he mean by AR? Keeps saying AR.
We take AR. AR.
Oh,
Ah.
Anthony, he's talking about Colts quarterback, Anthony
Oh.
Richard. Yeah, he's a phenom, man. Don't
Hmm.
you love him, Bargav, because he was Florida guy?
Can Peyton still go, or is he done? Hmm.
They're
I mean,
talking
he
to
didn't get that beat
Asbury.
up, did he?
Whoa, Adams Jr. is warming up, Stevie.
Oh my God! Really?
He's ready.
Now of all
Really,
time?
Rourke isn't doing bad. It was.
Now they're gonna play him? Oh, for the love of God!
Oh, we got a
Well, I guess that
quarterback.
means if
We
he's
got
gonna
a
stay to
quarterback
play.
controversy for the team in the top of the West
Yeah, I
Division.
mean, I
Oh
was
my
like,
God!
Mott's, I have to ask, is it like an unspoken rule in the CFL, like in the NFL, that the starter doesn't lose their job due to injury, or not really?
Not really.
Not really. So okay, so that's more of an
Well, no,
NFL.
but like most teams in the CFL have two superstar quarterbacks like this always. Like they always end up going to another
Well,
team. So like BC says they're doing nothing this year because they're worried about either one of them getting hurt.
and they're
So next year, I'm like,
Yeah.
Riders, get on whatever one they go with, Rourke or Adams, get the other guy. Get the other guy.
I think I'd prefer to get Adams.
I would love Vernon Adams at Riders.
Dude, the guy looked like freaking Peyton
Well, no,
Manning.
but and he
Drew
sucked in the
Brees.
CFL when he first came, Steven. It takes years to figure out CFL.
Anyway, Salnak, I'm sorry. I never answered your question about how gridiron football works. Let me see if I can do this without getting interrupted because
The
since
forward
you've probably
pass.
never seen a game at all in this format. Gridiron football takes
I'm
place on
wasted
a
on the
field that's
content.
either at 100 or 110 yards long, although you also have a
We have a big
end
end zone
zone
too.
where you
Yeah.
can score what's called a touchdown. That's
Yeah,
where the
Bargav. That throw he did to Alec Pierce last week. He had all these D linemen around him, Anthony Richardson, and he was slipping. All of a sudden, he just bombed it, Steven, 60 yards in the air on the money.
Whew.
29-27, Houston beat Indy, but it was the best game last week in week
Oof.
one. Colts and
I'm
Texans.
still just a bit surprised that we beat Joe
And then
Burrow.
the Colts are going to Green Bay with no Jordan Love.
However, I would still take this Seattle on the money line. Well, I would actually
Yeah.
bet
Oh, yeah,
Seattle
Seattle and New England,
I'll
but there's
take
no
that.
Kenny Walker the third for Seattle.
I'll give Seattle the 7.
I think you might
I
win,
think too
Steven.
many
You might
people are going to
win
be
with that
overvaluing the
defense.
Patriots now.
With your
They're just
Gerard Mayo
It's
defense, New
too
England
much.
might win,
Too
Steven.
much. Seattle are just going to be too much. I think this Patriots team is just going to be too inconsistent to really do much of
Kenny Walker the third. They'll go with Zach Charbonnet at running back, Seattle.
the Lions.
Geno Smith did not look good. He had a rushing TD that makes his stats look good last week, but he was not good, man.
Geno Smith is starting in the NFL again?
Yeah.
For who?
He's coming to New England, man. He's coming to New England.
No, God damn it. Whoa.
Well, here we go again. It's number 15 for the Argos.
Really got away with that one. Anyway, so
this new receiver for the Argos is ripping it up, man, with Chad Kelly. What was his name again? 15.
Oh, Polk. Something
Polk. Yeah, we saw it at halftime. Man, there's always some new receiver that gets cut from NFL, and then he comes to the CFL and he rips it.
Mr.
President. I don't know what I would bring. Dude, bring Tannehill or Dobbs or Joe Flacco, maybe.
I know his name's K. Polk.
I don't know, Barga. We still have a good roster. It's like, let Tua take his time, but meanwhile, let's bring in like a Flacco or something.
Oh, man. There was a report in the U.S. about like one of the early presidents, like pre-Lincoln, actually having like 2 living grandchildren still around some years ago. And you're like, wait, what?
We can't wait this rock.
When a guy has
Tyler Thompson, I don't know, man.
And then
yeah. Back when you used to have multiple parties in the USA, when America actually worked.
Not really.
When America actually worked and you had to work together.
No. Moss, that's not really a thing.
The Whigs.
Let me go through the presidential elections with multiple parties.
You used to have
And
multiple parties.
no,
I'm not
yeah,
crazy.
no, not
You
really.
did.
We only had multiple parties when parties would split because of irreconcilable differences within them.
The
Let me
Whigs.
explain.
Lincoln was part of the Whigs, and then he
Yeah, and
joined
then
the
they
new
fell apart. That's
Republican
why he
Party.
joined the Republicans, which actually were a third party compared with what he was running against in 1860. Because, first of all, the Democratic Party basically breaks up, Democratic Republicans. I don't know if they called themselves
They
Democrats.
started to join together. Yeah, that's
No,
what happened.
they must have called themselves Democrats by then. But remember, the Democrats are
There was
descended from
liberals.
the
There was
Democratic
Whigs.
Republican Party that
There was
basically
a
took over
Communist
all of American
Party.
politics early on. But then, they had the tiff between Quincy Adams and Jackson. Jackson felt that he got screwed out of
We're
election, which
not going to tank it,
maybe
Barkev.
the Henry Clay
We'll
goes
find.
screw.
Oh, Rourke is warming up, but so was Vernon Adams. It's 22-10 for the Argos.
By the way, if you know about who Henry Clay is in American history, it's shocking he never became president. He did run, and it looked like for a while he was going to win, but
You
then
guys
all
went
things
wrong. You
started
guys
going
went
wrong
wrong,
for him.
man. Thomas Jefferson called it.
Oh, wait. Hold it. There's one reason why Thomas Jefferson won in 1800 over John Adams, and that's
He
because
didn't
slaves
even
counted
want
as
it, really.
3/5 of a person when they shouldn't count at all. How can property be counted as your population? I mean, that's what they are to you. I didn't
Freedom.
say they are. That's what they are to you. How you want us to count your property as population? What? What is this nonsense?
Jefferson, so many of them had the right concepts. It just didn't get applied, Stephen.
Honestly, if Jefferson had immediately followed Washington, we probably would have
Yeah,
been
you're right.
destroyed
You're
as
right.
a
I
country
remember that.
because we would have gotten into a war with Britain because we would have been supporting revolutionary France
No, but
at
Thomas
the
Jefferson
wrong
was
exact
way more on
time.
the French side.
Yeah, but by the time Jefferson becomes president in 1801,
Yeah, it's
effectively
too
the French
late. It's
Revolution
too
is
late. Yeah.
over. Napoleon has won, and he's about to start
But
destroying
John
all of
Adams was
Europe.
pretty good. John Adams was good.
It's just everyone keeps bringing up Alien Sedition Act. Alien Sedition Act, you're terrible. Go yourself and read a book about what American politics was like back then, and
It
then
was
come back and
nuts,
tell me
man.
that's bull.
Everything was happening. Everyone had ideas. But like the
No,
founding
John Adams
fathers,
knew
all
he
this
could
stuff
not go to
wasn't to be
war with
taken
the
literal.
British.
They just said be wary of putting a fucking like a Donald Trump in charge because
Well, that's why the
you got to
Electoral
keep
College was put in
separation of
place.
the states. You got to keep
At least
separation.
that's the idea. The idea behind the Electoral College was the guys in the states would all get together in the Capitol, and they would
Well,
say,
yeah,
"Hey,
it
these
used
are
to
how the
matter.
people
It
from my
don't
region
matter
voted.
anymore.
What do you think?" Well, I think that guy's nuts. I've never even
Yeah,
heard of that
exactly.
guy.
They used to actually
Really?
do things
Forget
back
it.
then.
Your guys are idiots. I figured.
My great
Uh,
ancestor got to be double president, Grover Cleveland.
oh,
Trump's trying to do
that
a
no,
Grover
that the
Cleveland.
boss. This is back when the presidency really didn't matter all that much.
Yeah.
Basically, he's just an executive.
Yeah, his
This is
party
what
threw
he's
him
gonna be
out after
now.
he was president.
Effectively,
He didn't get to run like as a
it's not like
reelection.
look, today we have the last thing the founding fathers wanted, an imperial president who
Yeah,
controls his
this was the
party,
last thing they ever
control
wanted. The
everything
last
about it.
thing.
And you've seen the pictures when they passed their tax reform.
They
And he's
wanted
going up
Washington to
the
stay, and
fence
he
wall,
says
and
no.
everyone's
He was
clapping,
saying
everyone's
no.
like,
You can't
"You did
become
it,
this
Mr. Trump, you
powerful.
did it."
George Washington gave it up. He said no. You can't become this powerful. You can't. You got to give it up.
You say that, and yet, look what happened in, you know, hmm. I mean, I don't blame FDR for going for it. Actually, that's an interesting story because
Yeah, he got
initially
to
it
stay for
sounded
an
like he
extra one,
wasn't
didn't
going to
he? He got to
continue,
stay for an extra one.
but actually, two, technically, I think three extra ones. He didn't last long in the third, though. Yeah, he was, hold on, 32,
No,
36,
he had the third
40.
one and then he
Okay,
died. He
okay.
had the third
He
one and then
won 4 consecutive terms as president. He dies very shortly into the fourth one due to a
is
brain
it
hemorrhage,
third
I
or
think.
fourth?
4, 32,
Yeah, you might be right.
36, 40, 44. Of course, Britain
They
got arrested
wanted
by
to keep him during
basically.
the war there. Hey, Vernon Adams is in. Rourke's on the
Yeah,
sideline.
I should have mentioned that.
Oh my
But
God.
Toronto is up. Oh goodness, they're up
Here
12.
comes
So
Vernon
they
Adams
need some.
swinging.
They need some
Oh my
Adams
God. We
magic
have
here.
Rourke captain, Stephen. We have
They
Rourke
need some
captain.
magic from the Adams family. Do-do-do-dum,
Here comes your Adams, and we
do-do-do-dum.
have Rourke captain.
Mhm. No, his name is not actually spelled like that, Adams. Uh
Adams Jr. He's
Adams
like John
family, I
Quincy.
say.
He's like John
It's two
Quincy
of these.
Adams Jr., a president, a quarterback of BC.
Yeah. No, yes. Yes.
He was an Oregon Duck, and he sacked. See what I mean? It wasn't Rourke. Toronto's defense is playing good, man.
I was not. Well, I mean, oh, see, I think the website I usually get for my picks on this thought this
Oh
is going to be a
man,
much
our
more
fantasy's gonna
offensively
suck,
focused
Steven.
team, and
We
it's not.
captained Rourke. We captained Rourke. Who did you captain, John?
I don't think it matters at this point. I think he has us by the
Man, I was
you
starting
know
to
what.
do good in CFL fantasy these last few
Anyway,
weeks.
oh, I'm
Like
sorry.
last year.
Is Soundx still here? I'm sorry if you are,
Cricket,
and I
no.
haven't been answering your questions. I'm sorry.
It's hard to explain football. You gotta watch it,
Yeah,
man.
it kind of is. You
You
just sort of
gotta
have to
go to
watch
a
it. Somebody
game
that
and then
don't
explain it
understand,
as it's happening.
ask what about what
There's
just
so
happened.
many
Well, no.
football moms in Canada that knew nothing, but then they go to games and people explain it and they learn, man.
Well, that's because like everyone in Canada learns how to ice skate like right out the womb.
Everyone knows
So
hockey, yeah.
so you don't
Everyone knows
play. I mean,
hockey.
you play football, yes, but you'd rather be
Well, no, but
skating.
that's the thing, Stephen. In Saskatchewan, we're like Texas, where everyone knows Canadian football, but the rest of the country isn't like that, Stephen.
You just have to be different.
Like Ontario, Quebec, they love NFL. They don't even like Canadian rules
Just
that much.
have to be special. Anyway, yes, John. Well, I'm sure we answered this question.
I captained Rourke.
So did I. I mean,
Oh.
why not captain the quarterback? He's going to be in that whole game,
But
right?
Argos D is playing good, man.
All right, so let me just show this one last time.
Should I show our CFL
Cool
fantasy
that I got for, I don't know if Moss, you might be interested in content like this, but it's going to be cool in the down day or
Downback is 0.7. Rourke was having good stats. What the hell, BC?
4 feet, 48 inches long, which is a little long for what I would need, but it's right there.
Maybe Vernon Adams will go to McInnes more.
And no, it is not a cane. It's way too thin, and it's way too bendy.
It's a switch? Like what Adrian Peterson would hit his kid with, or what?
What? No, I'm not
Adrian
talking about
Peterson got suspended from the NFL for hitting his kid with a stick like that.
I can understand striking someone with a bare hand, like with a slap, as discipline. The moment you use
not
or any sort of other implement.
We used to get the belt when we were kids. We used to get the belt
or something.
the wooden
That's too far. Open hand
But then they would just threaten it, Steven, and you would wise up. Hey, they're showing Damon Allen, Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah, the Hall of Fame. Oh.
Damon Allen, Marcus's brother.
Yep. Marcus Allen, the famous Raider.
Marcus Allen always says Damon Allen, his brother, was the better player.
They would have been the LA Raiders at the time. Yeah, they were the LA Raiders much longer than they ever were the St. Louis one.
That's why I say
No,
they're
wait,
the
wait.
number 2
I'm
team in
sorry.
LA.
I'm thinking of the
Chargers
Rams.
are the
I'm sorry.
Steven, Chargers are the number 3 team in LA. It's Rams, Raiders, then Chargers.
No, it's worse than that. It's
It might be Raiders number 1. You're right.
maybe I think it might be number 1
Raiders. Maybe.
Raiders who play in Las Vegas, which is close enough.
It's close, but
I
they
mean,
were
basically, if
such,
you're in Southern
they were
California,
so popular in LA that it doesn't go away.
basically, you know how
I'm gonna
gambling,
share screen here,
is the big business.
Steven. I'm gonna
in
share
Las
our
Vegas.
CFL screen.
And part of that, of course, is the huge tourist population that comes in, but a lot of that is also locals, and a lot of the locals are Southern Californians who are,
Yeah. Like
when
you
they
said,
need to
Vegas isn't
gamble.
very far away.
California has a lot of restrictions. Why not go over the border to Vegas, right over the border, and it washes.
John, here's
There
our
are
fantasy right now. Can you see it, Steven? I'm leading.
what-
I'm leading. Me and
dude,
you, Steven, are the
no.
exact same.
Wait a minute, hold on. You telling me? Wait,
Me and
why
you
are
must have the exact same players, Steven.
I think?
I got
Well, I
Rourke,
know we both got
Sandbeck, and McInnes. Steven has.
Stanback.
I
Oh
think we
my
have the
God,
same
Stanback.
player.
Ah!
Steven, we think the exact same. We have the same 3 players
Well,
on
to be
these.
fair, there are only 6 teams in action this week. There's not a lot of choices.
I guess.
So,
Me
first of
and you
all,
are
yeah,
close,
Canada
Steven.
CFL, get on it. Team 10, I don't care where. Whatever. Hell, try to find a place to put them in the States. I don't know where, but
I always
somewhere.
thought
Anywhere.
if an American league played with Canadian rules, it would be fantastic.
If a Canadian team played with
Like this
American rules?
XFL and all this bullshit. If they did a league with most of the Canadian rules but played with all Americans,
Yeah, but
it would be exciting and
who
awesome.
are you trying to market this to? Canadians or Americans?
To both.
Because we watch something like this and we're like,
But
wait, they only
don't you think it
yeah.
needs to be different than NFL? Like it needs to be different.
When things change in football, people.
So I say adopt the 3 downs, adopt the 12 players.
No. I don't know about
adopt the running starts, but don't have the 1 point. Don't have the bigger end zones. Don't have the 1 point.
No.
Have the field goals the same as America.
Where are you going to put the bigger end zones, Moss? All these teams are
Well, that's what I said. Don't do the bigger end zones. Don't do the field goal posts at the front like we do.
Can't do it. And you can't adopt the behind because
but I say wider and longer fields with the 12 players, the slot backs.
Yeah. It's just it's a different game. It's a different game, and I feel like
Americans love this throwing stuff. They love throwing, but we've been doing it for much longer than NFL, like Flutie said.
Well,
the NFL is becoming a lot more like CFL nowadays, but throwing all the time.
I mean, the Great Cup, given the Great Cup is much older than the Lombardi Trophy, but
I'll do the picks
what we know of as the NFL has been around basically almost as long as this Great Cup. They started back in
we're the OGs.
20 under a different name, the All-American Football Conference or something. But they soon would become the National Football League. And then they would have to fight off about 4 iterations of the American Football League, one of which they just said, look, let's just merge our leagues. It's clear.
But we were always going, Steven, up here. We didn't change.
That was version 3 of 4 of the AFL, by the way. Yeah, the one with the Chiefs and the Patriots.
Oh, Steven, you're ahead of me in picks. I'll share the screen. You're 1 up on me in picks. John's like in top of the world for CFL pick'ems.
Hold on. I just realized I've known for a while my chair's just a little short here, so let me try this. Hold on. I'm trying to let me switch chairs here to my
you see this, Steven and John?
work stool. No, because I need to be taller up on the screen. Hang on
Me
one
too.
moment. Well, you get to look at the flag of New England. Well, sort of. Not
Lebanon.
really, but close enough.
Can you see that, John, or what? John is like almost number one in the
I mean,
world for CFL pick.
he's also apparently number 16 overall
So
out of
yeah, he fell down. He
everyone
was up to
taking
3, then
him. Like,
9.
what?
But he's listening to your picks, Steven, instead of mine.
I'm not that good at these picks.
Yes,
I don't even know who's on these
John, don't
teams or how
listen to
good they are.
Steven's picks. They're terrible.
I'm listening to all these
I
extra
always pick
football.
riders like an idiot. So I've been sucking.
Well, dude, don't be a homer in a sports
I'm a
bet.
homer. I
That's a
can't.
bad.
Steven, you know me. I'm a homer.
Second, if you're drunk and it's 3 a.m. Going into Friday into
Now my
Sunday,
Dolphins are
don't
dead.
bet
We're
the
gonna
Hawaii
suck.
game,
We're
please
gonna
don't.
suck like your Patriots. My Tua is dead.
No, here's rule number 2 about betting in football. If you're down, you know,
Stop.
maybe $50 or
Don't
$100
try to
on
make
the
up
day
for it.
in
Yeah.
Saturday, but you still got the Hawaii game going at 3 a.m.,
I
don't
used
bet
to
it.
do that.
Don't do it.
I used to
Never
do that.
do it because they're rigged games
But I
out
only
on the
bet like
island.
$5. I only do $5 bets.
Seriously, there's weird S going on with Hawaii football.
I only do $5 bets. Like,
Well, actually, I need to get a $5 bet in so I can get my bonus 250. Oh yeah, DraftKings apparently is offering free $250 in bonus bets for new customers who make a $5 bet.
who?
Hey, I mean, hey, why not? Anything I
I might
win,
join
I
this
can cash out.
whatever it's called,
I don't. I don't know if this offers.
sleeper app for NFL. It's pretty good, I hear. Sleeper.
I mean, I understand the
Hit
thing
the
is,
like. Vote on our poll. What is our poll at? I just saw it. Jesus.
I don't know. The thing about sleepers
Go
though is
Premier League tomorrow.
generally. Oh, by the way, this is my work stool. I am actually
Oh, why do I
currently.
still have it on a Fox channel? College
Uh,
football's over.
I can go through the scores if you want me to.
Did it end up 28-7 for K-State Wildcat Derby?
I can get to that in a second. Hold on.
I
Trying to
think it was
find
28-7.
where did it go?
50% are on Liverpool Forest, 20% Fulham West Ham,
Oh, touchdown
20%
Argos. Oh my
Bournemouth
God.
Chelsea,
Chad
10%
Kelly just ran
over on
again.
only on City. Watch Premier League pick City, stupid.
You know, I was thinking about Chad Kelly, but I just was not.
Yeah, I should have
I
went Chad
wasn't
Kelly
feeling
too.
him. Now I'm feeling him.
Now he's comfortable after a
Yeah, but
3-4 week
watch out
crash.
now that
He
I
just
started
ran it
next
in.
week, he's
Kelly
gonna
just
bring it
ran it
off.
in. Jim Kelly's nephew.
Wait, it's who's Toronto playing
More
next week?
trophies than his uncle.
I mean, the thing is, Toronto actually has to keep winning because they are in a dogfight. Well, sort of.
In the East, they got to
They're
get
in a
in there. Yeah,
dogfight
they got
with
to get ahead of Ottawa. You don't want to
West.
be third. You want to be second or first.
Oh well, yeah, duh. Preferably first, but not everyone can be first.
But Montreal's already in it. Kelly
Well, they're
scored,
not. They haven't clinched the number 1 seed in the East, but
but
they
they
have
clinched
clinched
playoffs.
the
Yeah.
playoff spot.
I
And I think
told you BC
Ottawa
would
can
beat.
too this
I
weekend.
told you BC would beat Montreal and Ottawa. You didn't listen. 31-7 K-State won. Was that final? Was that a final? Steven, was that a final score? 31-7?
Hold on.
Wildcat Derby?
Hang on. Give me one moment.
John says
Have some
Fulham.
patience, please. Patience is a virtue.
Chad Kelly's starting to feel
All right,
it.
now it ain't. All right. Week 3 of the NCAA college football season. Where are the final scores so far? There are no active games in the FBS level. Okay, yeah. So there are today's matches and their final scores. Arizona State beat Texas State 31-28. Hmm.
I watched
Uh,
that last
by the way,
night.
Texas State is not FCS anymore. They became FBS.
I
I
watched
believe
that
they
last
joined the Sun Belt. I'm not sure.
night. I was watching
Anyway,
that game last night. It was pretty good. Texas State, Arizona State.
South Alabama crushes Northwestern State 87-10. I think South Alabama has joined the FBS. I don't know when and I don't know how, but okay, whatever. Kansas State has beaten Arizona 31-7. Wow. And they were both ranked. They're both top 20 teams. Well, a lot of people say all the rankings outside the top 10 don't matter. They're just money grabs, which I can understand, but I mean, you got to rank somebody. So, oh wait, these are yesterday's games. What am I talking about? Oh, this was today. I'm sorry. Sorry, those first two games were yesterday. These are today's. Kansas State 31, Arizona 17. Yes, I know Kansas was 14, but Arizona at 20 getting crushed like that. Whoa. Anyway, other game that was on today, UNLV Running Rebels beat the Kansas Jayhawks 23-20. No, this is not basketball we're talking about. This is a sport that neither school really cares about. Well, technically UNLV hasn't been all that great at basketball recently either, but there was that period of time when they had one of the most exciting basketball teams in the nation, I guess. I don't know. We're putting up like 90 plus every game or something. Just running and gunning all the time. Some teams are just
Willie
crazy.
Snyder in the house. What's your name? Your channel again, Willie? I was trying to tell it
Oh
to this
boy.
other Broncos fan, NFL Willie. I forgot the name of your
The
channel. I
only
know.
reason I ever liked the Broncos was because I wanted John Elway to get a Super Bowl. He finally did. Finally.
Terrell Davis was fucking.
Actually, I believe it was the NFC had a stranglehold on the Lombardi Trophy for
Yeah,
so
we were
many
always
years. They won
losing.
like there was a
Elway would
stretch
lose.
where they won like
Buffalo would lose.
18 out of 19 Super Bowls, and finally John Elway got it done against Brett Favre. Finally. I don't want to say Brett
Elway
Favre's
got Terrell
overrated,
Davis. That's what happened.
but oh, what the hell? What the heck happened there? Oh, right.
Rangers at
He
Mariners. Is
feels the
that a big
ball, but he's
baseball
falling
game?
backwards. He gets up and he starts to start running, and he actually gets to the 39.
Lions starting to run the ball. Is that stand back?
I
Me and
hope it
Todd got
is
him.
if he
And
got
you,
positive
dude.
yardage. Oh,
We
he
all got
does.
stand
I,
back.
oh, it's
Is Rangers Mariners baseball a big game, Steven?
I have no idea. I've been playing.
I think they're
But
both in one, maybe.
look.
Oh, Belichick's on Inside NFL.
Hold on. Yeah. Well,
Belichick was on. What was he on last year? Oh yeah, Monday Morning Coach. Subscribe to that, Steven. He does a good NFL college.
Seattle Mariners.
Monday
They are
Morning
in the
Coach.
top
I'll
of the
tell it to
seventh.
my Broncos friends, Willie.
So Seattle are
You were
down
gonna
3-0
put
to
me
the
on,
Rangers.
Willie,
Yeah.
on Monday night.
Seattle down 3-0 to the Rangers in the 7th inning.
Yeah, that game's on my
Uh-oh, that's a
TV.
loss of yards. Oops.
I'm gonna
I
look
don't
at
know
those
what happened
baseball
there.
standings. Blue Jays almost caught Tampa Bay. Seattle, Texas are close. I think, yeah, on Texas, it's tough for wild card. My Padres are in the hunt. Where's the wild cards? Baltimore won.
I mean, I gotta
KC,
take out the
Minnesota.
I don't think the Red Sox are. I mean, the Red Sox aren't
Well,
anywhere
it's
close
really
to
a
being
battle for that
but-
division. It's really a battle for
Oh wait,
the
well,
American League West. Houston Mariners are 4.5 back. Texas 7.5 back. Like,
well, hold on. I'm
Mariners
trying to
have to
figure out
catch Houston, but I doubt it. Hey,
At least we're better than the Chicago White Sox.
White Sox.
I don't know what's wrong.
223 percentage. I have never seen that before.
How and why?
How can you be that bad?
Why? Why are you so bad?
You have to
Why
try
are you
to be
selling
that
all these
bad.
players and not getting anything for them?
Yankees are
What
up
are you
3
doing?
games on Baltimore. Whoa, I thought it was only.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to figure out, because the wild card only applies to the number 2 and below teams in each
National
division.
League wild
So
card.
Baltimore.
Feedback, Padres, Mets.
So the
Are
Red
in
Sox are 4.5 back in the wild card.
John's Cardinals need help.
I
Man,
mean,
I thought they were close. They're not.
I mean, if we could get on a run, maybe we can do something, but I just don't see that happening. I don't think we're consistent enough to do that now.
Red Sox are 4.5 back of the wild
Of
card.
a wild card, and we're 12 back of the Yankees.
Seattle 4 back.
No, the Yankees are gonna win the World.
Kansas City's not a bad team. Kansas City's underrated. So Houston's winning West.
By the way, tomorrow, of course, is UFC 306. Main event is some dude named
I'm always welcome. Yeah, your buddy that does college. He's pretty good.
Sugar Sean O'Malley. The most entertaining 135.
I don't mind Willie's show. I'll get some more people to come to your show, Willie. John Jansen liked it. Yeah, I do too.
Once again, last call. Anyone who knows what this might be or what it goes with, what game or what activity it might go with.
Flocking sheep, mutton.
I am not showing footage of sheep herding. No,
isn't that a shepherd stick? It looks like a shepherd.
My idea is a little more entertaining, especially if you're in a group setting.
Is that like a shuffleboard stick, like shuffleboard?
Oh, outside? Not quite. You're well,
I'm closer.
Maybe a little, sort of. I guess yes, but not.
Well, I started off with sheep herding. Sheep herding. Obviously, I'm closer.
Man, 22 first downs for Toronto, 9 for BC.
Yeah, it's Toronto's defense that's been like no one's talking about it. Toronto's defense has played good.
How? Against I mean, I know BC haven't been that good, this half of the season, but I thought they were getting better, and now they got.
Toronto always had a good defense. They just needed Chad Kelly to get.
I think.
Back.
Honestly, I think they're putting in Adams too soon. I would say.
Yeah, I would have stayed with
if you're going to be playing Adams again, wait until.
Here's a kick, though. Here's a kick to make it what 29-13. It would be. Long kick, 46 yards.
He's going to
start. And he missed. John White missed. The most accurate CFL kicker.
Oh,
give up the rouge, the single. Point.
Wow.
The rouge.
Oh, yeah, they takes it behind, though.
29-11, right? Yeah.
So instead of 29-13, it's 29-11. So 18-point game instead of a 16-point game. Well, actually, that is important, sort of.
Doing a bigger fantasy.
If you believe it.
I'm losing. Willie, at this before the season started, I did a trade in my NFL keeper league. I kept Jahmyr Gibbs, and I don't like him. I didn't like him because I thought, oh, he'll get hurt. And I really was high on Kenny Walker the third, Seattle's running back. I traded Deshaun Watson and Jahmyr Gibbs for Tua and Kenny Walker the third. And now Tua and Kenny Walker the third are both out. What the hell? Thought I won that trade, but it looks like I'm losing.
I mean, anything can happen, man. You know,
The
I
DVD in the
basically
first
won
week.
the only MLB fantasy thing I was ever in college
Yeah, I
because
used to do
because a friend
MLB
of mine
fantasy
said,
back in
you
university.
know, you have some good logic there, but I'm much more interested in Josh Hamilton than Mr. Abreu. Okay, I don't know who Josh Hamilton is, but sure. Oh, he just lit everybody up that year, that 1 year before he relapsed into drinking.
Fucking concussion, Willie. He ran into the guy's leg and hip last night,
Oh,
head first.
uh,
And he was
he
knocked
kept,
out with a special helmet. Like,
oh,
the guy's got a soft fucking cranium, dude. Oh, man. He is not. I think he'll come back, but we got to give him a bunch of weeks, I think, to
definitely make sure his head is screwed on right.
He's had 5 concussions in 5 years, I think.
Like, this ain't the early
I had
90s.
7, but mine were all like completely separated.
Oh, that doesn't sound very good at all.
Well, it started at 13 was my first one. 14 I had one. Because a concussion expert made me label them all. And we used to just say, oh, you got your bell rung. You got knocked out.
It was a stinger or something.
Yeah, he's like, all those count as concussions. You need to add them up.
What? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you got to be very, very careful about hits.
They still don't know, not near enough about concussions.
I mean, I know a lot of players would rather take hits to the head than hits to the body because if they go down with actual, in traditional injury, they may lose
We
their
just paid him, Willie. We just paid him huge guaranteed. Oh,
for the CFL. Nah.
If Tua Quick is injured, I wonder how crazy a cap hit it is on Miami.
I mean, I remember
to get out of the
where he gets
contract,
sacked really hard,
and then we draft someone.
see him
We
on
got to
the ground
draft
and his
someone
fingers start
immediately.
curling up. I'm like, oh my god, get him out of there! Get him
Yeah,
out of
it's
there
happening
now!
too easy. Like,
He's gonna die.
Steven, it happened too easy for him.
No, but when he's on the ground and he's got his fingers curled in front of his face like that, I'm like, oh
His
my
brain
god,
is.
that is not good. That is horrifying.
He needs to make a decision. Either he's done or.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him for saying he's done. If he's made enough money, because remember,
we just signed him. We're a big deal. We just signed him. It doesn't even kick in this year.
Here, remember the words of Herm Edwards to NFL rookies. This is not a job. This is an opportunity.
Yeah.
You're not going to have this.
Most people are done within a couple years in the NFL. Not for long.
Yeah, easy. Everyone thinks they're going to make that second contract and make all the money back that they gave away. Oh, hell no, you're not. Most of you.
I wonder what happens to the cap if he's injured and it's over.
I don't know. Well, the cap's not coming down.
It didn't even affect this year. It'd probably screw us next year.
No way.
We'd have to draft a quarterback.
Oh, the Dolphins? Oh, God.
It would be a nightmare.
I don't trust drafting quarterbacks. I just don't. Like, you don't know what you're getting. You really don't.
No, but these college guys are ready nowadays.
Are they, though? Like, are they? I just still don't trust
You'll
them.
see. Caleb Williams will be great. Jaden Daniels will be great. Field goal, Argos, right down the pipe. 32-11, fourth quarter. BC Lions cannot get it going on this Argos defense.
Oh, and the field goal is good, though. Oh, that's Toronto. Oh
32-11.
my God, now they're up 21. I
Good
think.
defense, Argos out in BC.
Man,
Chatterley?
scores are just about reversed
Chatterley.
from
I'm
where I thought
thinking
they
of
would
joining
be.
the sleeper thing.
I don't
I'm
know.
in underdog fantasy. I do a lot of best ball in there, Willie.
I have no idea what that is.
Best ball. I do it for hockey too. You like hockey, Willie? Colorado Avalanche, Cronkies.
Honestly, ice hockey is probably the most entertaining sport that has ever
Yeah,
been
it's
designed.
the best. I think it's the best TV sport there is.
Yes, so
For
much better than
TV, it's like
basically.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's ice hockey is what soccer should be.
I mean,
Less
it's
players,
awesome going to a hockey
more
game,
action,
but hockey
faster
looks
action.
awesome on TV.
What? Huh?
Like it's awesome going to hockey games, but it's great for TV hockey.
Oh yeah, for sure. But again, people say, "Oh,
The
but soccer's
fastest
the most
sport in
watched
the
sport."
world, hockey.
Uh, I thought that was lacrosse, but okay, whatever.
Highlight, highlight,
I don't know.
Florida, fast. What's Willie saying? Yeah, the Avs, baby. They're exciting
I
hockey.
mean, I was an Avs fan for like maybe
With
oh,
Sakic and Forsberg or what?
just while Ray Bork was there.
Yeah, me too. I
Finally
was
got his
crying
Stanley
in the
Cup
middle of the
ring.
night, Steven. I was getting up like to watch hockey playoffs in the middle of the night in Edinburgh.
Oh
I
God.
would go to sleep and then I'd wake up in the middle of the night to watch hockey playoffs on this one channel. And I saw Ray Bork get that Stanley Cup. I was bawling, Steven. I was bawling.
I mean, if you're a Bruins fan, how don't you? I mean,
Oh, I was just so happy
just
for him,
nothing as
man. Like
Capitals
a lot
team
of
for
Bruins fans, Steven, you probably know, were mad that he won. But I'm like, man, I'm just so
no,
happy for the
wasn't
guy.
the whole point to get him a Stanley Cup?
Yeah, he deserved it.
So come on, guys. Like, why are you angry?
We lost to
He
the Oilers
deserved it.
that year
We
with
didn't have
him.
the team for
Oh,
it.
we lost the
That was
Penguins
it.
and Mario Lemieux so many times. Oh,
Uh, huh. Well, he did finally break
our
through, and then
Bruins have
nobody
owned like
cared
we've owned
because
the
there
Bruins have
goes
owned
O.J.
the
Simpson in a white Bronco.
we've owned the Crosby like Penguins, but we got owned by Mario Lemieux back
No,
then.
that day in sporting history, the one with the Rangers Stanley Cup
94.
victory parade, same day as the start of the first U.S. based World Cup.
Yeah, the U.S.
Also,
World Cup
there's
'94.
also
Rangers
you got
won
an
the
NBA
Stanley.
Finals game going on. You got all these sporting events. Oh, and Arnold Palmer is playing what will probably and did end up being his final round at the U.S. Open.
Was it?
Guess what? No one cared about any of that day. All I cared about was a freaking
Yeah,
white
that was epic,
Bronco
Willie. When
driving
Sakic
25
right away
miles an
gave
hour
it to Ray
down the LA
Bork.
freeway.
And they had
Like,
Patrick
so
Waugh.
upset.
Like that Avalanche team was amazing.
And actually, there's an ESPN 30 for 30 about that. To be fair, I was not aware that Simpson had threatened to commit suicide before that point. At which point, I think everyone should have realized, oh my God, this man killed his ex-wife. Surely he did.
Okay.
You don't do something like this when you didn't do something like that. And one of the people watching this whole scene, commentating on it,
I could have
I'm
beat
sorry,
OJ
ladies
at
and
golf.
gentlemen, this
I
is
swear I could have beat OJ at golf.
at golf.
I would have
Sure.
talked
At
trash to him.
football? Hell no. There's a reason he was called the Juice. Like,
He was
literally,
amazing. I give it to him. He was
there
one
was
of the
a
most
Thanksgiving
amazing
game.
players in NFL history, but an awful human being.
Well, he was an awful person when it came to his personal life. I mean, outside of that,
It's called
movies,
egomaniacal. Egomaniacal. Trump has
I don't
it.
know about maniacal. Well, again, because he was in a bunch of movies,
Well,
and
no, but
people
in your
loved him.
whole life, all these
But,
rich white people are treating you like a god. You think you can get away
right,
with anything. You think you can get away with
yeah,
murder like Trump.
and let's remember, sports media wasn't really reporting on that kind of stuff that at that time. You know,
Everyone
everyone knew
kept
what was
quiet on
happening.
stuff like that.
No
Yeah,
one was
everyone. There
saying
was no
anything because
TMZ back
it
then.
wasn't like sports related. Nowadays it is, of course.
Big up Willie Snyder. I think you live in Colorado, Willie. It's like a little Canada down there in Colorado, no?
Well, they do have legal weed.
When they got the Rocky Mountains. Denver
Right.
reminds me of Calgary. I've been to Denver a few times. It
Yeah,
reminds me of
Wyoming's in the
Calgary.
Rocky Mountains too, and they're like completely different though. Well, that's because there's like no infrastructure in Wyoming, like zero. The only infrastructure
What
that
about
exists
Idaho?
is to get
Oh,
people to and from Yellowstone National Park. That's it.
America would have had no wolves, no bears, no buffalo, but Canada gave it to
Well,
Yellowstone.
I
After you
mean,
guys
a lot of
killed them
people
all.
were not happy about the reintroduction of the Wolf to Yellowstone, mainly the
Willie did
nearby.
a Spotify episode, Steven,
Come
called The
on,
Juice is Gone on the day he died. That's cool, Willie.
juice is gone. Yep, O.J. Simpson dead at
Well,
73.
and you can tell he was guilty about how he led the rest of his life. Like,
Yeah, he lost a civil suit for
a lot of
damages
money, yeah.
concerning his ex-wife and her friend.
And then he had guys like pull guns on guys that were stealing his memorabilia and selling it.
That's not a good look either. Hmm.
North of Denver. I played some Denver soccer teams, Willie, when I went there under 19, under 20.
North of Denver.
International Friendship Cup in Denver. We lost to a Mexican team, but we beat the Denver teams.
Hmm.
I think one was like Aurora Rangers. One was
Well,
like
if we're talking soccer, then we're probably talking about a time when USA really didn't care too much about it before
what
the
year
World
was
Cup
that?
came
That
here.
was nine. I was in the Canada Games. What year was that? 90.
And you probably had to play all of what, 5 minutes? Ah, ha, ha, ha,
I
ha,
was a stud, man, back then.
ah, ha, ha.
What was it? It was 93 Canada Games. So 91 and 92, I think I went to Denver. We beat all the American teams, lost to fucking dirty
Well, of course
Mexicans,
we all
man.
the American teams. We didn't play
We were
soccer back
wondering why all these American teams were cheering for us against the Mexicans because they all got screwed by the Mexicans getting red cards.
then. I think our most recent Copa America shows why a
Canada's
good
number
reason
one.
why we don't care for the sport. It's boring, and then they just screw you.
You did get screwed in Copa. I was
We
sticking
got
up for
screwed so
USA.
bad.
I
Like,
was
first of all,
sticking up for
so
USA.
the Panama player can
I was
apparently
cheering
drive
for
his
Panama,
country
though,
all
with a
over.
bunch of Panamanian fans in Orlando,
No,
Steven.
no, 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 no. No, some dude dives right into our
You know what
starting
I'm talking about,
goalkeeper.
Willie?
He
It
doesn't
was,
even
it was called
started.
Denver, the International
Oh,
Friendship Cup.
like it was bull. So who was it who dived right into Matt Turner and didn't get anything for it?
No, but the
What?
goal, one of the goals that got scored on you was offside.
And then, of course, they didn't check it with VAR. Of course not. And then, of course, our next match is
But we
Uruguay.
were
And no matter how
amazed, and
bad
Canada
Uruguay
was the
played, we were not
darling.
winning that.
Canada was the darlings of Copa. I called it.
Except Kellerman Bull's like, ah, ha, ha. No.
Yeah.
This is our club. Yeah,
Common
well,
ball,
okay.
common ball racism is
You
allowed.
forget
And
about
you're
our
allowed to have a
generation.
40. You're allowed
Stupid
to have
than
a
ever
40-minute halftime if you're Argentina.
Prove it.
A 40-minute halftime.
It's
Imagine if Canada or
supposed to be
USA did that,
15.
Steven. We would have been kicked out of the tournament. But Argentina, it's allowed.
Just so much
Fucking cheating.
bull in that thing. I
I was
think,
at the game in Kansas City, Steven,
like,
live,
I
and
knew, like, I knew,
the black linesman passed out. It was so hot, he just fell down.
like, I knew soccer from South America is really, like, not something you want to be compared to, but
It's a lot
holy
racist.
cow!
Oh.
What in God's green earth is going on out here? Like, there's just deliberate match fixing out
Well, what do
here,
you
and
think
no one
about
gives a
USA? What do you think about USA's new coach, Pochettino, Argentinian guy that coached
I don't
Spurs,
know.
Chelsea?
Honestly, I don't think it matters at this point. I think you have to have structural change
Yeah,
with US soccer and how, the players, well, how what players can actually play on the
we're the
elite
best now in
elite
the
level
CONCACAF. Mexico was
before we
scared
can
of us,
change
Steve.
anything?
Mexico had to foul us every play to try and stop us.
And of course they don't call them, because why would they?
Oh yeah, no yellow cards. This one guy had like 9 fouls himself in the first half. Canada, Mexico, no yellow cards, Steven. It was unbelievable.
Wait, is that through the whole game or one half?
One half they had 14
I
fouls.
would pull that guy's head and said, dude, you keep fouling,
And then
you're
when
getting
he got
hard.
when he
Gotta
got
stop.
touched, he's rolling around diving, asking for a yellow. I'm like, this
Get
guy
up.
fouled us 9 times.
You know what? You do that in the NHL, you go to the penalty box for diving, for simulation.
But no, but Steven, the rest of the world doesn't understand how we have these Central American refs, and then they're reffing U.S. Mexico or Canada Mexico, and they're fucking. It's over
Honestly,
top of them. They can't handle it.
I almost would prefer to be a member of UEFA. I really would. I know
Yeah,
it's not
bring in refs
possible,
from all
but I feel
zones
like
for
that'd be
big
better
games.
for
Yeah,
us.
I think in
Yes,
England they should
have a
have
fair
European
shake and
refs.
everything.
I think in Africa they should mix up refs. I think in CONCACAF we should bring in other refs for big games.
I mean, to be fair, the domestic game in Africa is not
But that was
all that
that was
important.
brutal in Copa America. It was all CONMEBOL refs, no CONCACAF refs, Steven.
Yeah, so if you
That
ever
was
want
brutal.
us
That's
to
got to
host any of
change.
these things ever again,
If they do that
we
again,
should
they got to
choose
change
our
that.
allotment of reps. You can have your reps too, but if a CONCACAF team's involved,
You know, Aurora,
we
really?
choose
Aurora,
reps.
Colorado. I think we played that team.
Never, ever. Until you're ready to make that
We went
concession,
to some
CONMEBOL,
mall in Denver. It was like Cherry Creek or something.
I don't know. But all I know is that CONMEBOL, until you're ready to allow us, if we ever host this again,
Yeah, they
are
can't be in
to
charge of it. They can't be in
no,
charge of it.
no,
It's got to be.
absolutely not. That was
They got to
ridiculous.
make a tournament fucking committee.
Like, if you tried running that with an American organization, first of all, there would be so many investigations into what the heck
Argentina, yeah,
happened.
would have been kicked
Someone's
out.
going to jail.
Argentina would have been
Probably
kicked out.
multiple. Like, this is fraud. This is borderline
Well,
fraud.
did you see what they were doing to our players, Steven? Both times we played Argentina, like nonstop racist abuse. Like it was crazy.
Well, what do you expect from FIFA? Like, remember when the
And
USA
CONMEBOL
scored
did
the winning
nothing. They
goal?
love Argentina. That's where they get all.
I just want to say something. Remember that match? I want to say it was in South Africa, but I'm
What
not sure.
town,
It was
Willie?
at a World
Aurora?
Cup between the USA and Algeria, where USA scored super late to move on. And they basically then look at Sepp Blatter's box, which has former President Bill Clinton. And Clinton's like, yes, yes. But Sepp Blatter's like,
And they're like, yeah, not so
oh,
quick.
oh my God. They did not want us to win that game.
Yeah.
FIFA did not want us to win that game. This is ridiculous. You want our money, and then you want to screw us out of these
Same
tournaments.
with Canada,
How
Belgium. We
you?
were not allowed to win that
That's
game in that
that's
World
the
Cup.
biggest
We were
reason I
not
don't
allowed to
like
win.
this sport. Just this whole bull that goes on about it and the
Aurora. I
politics.
thought Aurora was a
Like,
nice
there's
suburb.
no. I cannot tell you how powerful FIFA is politically to some nations. They can kick you out of FIFA, They could suspend you, and then you have nothing, literal nothing. I mean, they did it to Dominica when they got rid of a guy who
Deportation,
had
Colorado.
actually tried
Aurora
to
used to be a
fool the
nice suburb.
government. But he later becomes like the chief of like
Oh,
soccer.
Rourke and Adams Jr. are
And
talking on
he's
the
like, no, you
sideline,
can't touch
Steven.
him. Government interference. You're out. This guy was a traitor to his
Oh, Sepp
country.
Blatter
He
was the
called
most
in a bunch
corrupt.
of neo-Nazis from Canada to topple the government in the 80s. And you're going to
Sepp
protect this
Blatter
guy?
was
What is wrong with
crazy
you?
for FIFA, how corrupt he was.
No, there's this whole crazy story about Canadian
We
neo-Nazis.
don't have neo-Nazis. That's you.
Well,
We don't have.
no. Well, white separatists, whatever. Anyway, no, but there's this story. I can't remember who the names of the people involved, and I think a bunch of the separatists end up getting like shot later by various incidents because that's what
Oh,
happens.
block punt!
Stupid.
BC, block Argos punt.
Uh-oh.
Or could they be alive?
Oh, how'd you let him through like
The
that?
CFL, you're never out, Willie. 2.5 minutes, they're still alive.
Yeah, but you got to score 3
If they
touchdowns
get
in
a
3 minutes. That's
touchdown,
a big ask.
oh, that's a
This
big
is
ask.
still
You're
a
right.
big,
But they gotta score
big
quick.
ask.
They would have to score quick here.
Yeah, you got 3 minutes. You need 3 touchdowns.
They blocked that punt. Too bad they didn't
And
return it
then your
for
defense
TV.
has to stand up real fast. I don't know, Moz. I don't think it's
Willie, in the chat, don't you miss like old school NFL? I do, man. Like,
what do you
where
mean
you
old
hit,
school?
where the running backs matter, where
Well,
oh,
I mean, some of them still do. It's just, oh, hey, Jordan.
I got
Listen, if you've been waiting for me to be on your stream, I'm
Liverpool
sorry.
tomorrow. We'll be doing Goal Rush
I'll
with
see if I can
Liverpool
get up
tomorrow.
early enough to do your stream tomorrow if you want me to come in. If you
No,
ever are
he wants
covering cricket in down the
to
West
join
Indies,
our Goal
let
Rush,
me in.
Steven. Jordan wants to join our Goal Rush and our Sunday morning Premier League too.
I just want to know, like when I first got here, I know there was someone who was on Gold Rush who had something set up that just showed all the
Bobby,
goals
yeah,
of
Bobby had that.
everyone. I
Yeah.
want that. Whatever that was, I want it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What is it? Do
He
you
had
have
to
it?
figure it out how to. Yeah.
You never figured it out.
He didn't tell me.
Oh, god dang. Because I don't know if it's something
But
that
we update championship, we update Bundesliga, we update as much as we can.
but I mean, when you're trying to talk about League 1 and 2 updates, it's like hard to keep track.
I do championship. That's
You're
about
like, wait a
all.
minute, what's going for?
Championship.
Yeah, it's just so hard when you're trying to track these separately.
Oh yeah, you didn't join our
By the
EFL
way,
fantasy.
new
There's
class
a fantasy
for the Canadian Hall of Fame football. Marvin Coleman, Weston Dressler, Vince Goldman, S.A. Green, Chad Owens, Dre Jock, Ed Laverty.
Chad Owens was exciting. The flying
Of
horn.
course, the highlight of well, I guess the main highlight was Damon. I guess was Damon Allen.
Legend, Damon Allen.
He's got them genes.
But he wasn't good his first years in the CFL. He was bad. He was back up to Donegan and Tracy Ham. But you get better as you get older in CFL. You figure it out, you know.
I am going to have to go to hint 2 because no one could figure out what you do or what this might involve. All right. Fair enough.
Nothing with the
Let me grab something else. This is a bit generic, but perhaps this will get you on the right way, on the right path.
Shuffleboard or no?
No.
Lawn bowling. Chess. Checkers.
You know what these are.
Poker chips.
Thank you. Well, chips. Actually, technically,
They use them for golf markets.
because they aren't actually denominated. Chips are denominated. They have the dollar values on them. Checks are not.
Oh. We have the third quarterback for the BC Lions
Oh
in
my
now.
God, why? It's Bryce.
Just giving him
What
some
are we doing out
experience,
here?
I guess. This guy looks like a fat quarterback, like Moss.
No, fat quarterback. What
He
was
looks
this
like a
guy's
nose
quarterback that got really fat? And that was his claim to fame.
He threw it to
There
the
you
end zone,
go.
almost
Was Willie the
intercepted.
first one to say it? Is Willie the first one to say it?
Craps. What is
Was
craps?
Willie the first one, or was it one earlier?
What's craps?
What's
Your
craps?
game?
What's craps? Wait,
Like the
hold on.
casino
Hold
game?
on.
Like the
Let me
casino
give you
game or what?
Well, since it's already been guessed, hold on. I gotta grab them.
Willie was
here.
on it.
Dang. Actually, no, I got some here, although these are canceled. Okay, Moss.
But
Wow.
Avalanche, Willie, back to Avalanche. They are the most exciting team in hockey with
Actually, no, don't breathe on the dice
Dale
anymore.
McCarr, Nathan McKinnon,
And these
Rantanen.
are the special dice. Actually,
Touchdown, Lions!
these are actual
Touchdown!
These are actual dice that came from an actual casino, Mohegan Sun in Connecticut.
I won poker.
Oh, by the way,
weekend.
yeah, Donald Trump. Just look up some of his comments about the Connecticut casinos.
Atlantic
He was
City,
trying to
where
get
he
them
went
stopped
bankrupt
to save
over
his
and over
Atlantic
again.
City
Trump
stuff.
bankrupt.
Dude, shut up.
He's always bankrupted everything.
Yeah, because he's not that smart. He's not that good. He's not that business savvy. If he was, he'd be running a Fortune
All
500
his
publicly
businesses are
traded company.
scams, like
He's
his
not.
dad.
There's a reason why he
His
doesn't.
dad was a scam artist, so is he, man. Oh, they're going for 2, not 1. I put 32-18.
Why are they going?
Why would you even go for 2?
What?
Like, you're wasting
Why?
time. Yeah.
This is
You're
going to be
wasting
very
time,
bad.
too.
Oh, he moves up. Ah!
Lions have been just dumb this game.
Now it's over.
I picked BC Lions and they've played this
but now
dumb.
you have to
But
get
it's good. Rough Riders, we need to stay close to BC.
Anyway, yes. So this is a rattan stick, and it's used to retrieve dice that's on the felt. Yeah, have you ever seen the movie
What's
Casino?
BC gonna do next week? Rourke, Adams Jr. Who knows?
Oh, Jesus! What was this?
Do they play next week, Stephen? Do they play next?
Wasn't go for 2 there. That's the stupidest idea I've ever seen in my life.
Single and get on with it.
You can't make it a 2-possession game by going for 2s here.
That was dumb.
So why bother? Go for the sure one.
What about next week? What's the schedule?
I would fire this coach on the
Toronto Riders at Calgary. That's a half.
I don't know.
When Riders in Calgary, it's our second home game. It's half Riders fans, half Stamps fans in Calgary always.
Moss, interestingly, although you're still going to lose money,
BC doesn't play next week. BC has 2 weeks to decide who their quarterback is.
Oh, they're on bye next week? Oh, boy. Ay.
We gotta win in Calgary. If we don't win in Calgary, it's over.
It's over now. The music.
It's been unbelievable, Stephen, how Riders have lost every close game.
They lose their nerve right when it matters most.
Yeah, I don't know craps that much.
So basically, it's a game where you actually the rules are practically
rolling 2 dice, right?
Even though if you look at a craps table, it's pretty intimidating because there are bets all over the place, and you're like, well, what's
Is it a little bit like roulette? It's a little bit like roulette.
Oh, it's very different from roulette because a roulette table generally,
That's
a
what the
lot of the
Russians
odds
like, Stevie. I
came
used to
on.
be in an underground Russian casino in Moscow, Steven. You should have seen the fucking bets, man. They would play Russian poker and American roulette. The
Oh,
American roulette, like they would literally throw down 100,000 sometimes, Steven. It
I
was
mean,
insane.
that's called being a high roller.
It
It's
was
those
insane,
things,
man. These
they
countries
exist.
like Armenia,
You know, some
Tajikistan.
people don't care to own a sports team. They just want to gamble. That's what they want to do. You know,
I've never seen anything like it. It was crazy.
I mean, for some people, money is no object. It's nothing.
And it's
Especially these
funny how the
casinos, like
Russian
it means
casino
nothing.
market underground was all American dollars,
No,
yet
but
they hate
basically,
America. But it was all
I mean,
American dollars.
to be fair, Moss, I can understand why people may not like craps. They look at the board and it's overwhelming. Like, look at all this stuff just on one side of the board. The pass line, the don't pass, come, don't come, field, the 6 numbers at the top, and then you got all these
I do good
other
at poker,
in the
man. I
middle of
beat
the board.
I
What
beat
is all
people at
this?
poker.
Basically,
Steven, 2 years in a row at our Labor Day long weekend fantasy
oh,
annual draft, we do our fantasy like everyone gets together.
uh-huh.
So we always play poker after the draft. Both
Yeah.
times I've been so wasted, they thought they would just kill me, Steven.
Well,
And I
they were
fucking
wasted too,
own them at
probably.
poker. The more wasted I get, the better I play at poker. It's
No,
crazy.
I don't believe that, Moss. I
And
don't
then
think that.
this year I was like, man, I'm not wasted. And I was getting no cards. And the more drunk I got, all of a sudden I started dominating poker again.
I don't buy
These
that.
got my friends can't believe it, Steven. 2 years in a row. I
I'm sorry, I don't
played them
believe it.
out at poker while I was wasted.
No, no. You were winning in spite of your drunkenness, not because of it. Come on, Moss.
It's some kind of lucky thing when I'm so wasted I get cards somehow.
Hmm. You just feel that way because you forget about everything bad that happens while you're drunk. Whereas if you're not
They
drunk,
assume I don't
all
know
you
what I'm
remember are the
doing.
bad beats. All you
They
remember are all
assume.
these stupid hands you tried to play and then ran into something playable for like the 11th
Yeah,
time in a
they always
row.
assume I don't know what I'm doing. And then I beat them.
No, but basically, the craps table actually offers some of the best bets in Vegas, including an odds bet that is no house edge to the casino. There is a little bit of a catch, but no house edge for it. It's straight up
So
you
crap,
bet
kind of like roulette, where you're like, okay, you bet odd and
now
even, or
the
black or
zero
red,
and the
or
double zero of the American on the American table make sure that the house always wins in roulette. That's the thing.
oh yeah, the house wins.
Other than that, basically you can bet a single number at 36 or 36 for one or whatever the number is or whatever.
But
I
that's
don't.
what craps is. Like someone's rolling two dice, and everyone
Mhm.
places their bets, and you can go simple ones like red or black, or odd or even,
Well, that
or you
that
can
that's
be specific
roulette.
and try to hit a big.
Well, if you want to bet single numbers, which is the thing is, a lot of these Vegas, a lot of casinos will have roulette wheels that show like the recent numbers.
Yeah.
I hope that was your. I hope that was while the puck was off, Willie. Ha 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 ha.
So
So let me
tell me
explain
crap.
that.
Well, so tell me craps how it
So
works.
craps. So you have two dice. Should I go over the math about how many or what the most likely numbers are and how many ways to roll
So
each
no,
one?
what get like someone's always rolling the craps. How do they decide that?
Well, generally they actually it just goes around the table. Basically, although if you do want to roll the dice, there is there is a bet you have to play to roll the dice, otherwise they will pass the dice on to the next eligible player. You don't have basically the first bet you'll learn about in craps is called the pass line. Basically, what the pass line says is so let me also show you this. Hold on. This is good. This is an important implement because it tells you a lot of information, including if you just came to the table and if it's a good time to hop in or if you should wait. This is a craps on off puck. If the puck is off, we're in a phase known as the come out roll. What happens there is basically the shooter will roll the dice, and what's going to happen is out of the uh I like to say 36s. There are 36 different dice combinations, but they're not equally weighted, of course, across all 11 possibilities. And I can go over how that works.
No, I
But that's just
understand
simple
the
math.
dice and the odds,
Just remember,
but how do they decide? So someone wins early, and then they get to be the roller, and then either everyone
well,
else is
if you
betting.
roll the dice, as long as the puck is off, no matter what you roll, if the puck is off, you can continue to roll. When the puck is now on, that is when you can lose the roll. But I'll explain that in a moment. Let's
But,
assume we're still in the first
but
phase where the
okay,
puck
so
is
say
off.
I go to Vegas and I see a craps table. It's good to be the guy that's just on the side betting, isn't it?
I mean, if you don't want to shoot, you don't have to. But it's fun to throw the dice. You just have to make sure you throw them right, or else sometimes the stick man is going to get a little bit. Eh. Come on, man. You know the rules. Yeah, there's some etiquette and rules about how
Okay,
you
so
roll.
someone's rolling.
Basically,
What
let me
is
let's
the
say I just got past the dice and I
what's
want to
the
bet.
house dealer guy do? He just organizes the
Well,
bets?
so traditionally there would be four guys manning a craps table, which seems like a lot, but keep in
Yeah,
mind a full-size casino craps table is like 14 feet long.
yeah, it's big.
Now, in fairness, a lot of that is because one side is exactly mirrored on the other side because there are so many people there, and they have to roll to the other end of the table before it to count.
So what can you all bet on? The exact number of the
You can
dice,
bet on a
an over
number,
under,
but
or
let me explain. So, if you want to roll the dice, what you have to bet is not a number. You have to place a bet on either the pass line or the don't pass. Well, usually it's don't pass bar 12, but some places might have it as don't pass bar 2. Basically, if you the don't pass is going to have a number that would lose on the pass line, but only is effectively a push for betters on the other side. So basically, I'll get into this later. I'm just gonna stick with the regular stuff that most people play
but
because
just let me know what you can all bet on. So I go to a table in Vegas, some guy's rolling. There's a whole bunch of people, it's organized. What can I all bet on? Like you bet on like, okay, I think it's gonna be over 7, or it's gonna be
I mean,
exactly an 8, or what?
if you think an eight's coming, you can bet the 8. It's called placing the 8. And
Or do you
basically
like
that means
roulette? You could bet odd evens or like
no odd even in craps. Let me just
okay.
explain because I actually let me see if I can show these to you. I have the mat here, but the mat's actually pretty big, so it's very hard to do this without
I
completely
like
covering myself. You
poker
know
and
what? I got
blackjack
an ugly mug
because
anyway, so whatever. So if
I
I can
like
explain.
poker and blackjack because I
I
don't know,
mean,
I just think I'm smarter than
honestly,
most.
craps is not that difficult to understand. It's just complicated by the number of things that are going on the table and the number of people that are at a Vegas casino craps table and all the noise they're making. The craps table is always the loudest place in the casino.
Yeah, it is.
Always. Because it's
Me
everyone's
too,
cheering each
John.
other
Like,
on because a lot of
I'm
guys
good
are
at
just
poker. I'm good at
they're
blackjack.
trying. Well, hold on. So first, and this is gonna be tough. Hold on a moment, man. I don't even know if I can do this. Shoot, hang
So,
on.
like, okay, so if I'm at the table and I think, okay, this guy's gonna roll high numbers, like, is
So
there a bet saying, hey, I think it's gonna be over 8 or
it
under 7 or what?
so over or under 7, it does exist, but it's more of a side bet thing that may or may not be on the table. It's possible the casino would still offer it sort of as a, an
Easy
unmarked
bet.
thing, but
Yeah.
as long as they know what it is, or they may not do that, it's up to them. But because there are a bunch of side bet things that you could do with a craps table. There's hot bets,
You
which is
want to
basically
watch and see all the little bets that what you can do if you show up.
well, the little bets generally tend to go in the center, but the center of the table is filled with a bunch of bad ideas. And I'll explain why, or try to anyway. But again, I mean, I have that 4-foot stick, which, if you think about it, the stick man who uses it is at the center of the table. But in Vegas, remember, a full size table is 14 feet long. He
You
may
need a
reach out
couple
with
of
his
those
full
things. You need
arm.
a couple, yeah.
Ah, well, all cup holders and all drinks and food go in the there's a railing underneath. You don't put those things on the felt. Hell no. Keep that stuff away. Um, no, let me
When I go
see.
to Vegas, I want to do some winning.
I mean, if you,
Sports betting, poker,
yeah, sports bet. It's just
blackjack. I
with
might do,
poker,
but I
it's
want
like
to. I
the
want to
entire.
always learn craps. I'm counting on you to tell me.
It's just with poker. I just don't like how Texas Hold'em has taken over poker
But
from
Vegas,
literally everything.
Vegas, don't they do various different pokers?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just that if you play like in a, against some people that only play poker casually, there's only one game they know how to play, and that's
Yeah,
Texas
too
Hold'em,
many all
which is
know.
like,
All of them. Yeah,
guarantee you, before ESPN started pushing the World
seven
Series of
card
Poker in the
stud. There's
early
Russian
2000s,
poker. Russian poker's good
no
for
one
casino.
knew, no one outside of where it was locally popular knew what Texas Hold'em was. The game in New England at the time was actually 7-card stud.
Yeah, I liked seven card stud back in the day.
Yeah, well, 7-card stud was our game, and then it got taken from us because now all
Hold'em
anyone knows
got so
is
powerful.
Hold'em. No, Texas Hold'em, Texas Hold'em. There's even another Hold'em style game called Omaha, which
Yeah, I
they
know
show
that. But there's
occasionally.
Russian
No one
poker.
cares. It's like, what the hell?
There's Russian poker that's good for
I
casinos
have
too.
no idea what Russian poker even entails. Don't even
You're
ask me
all you're
about
all playing
Taiko
kind of like
or
blackjack. You're all playing against the house.
what. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, well, generally, I'm talking about a poker where you're playing against other players, not against the house, not like
Yeah, that's
on
what I like.
table
That's what
poker.
I like.
Actually, interestingly, if you can find the right payout charts, video poker is one of two Vegas games you can actually possibly win money on over time. The problem is the discipline you need So
Jake Mayer
follow the
starting for
rules.
Calgary and Tyson Philpott Montreal out for the season, John and Steve.
Why? Why is Philpott out for the
Philpott's
season?
out.
What happened to him?
Philpott's out.
I mean, I don't think I have him on my team this week
He was
again.
doing good, eh? He was doing real
He
good.
was doing amazing. What happened?
His foot's like busted.
Oh,
Belichick is talking on NFL Network.
oh, I'm sorry. I think the game's passed him
He's
by.
kind of crazy, hey,
I
Belichick?
have to apologize.
Belichick's crazy how smart he is, but he's kind of old and senile.
He's old. No, he's not that he's senile. He's just from
He's
a
got too
different
much in his
era.
brain, like me, Steven.
He would fit
His
perfectly.
brain has too much info in it.
No, it's just he's too defensively minded. And to be fair, it was the Patriots defense that really won those first.
Well, yeah. Do you
3
remember him on the
years.
Giants? He was the best D coordinator
then
ever for Giants.
It was finally Brady becomes, Tom Brady, and no, now the offense is going to be winning these games. But
He was
Belichick's like,
great at
no,
coaching
defense.
up defense, getting guys ready.
Anyway, all right. Let me see if
They're
I can
talking
do
about
this
Tua,
not be
concussion protocol.
completely confusing, because this is a complicated board, but I can explain it.
I still don't understand crap.
Hold on. Honestly, I probably should just move my camera to look at this, but
Might as well.
I kind of want. It's too late now. Where is it? I don't know. Yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know.
John, you gamble,
let me
John?
try
I don't
it.
think your dad lets you gamble, does he, John?
Hold on.
Does Missouri have gambling casinos? I think they do. I remember seeing
if
commercials.
you are an Indian tribe or a Native American tribe,
Same with
you
Canada.
can have your own casinos regardless of state laws, I think.
Yeah, Dakota
Just by,
Dunes Casino outside Saskatoon is awesome.
Of course, that's when you have Donald Trump getting up in front of Congress saying, they don't look like Indians to me, when you're trying to stop Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun going up, like, and you guys picked this guy to try to run for president? Are you
What did he say
mad?
today? Steven, he said no taxes on overtime. He's desperate.
No taxes on what?
How do you do that? That's almost a worse.
What was he talking about?
So then they'll have people working overtime in horrible conditions, all tired, trying to get money.
Wait. You say
it's not possible, the things Trump says.
So what no, I mean, no, first of all,
he says no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime.
First of all,
how do you implement that? It's impossible.
I am a huge supporter of just getting rid of tipping. Pay your damn servers minimum wage. Don't make them rely on tips. That's ridiculous.
I like tips.
Tips do not mean better service.
No, I've seen London and UK, Steven. No tips, terrible service. Terrible service, higher prices, terrible service.
And it's like, you go into a place where you ordered some food for lunch, and then there's a screen that offers for a tip. You guys didn't serve me this. You guys didn't give me table service or anything. Why are you saying I should even offer you a tip? What? Huh?
I like tips. Americans, Canadians, we like tips.
No, what it is that because of prohibition, actually before prohibition, tipping was actually seen as a dirty thing. It was seen as bribery to get better service. But once that happened and so many servers are losing their jobs, that the owner's like, hey, you better accept that guy's money because your wages are going down. And even after
McCaffrey out again, Steven. McCaffrey out.
That practice didn't stop. It's a stupid practice. It needs to go away. It needs to die in a fire.
No, I want to go to UK and fix their economy and bring in tips. Steve.
No, no, no tipping. Hashtag
London, you're
no
a
tip.
world global city and you have terrible service.
It doesn't matter because you still are expected to tip. And so it doesn't matter if the service is good
Yeah,
or
they
bad.
build it into the costs in Europe and UK.
Well, yeah. And they actually pay their workers wages, so
Higher,
they
yeah.
don't have
So they don't
to
give a
pay on
shit. They give you terrible service
like,
because they don't
literally,
care.
this does not happen in Massachusetts because
I
in the state
like
of
it.
Massachusetts, the law says if you rely on tips and your whole thing relies on tips, if you don't make enough in tips for that shift to cover, minimum wage, state minimum wage,
No tax.
then the company has to cover you for the difference. So effectively, you're guaranteed minimum wage, and the tips might get you more than that.
Well,
Other
that's
states
where Trump
don't
is
have
right.
that,
I don't mind
which
no
is gold.
tax on tips. I want to keep tips, and I think it's a good
Well,
idea. No tax on
it's
tips.
just that it's considered quote
But you
unquote
can't have no
gray.
tax on overtime. That's fucking crazy. That's just asking for trouble.
I mean, first of all, no one should have to work overtime. No one. Not in this
But
country.
you need it.
You work
Nurses
80
do
hours
it.
a week, 5 days, 8 hours a week,
With our
4 days
socialized
a week.
medicine, commie
Come on,
medicine
what
up
are we
here,
doing here?
Stephen, our
Look,
nurses all live off overtime.
I mean, I know we have this massive military that we have to pay for too, but honestly,
Problem
we
number one.
save money because of that. Because we can get people on our side, and we don't have to be going places like the Brits had to
Wichita,
do back in the
Kansas.
day and put themselves in trouble. Which, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't get that at all. He doesn't understand soft power. He doesn't understand goodwill. He
Well,
doesn't
he doesn't
understand any of these
understand
concepts.
anything in real
He
life. Like,
wants everything, and he wants it right now. That's not the way the world works, Donald.
and he wants to do tariffs. Tariffs are the worst fucking
Oh my
idea
God.
ever.
I
That goes
mean,
straight to inflation. Tariffs.
I a- as long as there's small like revenue tariffs that maybe like 3-4%
Well, yeah, we're
that
nailing
save you
Chinese
money, that's
e-vehicles because they're
fine.
coming in way
But
cheaper.
protective tariffs, ugh.
We're tariffing Chinese e-cars.
Mm. In fairness, China does not have any business being part
They
of the
stole
global
all the
economy.
technology from
Not
us. Like,
one bit. Not one. China, you want to be part of the global economy? How about you stop jailing and disappearing people who disagree with the government? How about
yeah,
you stop doing
open
that?
up your internet, open up your markets.
Huh.
Don't dibble dabble in open markets and take advantage. You got to
And
go
don't,
total open.
they say they can only allow communist
They
ideas.
have
Come on,
TikTok
you
for
haven't
the
been
world, but
communist
they
in a
don't have
while.
TikTok in China because they know it's horrible.
That
For the
said, AliExpress can be one of the most useful things ever. For those who don't know, AliExpress is a basically
Alibaba.
no, it's a website where you can order lots of different things,
Well,
but
yeah,
they're going to be
Alibaba is
from
the
mainly
Chinese,
from
like
Chinese companies.
Google and Amazon all together.
Yeah, but
Some of the
Chinese. Now,
rich
let me
people
make
of
one thing clear.
China live here in Saskatoon, Stephen. Alibaba.
Right.
Some
Well,
of the
no, I was
major
talking
guys
about.
have houses here in
I think
Saskatoon.
they're in different businesses, but anyway. The thing is, we like to label Chinese-made goods as all Chinese crap. No, it's not all crap. It's just what are you giving them to make?
Yeah,
Like
they
if you
stole
give
the
them the
technology
schematics
from
and
us.
the tolerances, they can make something for you that exactly matches that.
Yeah, they
It's
still
just
don't
that
like
they
technology.
hire the less error that's allowed, the more expensive it's gonna be. And you're not going to China to set up a factory for goods that would cost you basically the same amount to make as in America. You're making them cheaper here, which means they're not as good. That's why they get that label. It's not that they aren't good at making stuff. They are just asked to make bad stuff. And that's what they make, usually.
They
And
love
what?
influencing markets. Like they will shut down. Like
Uh-huh.
they need all our lentils and
Mhm.
wheat and canola. Like they need it in China, Stephen from Canada. But they'll hedge their bets on betting on the markets by they'll say, okay, we need inspectors. We're going to shut down Canadian canola for a while.
What?
And then they'll play the market. Like they do this stuff
Hey,
to fuck with the
insider information
markets all the
all the
time,
thing.
China. They dibble dabble
What?
in free markets.
Just ask Martha Stewart how useful insider trading can be.
Mm.
Ha 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 ha.
That's basically what China does as a government. It's like insider
Yeah,
trading.
they are just shady, 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 shady. Shady as all
Did you
get
see
out.
what North Korea's Trump's buddies up to?
Oh God, I don't even want to know anything about.
Weaponizing his nuclear arsenal.
Oh God. So is he confirmed he has a nuclear arsenal now? And how many does he have? 20? Like if he's admitted he has a nuclear arsenal, then flatten him right
Yeah,
now.
blow the
Right
fuck up.
F now. No, I do not. And there's this, you know, everyone always goes before the UN and they talk about, you know, their problems with the rest of the world and whatnot. Basically, it's just a place where it allows the delegates who don't like certain countries to peacockishly, show it. They walk forward and they walk back. That's the thing. Basically, if
Well,
you're
Iran
leaving
is
the
right
room, you
there
make a
until
statement.
USA Trump blew it all up, and then so Israel's been blowing up
Well,
Iran nuclear
look,
dudes.
we had a deal with Iran. It
Yeah,
was
it
a
was
good deal. It was
done.
the best deal we
We
were going to
had
get.
them gonna
And Trump
comply, and
blows it
Trump
up.
threw it up.
Why?
Trump blew it up.
Because it was Obama's idea.
Yeah, and we gave them a
Anything that
bunch of
was
money. So
Obama had to be
you
bad.
basically just said, okay, we lost all that money.
And we lost any influence we had over Iran.
Yeah,
We
and then
just
you
let
can't
the
control it.
hardliners
You have
take
no
whatever way.
control
What
anymore.
are we doing?
So
What are
then,
you
so then
doing?
Israel was blowing up like some of these scientists and
Well,
nuclear things in Iran because USA just washed their hands with it.
honestly, I would just wash my hands in the Middle East too, but just because, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. Everyone is in the wrong. No one's in the right. All of you can go to hell. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Either figure it out and come up with a lasting peace deal, or you can all just kill each other. I don't give anymore. I've been on this earth for 30 plus years, and you guys just keep going back to the same answers that never work, and they still don't work, okay? I'm sorry. No.
Well, what did you think when? Well, Netanyahu should get killed, but what did you think when Trump almost got killed, Steven?
Idiot, why are you
I didn't
shooting
get
for the
that.
head? Hit him in the body. Hell, not that I would do this, but if I would do it, I would get myself like an old, like early bolt action rifle, like a Springfield 1903, or I guess if you're Canadian,
That kid had a
Skelly
good
or
fucking
Ross
rifle. And
rifle.
it seemed like the Secret Service let him
Bas-
have an opportunity.
Basically, you got to have the original kind of ammo, the high powered stuff that was meant. Basically, you have to remember these old bolt action rifles, the first ones, are coming along with the advent of smokeless powder, which is shooting like twice as far as the old black powder. Like, holy cow! And basically, that's just what they exploit. They exploit the accuracy. They try to, the accuracy and the power. So they have all these 8mm rounds that are just so ridiculously powerful. Like you couldn't handle these as automatic weapons. No way. Which is why I question anyone who likes an M14. Like, it's the same ammunition, except in fully automatic form. You can't control that. You realize how powerful that round is? No. Basically, you hit someone with real 30-06 in the
Fuck yeah.
torso or area or the head area, they're gone. They're
Yeah.
down. They're not getting up. It doesn't matter. You don't need a headshot.
I
Of
watched
course,
that. What was the new doc I watched?
by the way, if you guys are into like old style weapons, like World War I era weapons, or the stuff that immediately came before that was like
My dad had a
basically
Russian
just about to
SKS,
be
but
when the World War
Trudeau
I began. There's
Trudeau
a
is
YouTube
making all the
channel.
guns.
There's a YouTube channel called C and Arsenal. That's C ampersand RSENAL. C and
Arsenal,
Arsenal.
my team.
And they basically have like every 2 weeks they have these extended episodes, which are basically just documentaries about various weapons from the World War I era and before. And it's quite interesting, the way the armed forces were just so slow
I
to
watched
adopt.
that whole new doc on the what was the Oklahoma City dude?
Timothy McVeigh.
Yeah, his whole
Oh yeah,
life.
he was a white separatist, by the way. If
Well,
he
yeah,
were captured
but the
nowadays, he'd
army
be
made
wearing a
him what he
MAGA
was.
hat. He
Steven, I
would.
watched his whole life. The army made him what he was.
And he was a white supremacist, of course,
If
or a
he
white.
was any kind of athletic, which he wasn't, Steven, he would have went into the Green Beret, the Marines. He wanted special forces because he had an amazing shot, but he couldn't get in because he was such a non-athlete, like terrible physical, but amazing shot, and he couldn't get in. So then he was just lost when he came back to America, and he got phased and thought the government's a conspiracy by making them kill all these Iraqis and
Well,
and then seeing the guys that got killed in Idaho or Washington or whatever.
all the Ruby
And
Ridge
then
stuff.
the
Look, there
and then
were a
the
lot
wake
of
then
bad
the
things that
Waco.
were
He was
happening in
there
the
at
early.
Waco. He was there at
I
Waco.
don't know. It's like Clinton got elected president, and then all of a sudden, all these groups start popping up with all these ridiculous demands, and it's like, who the fuck are you guys?
ATF, yeah,
And then they make a hero out of this dude who claims he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ,
Koresh.
and Koresh, who burns down. We don't know what happened at Waco. Okay, we don't know how the fire started. We don't know how. Maybe it was a mistake on the FBI's part. Maybe it was deliberate on Koresh's. We don't know. I wish we did, but we just will
But
never know.
McVeigh watched that and he's like, the government is after all of us.
No, we're not. We're
And
just
he was
after
like,
those.
no, but he was like, okay, I need to do something that's massive. He's like, I'm
Yeah,
not
well, I
going to
hope you enjoyed
assassinate
that. I
anyone.
hope
That
you
is
enjoyed
weak.
getting
He's like, I'm not
executed.
just killing one person. I need to make a huge statement.
It's unbelievable.
But what those people thought is like normal in America now, Steven. That's the problem.
It's not. It just seems
Well,
normal
the
because so many
20% of
people support
fucking
Trump.
crazy Trumpers,
Like
it's
a
normal.
full third of people who are going to vote for Donald Trump, I guarantee they're only voting for him because they've always been Republicans and they don't know what else to do because they're not going to vote Democrat. Or they're
And that's the problem. The we
sadly,
versus them,
I
only
don't
two
remember. I
parties.
don't know if you ever saw this clip. there was a news clip of when Nikki Haley lost one of the primaries against Trump during the 2024 run. And one of the voters in the state that she lost basically came out in front of a camera and said, live on camera, Nikki Haley don't have the balls to be the president. You would say that about any woman, man. Fuck you.
Well, yeah, Hillary Clinton was a big mistake. Like Joe Biden should have ran against Trump then, and then it would have never happened.
I agree. Trump, at least Joe is
The
likable. That was
Democrats were
big.
idiots. They
Plus,
pushed Hillary through when it should have been Biden then.
I mean, Biden's far more likable than Hillary, unfortunately.
He was mad. Hey, Biden was mad
Hold
about
on.
that.
That doesn't necessarily mean I would say that Bernie Sanders would be Donald Trump. I just feel like if it was Bernie Sanders versus
Remember,
Trump,
Stephen,
they
all
go
last year,
paint him red, and Red
you
Scare,
saw,
whatever.
when you saw the debate, Moss was right. I said she would absolutely kill him. And she did, but it might not even matter. And then he pretends he won. He pretends he wins and says no more debates. Hilarious.
Well, technically, he had the 3 now. He had one with Biden, then they
He
switched to
cleaned
Kamala.
him up, like I told
Kamala ate him
everyone. She
alive.
was an
And it
attorney
won't matter.
general.
None of the
She's a lawyer. She knows how
Hillary
to
won
debate.
each of their debates, and she ends up losing by like a total across 3 states of
Yeah,
70,000
because
votes
polls didn't
across everything
understand
like
how much people hate Hillary. Like they didn't understand.
women in general in power. There are
Yeah,
so many men in this country who don't like that idea. And yet, some
women
of
should
the
be in
top
power. They're more level-headed.
women politicians are women. Do I
Mhm.
need to remind you about who it was who ordered the sinking of an Argentine naval
Margaret
vessel?
Thatcher.
Now, Canada doesn't have a good record with women. You've only had one. Honestly, she was a placeholder because Brian
Well, you see
Mulroney
how
was
our politics
really
works, Stephen? There was going to be no election, Stephen. But
what?
now Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, that's been propping up the liberals and getting everything he wanted, communist, socialist, Jagmeet, been our deputy prime minister for all these years, because Trudeau needs his votes to get anything done.
The votes are closed.
He agreed to separate. He threw out that deal. So at any time, our government, at any time now, Stephen, our government will get thrown out, and we'll
Here's the
have an
thing.
election.
Isn't Canada used to having like minority governments though?
Yeah, you have to work together. You have to make
Yeah,
coalitions.
exactly. And Canadians do that.
That's what America is missing. You guys, it's an
Well,
us
it's because
them
we use
philosophy
most in
forever.
a system
You
where
guys
we understand
created this Civil War
we
attitude.
have to get rid of first past the post. It's a terrible system. Replace it with the way they elect the Australian House of Representatives, where you can vote for anyone you want as your first option. You're not taking away a vote from
It's
someone who
not
needs
bad.
it.
I agree. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's the best way to figure this all out. Like you
I like
rank your
multiple parties.
favorites,
I
and people
like
somehow
ideas.
say, "Oh, it's too complicated." It's too complicated to rank one, like maybe your top 3 or 4 candidates out of a field of 6. Really? How stupid are you? Come on.
Pierre
Why do
Poilievre.
we have to addle ourselves because of your stupidity? Screw
Pierre
you.
Poilievre is ready to fix Canada.
He better get rid of first past the post. But of course,
He's
the
talked about it,
conservatives
but
won't.
the biggest balls thing he's talked about is finally overhauling the tax act. It hasn't been done since John Diefenbaker, the Saskatchewan conservative prime minister in the 60s. Everyone's chicken to ever attack the tax
Well,
act and
they don't
reform it.
want,
It's a political suicide to go
well,
after the tax act.
I mean, I feel like the thing is, Canadians don't mind maybe
But your
perhaps paying.
taxes are way more simpler than ours. Ours is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
but you get more services out of them.
But we pay too
Like you
much.
get
It's
healthcare, you get
wasted.
welfare, you get.
It's
If
way
I were
too
in Canada, I
complicated.
wouldn't have
Any
to
accountant in
worry.
Canada says they understand the Tax Act. It's bullshit. None of them
Ah,
do.
All I know is that Quebec has a giant sales tax, and I don't get why.
Because they get to control that money then.
Mhm. Well, that's a good point. Still, though. Anyway, no. Again, I was only in Quebec once, or in Canada once, and I want to say probably because we were studying the French and Indian War, or the 7 Years' War, if you will. If
Alberta
you,
has no provincial tax. They're like Texas.
eh, yeah. Well, now you wonder why Alberta needs Canadian money. You're gonna go that route, or
But
you got
what's
to
back?
do
Oh yeah,
some
you're
other.
talking about craps, but what's Baccarat? Uh,
Baccarat is a card game that's fair. Oh, it's most similar to blackjack, except the most popular version of the game, which is called Punto Banco. Nowadays, it is a game of no decisions. Basically,
oh,
there are two hands that are going to be dealt, and you as the bettor, you're going to bet on one of those two hands, either the dealer hand or the player hand. Now,
okay.
neither of these hands belong to you. They're just they're just the two hands. And based on who draws what and when and who has what, you know, decides if that someone has to draw a card to make it. It's weird to explain. But basically, just keep in mind, it's not poker. James Bond's playing in France.
So there's
And
a house hand and a player hand. How many cards?
so you start with two, and the main rule there is that if either hand is valued at 8 or 9, remember, and you
And
value
then do
hands
they
based
flip
on
over more like
their
poker? Do
value,
they flip
aces for
over?
one, then you get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tens and base cards are all 0. They add 0. So based on that system, if either hand is an 8 or 9, it's called a natural, and the hand is over, whoever has a higher number wins.
Okay,
If
so there's
neither
okay,
was,
Baccarat,
now
Steven.
they get crazy.
Baccarat, listen to me, Steven. So there's a house hand, a player hand, two
Yep.
cards each, and then what do they do?
So again, if there's no natural, if there's no 8 or 9 off the initial draw, generally, based on the rules, the player will draw a card first, maybe,
And then is there some
and the
general
banker
flipping?
may
There's
have,
some.
or the house may have to draw a card
So
for their
okay,
hand,
so
maybe.
Steven, they each have two cards, and then everyone bets or
No,
what?
no, 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 no. The bet comes before the cards are even dealt.
So then
Now,
when
basically,
okay, so when there's two sets of two cards, then what happens? More cards come out or no?
the so if neither hand after two card in the first two cards have a value of 8 or 9, then the game will proceed past that point. Basically, almost certainly someone is taking a third card. And it could be the player or the banker or both, depending on the circumstances. I think that it's there's basically a set of rules in stone about who draws what and when and for what reason. Basically, the player may draw a third card, but then based on what they draw and what they had, the dealer may not draw a card or they might draw a card. They can't decide on their own not to draw or to draw they have to go by this table of rules. It's kind of
I'm
weird.
not feeling any more confident on craps or baccarat if I go to
Basically,
Vegas. I
baccarat.
am gonna
The,
stick.
the
I'm gonna
advantage
stick
is
either poker or blackjack.
the advantage is with the dealer hand always, but since the casino knows that if you want to bet the dealer hand and you win, you have to pay the juice on the win. It's also called the vigorish or the vig. It's basically a 5% commission to the casino to bet for the dealer hand. You could also bet the
So
side. That's a sucker
how
bet. Don't do it.
how do you know casinos? Does Massachusetts have Indian casinos, or did you used to go to
No, we
Atlantic
actually do
City,
have
or what?
real like the big resort casinos. Like the first, well, we had one like first
Jordan.
initially down in on this near the South Shore area. Well, not South Shore, but sort of a little inland from there.
How far is Atlantic City from you guys?
I mean,
Pretty far.
basically, once you get to New York, it's New York to Atlantic City. And that's basically actually why Atlantic City sort of, you know, Donald Trump will likely blame the failure of his Atlantic City casinos on, Connecticut, on Native American casinos, on basically everything else. Really,
He hedged his
he,
bet way too big. That's all.
well, no, 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 no. What it was is that the the Jersey economy was especially
Yeah.
around Atlantic City at the time was not doing very good, and the mob was losing control of the casino scene there too, like they were losing it in Vegas.
So did Atlantic City have a big sports like gambling thing?
I
That would
mean,
have
they
hurt the
had big
market.
everything. Actually, there was a time where if a cruise ship, for example, was looking for a bunch of dealers to consider for a
Yeah,
cruise,
casino on
they
cruises.
wouldn't go to Vegas first. They would look at Atlantic City because
Hmm.
Vegas is very dependent,
Control
of course, on tourism. Yes, you
and
had your
controlled by the mafia,
right, and that
where you could
casino.
do these big freaking, you know, the boats and go Florida, Atlantic City, and get gambling going. And
Well, now you could just well, or you could go to the Bahamas and
yeah,
go
you're
to one of
off
their
again.
big
That
casinos
you're
there.
in.
Yeah.
You're off U.S. water. Yeah.
Right, but no, in terms of you know looking for good,
I don't like
you know,
the idea of cruises.
I'm not the biggest fan either, especially with the stories about, where you lose power and then all of a sudden you can't even
Everyone's getting
the toilet.
sick. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's not really for me. Yeah, the Caribbean, you're not gonna die of hypothermia or anything like Titanic or anything, but oh, I
Jamaica is at 12:30. You're on Central Time. Eastern, it's 1:30 a.m.
oh Jesus Christ. All right. So
Jordan,
hold
Jamaica.
on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera just for a sec while I get this in view. Hang on
I
one
can't believe my
moment.
fantasy team
Hang on.
devastated by injuries 1 week into it.
How do I turn off my camera? Oh, that's how. Stop cam. Okay.
Okay.
You're still here, though. I'm going to see if I can get this
I'm
correctly.
Dolphins on my stop cam.
Basically, hold on, hold on. Here
Jordan, are you
is.
joining us in the morning? It's
Whoop.
probably Liverpool
Hold
Forest.
on. I'm not done. We're not done. I'll show you what the
Hmm.
cap table looks like. Although
The
you
crap
might have
table.
already seen this. I can explain, roughly, pretty quickly, what each bet does. Although some of them are a little bit complicated, but they make sense in the end. Um, okay. What? Why is my cable? Is it
I
stuck?
saw Russian
Hold on.
dudes in Moscow, from these Tajikistans, Uzbekistans,
Dude.
gambling in these underground Moscow casinos that Putin said didn't exist, Steven. And I literally saw guys blow $100,000 a night, American.
Yeah, well, Putin's far more interested in making sure that people aren't
Everyone gets paid off. Everyone's paid off.
Stalin for
Some of
whatever.
the underground casinos are even in embassies,
I mean, embassy.
like Tajikistan and
Well, I
Armenia,
mean, you gotta keep in mind what
Uzbekistan. So they
happened.
can come. Every month they get a couple $100,000 for fucking bribery to fucking
Keep
do
in
it.
mind how the
Do what
Soviet
Russia
Union worked.
wants to do in their little country. And they
Well,
get
yeah,
paid
well,
off, so they know there's a $100,000 coming every month. So they go blow it.
I mean, a lot of people are like that. They own a company that
Probably
they
not
call.
like that anymore. It's probably hard times in
Well,
Russia now.
no, I mean, if your company's making money hand over fist, and your company's not gonna go under or whatever, sure, why
Like
not? If it's part of
like
your
the
salary,
80s,
go ahead. It's up to you. Some guys don't want to own a stock
Wall
Wall
Street
Street.
in the 80s.
Some guys don't want to invest in Wall Street. Some guys just want to gamble. As one, as an Alaskan hotel baron, who I think is originally from North Korea, once said on an episode, a local news episode involving the Pawn Stars guys. Like, he's in the pawn shop, he's pawning some of his jewelry so he can get a bunch of $40,000-$50,000 to bet for the weekend. He's like, smile now, cry later. I'm like,
They're throwing against Young, winning that for Texas.
oh.
You
Anyway,
think
all right,
Texas Longhorns can win
guys.
it again this year? I kind of
I
think
have
they
no
might.
idea. Texas are looking good, but
Texas looks
I
like
don't know
Michigan
who.
last year, man, Steven.
I mean, I don't know.
They
We'll have to see.
manhandled Michigan in the Big House.
Honestly, everyone with the playoffs
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
I'm
It's
not
changed this year. We
I'm
have
not
12.
100% satisfied with the playoff because I think all the FBS conference champions should get in somehow,
Well, yeah, they will
not
now.
just the best one outside of, I don't know. Now it's the
Yeah,
top
I want to see
4
it,
or
Steven,
5.
but I think it'll be better. But I need to see it.
But I mean, you need all the conference champions. It's like the NCAA basketball tournament. They have all of the conference champions. So anyone who has a right to claim they could win it all, well, they can prove it.
Well,
Now,
transfer
most of them
portal,
can't, but
NIL money has changed
all right.
big
Well,
time college
all
sports.
right. Here comes
It's
my
a new world,
here
man.
again. Hopefully, I can keep a steady hand.
For
Hold
what,
on.
Baccarat or the
All right.
craps? Oh,
So
yeah,
you
he's showing craps.
see the table,
This is
right?
how I can learn, yeah.
All right. So this is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the craps table. By the way, this is the center area where the stick man stands. There are a bunch of bets here. Generally, don't bet these. I'll explain why when I get to them. But a lot of the bets over here
The
are
general
pretty
bets.
good. First of
Yeah,
all,
the general bets.
so let's start with this one. You see pass line, which actually continues over there, right there. What the pass line is, so as I mentioned, there are two phases to any craps game. When the puck is off, that means we are in the phase that's called the come out roll. Basically,
Liverpool
I'm actually gonna get
score.
my good dice for this. Well, my unpunched, non-canceled dice I purchased myself. Give me one moment.
See, what does pass line mean? Do you bet on it?
Green fine. Red's fine. Red is, of course, up to the national, but hang on.
I need to figure out my college bets for tomorrow. Where's my bet site?
Whoops. That did not work the way I wanted it to.
I need to figure out my smart bets for
I don't
tomorrow.
think that's a legal throw. Okay.
If I was smart, I would. Like, I'm such a good EPL predictor. I'm winning all these leagues in Super Brew and
I just threw
Top for
over a
Premier
couple of
League.
dice.
How do I not bet better? Like, I'm an idiot.
Hold on. I just threw over a couple of dice and one of them ended up off the table. That's going to be dice off the table called, which is a no roll. No roll. Let's try again.
Doesn't the mafia guy just beat you up when you do that?
No. Everybody can make a mistake. Anyway, so now you see the point of the rattan stick. Shooter. Right. So there's some I'm sorry. Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm holding the camera. I want to post it to something, but I don't know if I can. I don't have like an overhead rig.
College football bets I'm working on here.
Anyway, so let me just show you the pass line. So if the dealer puck is off or in the black, what that means is we're in the come out roll section of the game, which is the first section of 2. Now, there are 11 numbers you can roll in craps, 2 through 12. On these rolls, things only get paid generally. Well, and by the way, as I mentioned, if you want to roll the dice, the pass line is one of the 2 bets you can make to allow you to be eligible to throw the dice. Anyway, and pass line is far more popular because people don't want to be betting, against the shooter. People love to be for the shooter, and it's all the community. It's everyone's having fun. You may be losing money, but you're having fun. Anyway, so the pass line. I need a way to hold this up like this. Because we're down here. All right. So the pass line, what that means, if the puck is off, there are exactly 5 numbers that you can roll. That win you or lose you money immediately. Basically, on the pass line, if the puck is off on the come out roll and the shooter rolls a 7 or 11, by the way, never say 7 at the table. Say big red, the big number, the red devil. Don't say 7. People will look at you. They're superstitious lot. Anyway, whatever you bet on the pass line, you win. It's 1-to-1, so you get paid on that on a 7 or 11, which there are 8 ways to roll. If you roll a 2, 3, or 12, you roll the craps number and you lose the pass line bet. That goes to the casino. If you want to keep rolling, you got to rebet it or bet on the other bet you can make. But, once you bet the pass line, it's like, well, what are you switching to? Now, that's only 4 combinations. So that's a total of 12, of which 2/3 win you money. Whereas 1/3 you lose the money. Hey, that sounds great. Well, yeah, except there are 20 other combinations, and they initiate what's called the point phase. And this is where things get nutty. Well, a little bit. Not for the shooter. For the shooter, things become so much simpler. So, I'm going to simulate a roll here. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. Because you have to make sure when you throw the dice, remember, if I was actually throwing the dice, I'd be down at the other end of the table. And what I have to do is hit this wall so that the dice bounce off it. Now, a real table is going to have what are called alligator teeth. Basically, they allow the dice to bounce at a random angle, but let's do this. Okay, I'm going to call that dice on the table. And I'm going to call it before I start moving it because I see I'm going to flip this. We got a 4. 4. So 4 is not 2, 3, 4, or I'm
So
going to
do
2,
most people
3.
just bet over or under like 7 or what?
That is a side bet which I can get to. Sort of. Anyway, this was the roll. We had actually, this is known as a hard 4. 2, 2, pair of twos. A roll is considered hard if it's the same number repeated, like 2, 2, hard 4. 3, 6, 6, 3, 3 is hard 6. Whereas if it were 1, 3, that's a soft 4. Anyway, that comes into play with certain bets later. So now we are out of the come out roll section. By the way, if I had rolled any of those 5 numbers I mentioned, the 2, 3, 7, 11, or 12, the come out roll section continues. The puck stays off no matter what until I make a point. Now I have made a point. What happens now is the dealer will move the puck. Will turn over the puck on their side of the field, and there are 2 dealers, one for each side. We
Really?
stand back here. There's also the stick man. He stands on the other side of the table in front of these middle bets. And he can also accept bets for this area. So, but in our case, the puck is on, and it is on the 4. So for the shooter, it's now very simple. This is phase 2 on the point. Basically, this is what the shooter has to do to keep the dice. To keep the dice, the shooter now must roll another 4 before the big number, the red devil, rolls. Keep in mind, that number comes down on 6 out of 36 rolls. Everything else is either 5 or less. In 4's case, 3 combinations. 1, 1, 3, 2, 2, 3, 1. Yes, 1, 3, and 3, 1 are different because 1 and 3 and 3 and 1 are on
So if
different.
I'm just a guy on the side betting and the second roll is about to happen, I could bet what? Like, okay, he's going to go over 4 or what?
Well, that's called a side bet, sort of, that's known as all tall, all small. It's more of a side bet than anything else. Now,
Okay.
let's say okay, hold on.
That's
First
why
of
they
all,
have 4 dudes at these craps tables. I get it now.
well, yeah, but they're having fun. They're talking with people. Everyone's drinking. Everyone's having fun. Who cares? We making friends.
There's so
That's worth
many
more than
different
any
kinds
amount of
of
money
bets.
in the world. Anyway, but no, generally, if you wanted to bet a specific number, say, okay, besides the 7, what numbers have the most combinations on 2 dice? Come on, Moss, you're in the
8.
what? The 8, and there's one other number you're missing. 8
6,
and
9 or 6.
yeah, the 6 and the 8. And actually, you see these you see these 6 numbers up here. Oh, now you see the 6 numbers. 4, 5,
So
6,
it's
8,
not
9.
really an over/under. It's betting exactly. It's betting more exact.
Well, it more basically you can place. Well, there are a number of bets you can place up here. With the dealer's help, I'll explain those in a moment. So let's go back to that pass line. So I didn't lose my money on the pass line. By the way, generally tables will have a minimum.
Oh, I
You
just
advertise.
spilled.
Let's
Oh,
say we have a $10 minimum table. I'm trying to show that the puck's on the 4, but it looks like it's on the 5. The puck is on the 4, just so you're aware, guys.
I don't know what I did here.
So I had to bet the minimum, at least. You could bet more. There is a max that will also be advertised, as well as odds. I'll get to that next, because odds can be a little tricky to figure out. Anyway, so let's say the minimum for the table is $10, which in generally, if you play craps, these are the denominations because the checks are generally not marked with checks are not marked with dollar values or anything like that. But most casinos will have the following amount standard. Okay. You have white, those are $1. Fives are $10 or $5 each. So if it's a $10 minimum, I put a $10 minimum over here on the pass line. Yeah. And that's the bet I need to make in order to shoot the dice. Okay. Then up next, 5 times that, greens, 25 each. And then the last one, I think that's standard, are the black chips, $100 each. After that, the colors can go a little weird. Up until at least you get to the really high amounts that basically if you lose one chip, you're going to really want to find it. Like you're talking $10,000, $100,000 chips.
We're talking
No,
casino, Bargav. Bargav's back.
those are going to be RFID tagged and like assigned to you specifically. So if you can get lost, they can find it. They'll have GPS trackers and whatnot.
From what I've learned so far from Steven, I like
Hold on.
craps better than roulette, but I'm not confident.
Well, hold on. Let me continue now. So I've rolled the 4, and now a lot more bets are going to come because now is the time where a lot of basically at this point the pass line and the don't pass lines basically close for business until the puck is off again.
I agree, Bargav.
But
that.
now other betting here zones open up. We'll get to those in a moment.
Give
All
me
right,
sports
now I gotta roll.
gambling. Give me poker where I can play somebody.
Well, you can throw dice here. Anyway, that's a 10, hard 10.
Nice.
5, 5. But that doesn't affect me at all as a shooter.
So if you bet 9 or anything, you lose. You had to go right on the 10.
No, I've hit the 4. I have to hit the 4 again to remain the shooter before I hit the 7. If the 7 comes first,
But you
I
got
will
10.
lose
But
the
you
right
got
to
10.
shoot.
So what happens? What?
Nothing. For the shooter,
Whoa.
nothing. If anyone bet on the 10 or made a bet that involves the 10, something may happen.
Does he lose? Does he lose being the roller or what?
No.
Okay.
You only lose being the roller if the puck is on and you call. And what happens is you 7 out, which is when you roll the 7 before you can roll the point.
That's
2.
why I've never allowed
5. 1.
5.
See, I just rolled the
Bargav,
3.
I've never allowed Moss to go to Vegas because.
See, now I just rolled the 3.
They
which
give
is
you
crap.
free drinking. Sports betting nonstop would get me. But apparently, I play better poker the more wasted I get. So I would maybe go into one of those poker rooms, you know?
So remember how earlier where I said 2, 3, and 12 were automatic losers, and 7 and 11 were automatic winners?
Yeah.
If the puck is on, that's no longer the case. 3 doesn't matter anymore. At least not to me. It may matter to other bettors.
Are
but
they?
if I'm not paying
I've never went to a casino in England.
Huh. All right, let's try again. All right, up 6 and nope, 3. That's a 9. Soft 9, center field 9.
Blackjack, I like.
6-3 is center field 9. All right, still looking for that 4. Yeah, but as the rules go on, players that bet different numbers, players will be winning a lot more money.
Can you lay down multiple bets? Like, say I bet he's gonna roll.
There are, but generally those bets are not good to take. I'll explain why, but basically it's that what you're getting is nowhere near what you should be getting for the odds. Anyway, but again, that was a 3. Doesn't matter. Hey, Snake Eyes. Craps.
That's what I was gonna
Again,
say.
craps,
Like,
but
what if I
doesn't
bet
matter.
that he is there a bet on the table where it's like I think he's gonna get over 7, but also have doubles like 2 4s or 2
hard
5s.
bets. Yes, those are a thing in the center. They're a little bit weird. They work a little bit differently. I'll explain later.
Argov likes the after hours.
Oh, I got a 4. I got a 3-1. It's a 4. I won. The shooter wins. So now what happens is because I won, I now win on the pass line. And that's
What does
1
that
to
mean?
1.
Pass line.
I get $10 back on that pass line bet. Now, general rule in Vegas, losers pay, winners stay. And yeah, I want to keep that. But because I hit the 4, the puck now goes off. And now we begin the come out roll phase again. And I'm still shooting because I made my point. So let's come out. 7 on the come out roll. That's another winner for me on the pass line 1 to 1. So I get another $10 just to do that while the puck is off.
Meanwhile, like, what are the other people betting?
But now I lose $10 because I rolled a 3. Oh well, gotta rebet it. Hey.
Meanwhile, like, what are all the other people betting on?
I mean, they can bet the pass line. It's not just a shooter who has to bet the pass line or that. The pass line's actually a pretty good bet. Really good bet. The house edge is like less than 1.6%.
I still don't get the pass line. I don't get the pass
so
line.
It's a pretty good bet. All right. Next roll is it's 9. 5-4.
McDaniel talking, Barga. What is he saying?
All right. So I just rolled a 9. We have now moved to another come out roll phase. Well, the come out roll is now over. And now I need to roll another 9 before I roll a 7. So let's see if I can do it. And I cannot. That's a crap 7 out. 6-1, 7 out. So I lose my pass line. And the puck goes off. And since the shooter now is crapped out,
What do you think, Bargav is 2 at done? I don't know about McDaniel. I was all in on McDaniel. But man, I don't know, man. It doesn't.
Yeah, but basically, so what happened is since it was, the point roll phase, the second phase, and I hit the 7 before
McDaniel,
I failed.
you have a good defense. Your offense doesn't fucking.
before anything else, before I could hit my 9-point again, I lost my bet and I lose the dice. They are now move on to the next player,
So
which
if
generally goes
someone's
around the
standing,
table.
so how do they move the dice, Steven? Like, so someone's standing there betting, and someone
Uh,
loses the roll. What happens?
well, actually, this is an old style boat. Basically, the dice will come as a set of 5 in a boat. I'll show you.
But how do they decide who rolls? Like,
At least I think it's called a boat. Uh, this
what
one's
do you
actually
want,
an old
Mary?
vintage one, made of nice. It's heavy and good wood. Right. So, oh yeah. So then, right. So, oh, I forgot to bring the dice with me. And by the way, this is going to be under the stickman's control. All right. So, hold on. I also need to grab one other item.
Not official. It's the last weekend of summer, or is that just up here? How hot is it, Bargab, down there?
So, 1, 2,
Man, Bargab, I was telling this story earlier. I used to go to Moscow underground casinos, Bargab, that Putin said did not exist. They hate American, yet it was all American dollars being bet. I would see guys coming from Armenia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. They would blow $100,000, man, like nothing. American in Moscow. It was crazy, Barga.
So, since I crapped out, rolled a 7 out, my roll is over, and the next player will get the dice. And they come in a boat. Now, this is a vintage old one. They don't make them like this anymore. Basically, now they're like flat, banana shaped. Basically, to make sure everything's flat on the table or whatever. But that looks nice, don't it? And 5 blue dice. Now, you're not throwing 5 dice. This ain't Yahtzee. You just take 2.
Well, you still
By the
haven't
way,
told me how they decide who's the dice roller.
it generally just rotates around the table. That's
But do
all.
you got to be betting to get a
You have
chance?
to make that pass line or the don't pass bet in order to shoot. Otherwise, they will push the dice along to the next player. So basically, Stickman will take the boat and they will push it over to the next player, who will take 2 of the dice. Now, one hand, and always show the dice. No closing of the hand. Don't do that. Please do not do that. That is a violation of the rules. You will get talked to. And be
Really?
glad that the mob isn't in control of Vegas anymore. If you're trying to cheat, they will break your hands. You've seen casino cheaters justice. Ah! No, have you not?
When they would see Moss in poker, they'd be like, "Okay, don't let this guy get drunk. He's too good when he's drunk.
All right. Whoa. Well, no. Don't worry.
No free drinks for this guy. He's too
So
good at
now the
poker."
next shooter is going to do the exact same thing. So let me see what I
I'm
roll.
back-to-back poker champ, Bargav. At my annual
God dang
fantasy
it. Can I
football
keep these
weekend
dice on the table?
last week's Labor
Oh,
Day or whatever, or was that 2 weeks
hey.
ago? Both
All right.
times I
Roll the
was
9 again.
incoherent and won poker, Bargav.
All
Like
right.
easy.
So let me introduce you to a couple other bets. So let's assume we bet the pass line again. Let's assume for the minimum $10. Now, in
So what
crap,
am I betting on? $10 on the pass line or something else?
well, we're going to bet, since we had to shoot, we do have to make a pass line or a don't pass bet. And again, generally, most players will play the pass line because they don't want to root against the shooter. It makes them feel uncomfortable. And that, although generally, if a dealer knows you're going to bet don'ts, they're going to basically direct you to come over next to them so that you're sort of away from, the guys who are betting the normal
And
stuff.
Bargav, is Florida
Also,
casinos like? I don't remember seeing any, but is it like the rest of the country, like the natives run the casinos in Florida, or
they
what?
can, but again, you know, if the state also allows casinos, if you're not a Native American
Depends
tribe,
on
you
every
can.
state rules. Like it
Because, like,
depends each
especially
state.
like Nevada, yeah, most of those casinos are not Native American casinos. Let's be real.
Like Arizona, I know that Gila, there's like huge casinos in
Oh,
Arizona.
also, interestingly, some states where gambling is allowed, gambling is not allowed on games involving the outcome being rolls of dice. In those cases,
Hmm.
though, you can play what's called card craps. Basically, what that means is you roll the dice. The dice don't determine the outcome. The dice
Hmm.
determine the card values that you're using for that roll. So it might say 7, the dice might say 7, but the cards will say 9. So you got to be, don't be cheering too fast or don't groan too fast. The dealer, the stick man will announce. And the stick man announces all the wins and all that. Um, oh, and as I mentioned,
American roulette in Moscow Underground, Bargav. I used to see dudes put
uh,
fucking.
why don't they use French tables?
They would spread out their money on different numbers, and then they'd put like tons of money on like odd or even or red or black, and it would keep them alive. And
All right, I'm gonna have to actually. Well,
Russian poker and
go
American roulette, the Russian underground
first of
love.
all, I don't even know what Russian poker means.
Russian poker is like so that you can have like a house has a hand and everyone's against it.
Oh, okay. I mean, there are table games that are like that, but it's a little different. Usually, those are like, well, some of those are 3 card poker games. You have like Let It
Yeah,
Ride.
they didn't know American poker like I did.
Hmm. All right, so
But it
see,
was during the Euros, Bargav, of that one that was in Poland and Ukraine. Was that 20? I think
12.
that was 2012. Yeah.
Right.
And
All right, so
I was doing sports betting on this dude that came to the casino to take bets from these big players. And they're like, no one ever wins. And I was like killing this guy, and he could believe he was always paying my girlfriend that ran the underground casino. He was always having to pay her money because of my sports bets. I was
oops.
hardcore on Spain that year, and they won it. But I bet exactly Italy to beat England in penalties, and I won massive bargain.
All right. So as you can see, I bet $10 on the pass line here. Now it's come out the roll of 9. Now
I was winning
I
on
mentioned
hockey. It was crazy.
I mentioned that we're trying to shoot the point and that you can bet specific numbers. Now you can bet the putt the roll of the dice as well. However, you will get better odds on the 9 if you bet on the pass line by betting what are called the odds. And this is the best bet in all the
But is there
casinos
like
because
over under, like 7, like over
no, no,
under?
no, no, no. Because the come out roll, I've hit a 9, so the puck is on 9. But each table is going to have a set of what are called odds.
Mhm.
Let's say this is a 3x, 4x, 5x table. Basically, that means if the point is a 4 or 10, I can bet up to 3 times my original bet as odds. 5 and 9 up to 4 times, and 6 and 8 up to 5 times. So let's say I wanted that max odds. So I can bet 4 times, up to 4 times that $10. So I could take 25.
Like under 9 because you had a 9 or no?
No, this will be for the exactly 9. If I rolled an 8, I could roll up to 50. I can bet odds up to 50. If I bet a 10, I can only bet up to 30 if those are the numbers. And the table will have the table sign will tell you what the odds are.
Okay.
This casino is a casino, and some casinos can get really wacky. To show you're betting the odds, you put on the pass line, you will put this bet behind the line here. You see that? There's nothing marked down here, but this is what's called the odds area for the pass line. Basically, what this means is
Does
that
it have to do with that 9, the first?
well, let me explain this. If we hit the 9 before we hit the 7, we get 1-to-1 on our $10. Well, that's not a bunch considering we have only 4 ways to hit a 9 and 6 to hit a
Yeah,
7.
bro.
But you can sweeten the deal with the free odds. I've bet $40 that the 9 will hit extra. So if it does hit, no, that's not 1-for-1. Now that bet gets 3-2. That means if I get that point, my $40 wins me. Oh God, 3-2. What is this? This is a blackjack. $60.
That's it?
Whereas, generally, if you're gonna bet on the 9 itself, if it's not something that's been rolled, you're gonna be getting lesser odds on it. This is the best
Yeah.
way to add money to a bet. Now, remember, this bet, the odds bet, is entirely dependent on if you win or lose the pass line bet. Because if you lose that, you lose everything. If you win it, you win everything, and the pass line and the odds bet gets you an extra
You
$20
have to get a 9. You have to get a
Yes,
9.
you have to roll a 9 before you roll a 7. So let's see if
But
we can
is
do
there
it.
bet on saying it's going to be under 9 or what?
Yeah, you can bet on like a specific number, like an 8 or a 7 or a 6. Generally, those are called hot bets. Although hot bets also include betting on the specific combinations. Like if you want to bet the 7 on a hot bet, well, now you have to choose 6 and 1, 5 and 2,
Really?
4 and 3, or some combination, or all 3. Keep in mind, since this is a side bet,
Man,
they are
craps is
subject to
complicated.
minimums. Basically, you can bet as little as $1 if you want. There is
Aaron,
actually a
Aaron
reason.
Judge is on a home run drought, apparently.
All right, hold on a moment. So
Red
let's
Sox
see if
were
I can
up
get some
4-1,
money.
Steven. Oh,
Nope,
Steven,
7
Red
out.
Sox were up 4-1, and Judge finally hit a homer. He was in a drought.
Anyway, I just rolled a 7, so that's craps. And the dealer will
52nd
take
homer.
all my money.
And Yankees win 5-4
And yeah,
over
that's
Red
what
Sox.
happens when you quick 7 out. You lose your money, and everyone's unhappy.
Yeah, I don't
All
think I
right,
like
next turtle
craps,
gets it.
man.
So what's the next thing I want to show? If I got
I don't
time.
think I would like craps unless I was like
Okay,
rolling.
now let's get to one of the more complicated things. By the way, down here you might see something called the Big 6 and 8. Don't bet this. There's a better bet to make, and I'll show you what, and I can tell you about what that is. Basically, it's this. But you have to work with the dealer to do that. Because only the dealer can place bets up where these numbers are. Everything else out where I'm drawing like an outline, this is all self-service. If you're a player, as long as it's outside these numbers, the point numbers,
You didn't
you bet it
explain
yourself.
that left side yet. You didn't explain
If
that.
the dark
Left
side, basically these are the same bets except opposite, if that makes sense.
No,
Basically,
that left
you're
side where it
thinking
like says
7 to
15-1 or 8-.
Oh, the middle stuff in the table. Okay, I'm
No,
gonna
the left
briefly go over
side there.
these guys just remember these are all not necessarily good things to take. So at the top here is any 7, which will generally say 5 for 1 or 4 to 1. Well, that sounds good. Actually, no, it's not. It should pay 6 or something because you got 6 rolls that get you 7 against 36 total different rolls. Yeah, no one's paying that. Don't bet that.
That's how the house wins. Always.
Let
Yeah.
me jump down here because these, and by the way, that is on the very next roll. Now, normally this is in red. These bets are going to be in yellow to signify they're a bit different. I'll come back to them in a moment. Now we get back to more red bets because these are resolved in one roll.
What are
These,
these 15 for ones? What are they?
so down here you see what we have. We have 15 for 1 on the 3 and the 11 and the 11s. I don't know why there are 2 11s, but whatever. But only 1 3. I don't know
And then
why.
what do they mean by any craps 8 for 1?
We'll get to that in a second. And then 30 for 1 on the 2 and the 6. Basically, if you believe any of these numbers are going to be rolled on the next roll, you can bet them. And if they are, you win that.
Huge.
Here's
Yeah.
the thing. Remember, 3 and 11 both have 2 ways to be rolled out of 36. That's 18, not 15.
Mm-hmm.
The 1 and 12. That's the 1 out of 36, not 1 out of 30. You see how these bets are bad? They
Mm-hmm.
don't pay anywhere near the right odds. So, yeah, that's how Vegas makes their money.
That's what the
And then
Russians
down here,
would do.
any crap,
That's what Russians would do, though.
which I think is if it's before the come out roll, or maybe even after, I'm not sure. Basically, the craps
Well, any
numbers
craps is a 7, isn't it, or no?
7, 2, 3, or 12, which is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Any crap.
Well,
A
hold on.
2, a
Oh,
3.
wait, the 11's not. I'm sorry. No. I have to. I'm gonna have to review this one because this one's a little bit weird. I think it also depends on when it's bet because if the puck is off, this may only apply to the 2, 3, and 11 and 12. But if you're trying to avoid the 7 on the point rolls, it may just be the 7. I'm not sure. I have to review them. But again, 8 for
Trying
1.
to
That's
get it, but if I ever
ah,
went Vegas, I would watch it for a while. I would
yeah.
watch.
And you know what? They actually often in the morning when the business is like light, they will have like brief classes on for players on how you play craps. So you can go to them. They may not be detailed, but they'll give you enough. Now, the 4 bets up here, I remember how I said these on a lot of boards are usually in yellow rather than red. That's because these are called the hard way bets. Now, I don't know why 12 and 1 aren't included, or and 2 are not included as them, but whatever. Because you're not betting that these are coming out next. What you're betting is that the next time say a 4, 6, 8, or 10 is rolled, it will be before a 7 and before the next roll will be exact of that number will be exactly the hard version. It will be the pair. So basically, this is actually a multi-roll bet, technically.
Is there different kind of craps tables too, Steven? Like high
Um,
roller, low roller type?
it's going to be basically the same table. I mean, it's just the minimums and maximums are going to be different,
Yeah.
but that will be
Okay.
advertised on the sign for the table. And those can change throughout the day. Basically, as it gets later in the day, things get busier and busier and busier and whatnot. And as the day goes on, the minimums may go up. But then after that, they'll go back down. And,
What
one
I
gets
would
very,
do in Vegas is I would spend the day fucking
yeah.
drinking, eating, making sports gambling bets
All right.
live and winning. And then as I'm getting wasted, I'd go play some
Oh,
poker. But from what you've shown me, I don't want to be wasted. Well, for
well,
blackjack for one,
here's
but
the thing.
for craps, I wouldn't want to be wasted either.
Well, you can be as long as you know exactly what it is you
But
want
I
to
would
do
have
and
to,
the
yeah, I would have to
situations that
study
you would
it
have.
for a while. I would have
That
to
said,
study
if you
it.
cause a scene, that's a different issue entirely.
But
So,
somehow I play poker better wasted. It's
mm,
crazy.
mhm. Hang on. There's one more bet I'm going to talk about real quick, and this is an every roll bet, and this is what's called the
So
field bet.
if you're the roller, Steven, are you mandatory have to make bets too?
So if you want to shoot the dice, you either have to bet on this pass line or this don't pass line.
Yeah, at least the
Other than
pass
that, you can bet
line.
whatever you want or not bet whatever you want. You can just bet the pass line if you want or don't pass, but you have to make one of those bets if you want to shoot. If you don't want to shoot, you don't necessarily have to
Yeah, if
bet the
I
pass
was
line or
rolling,
don't
I'd do
pass.
the conservative
It's
pass
just,
line, but I would also risk it a bit too.
well, there actually is a calculated best strategy in craps, but unfortunately, nothing beats the house because something will come along to nail you. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter. But that's over the long haul. In the short haul, anything can happen. Anyway,
It's
that
an
shooter 7
interesting
down.
game, craps. I always wanted to figure it
Oh, and
out.
there is. So first, this bet, the field, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, and 12, with the 2 and 12 paying double. I actually want to change this 12 to be pays triple.
Yeah, it should. It
Now that
should.
sounds like you're great. That's what that means is that if you roll at any time, and you can bet this at any time, doesn't matter when,
Couple sixes.
on the next roll, let me make a roll. Oh, I rolled an 8. That's not in the field. Your field bet loss. If you roll one of those numbers,
If you called double sixes
uh,
and did it, holy.
well, that's what the 30 for 1 thing here is. But again, that's just a one roll thing. I feel like there also should be a hardline version of the 12, but basically that would mean it's 6-6 against all the different possibilities of 7. So 1 versus 6.
Argab, are you in the chat still?
Anyway,
Late in Orlando.
the field bet pays 1
Massachusetts.
to 1, and you think that's a lot of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with 2 of them paying double or even one of them possibly paying triple. That sounds great. There's a little problem though. And it's not necessarily the house edge. For example, in general, the best you will see is that the two, well, one of these end numbers, the 2 or the 12, will pay double and the other will pay triple.
Yeah, triple.
Like, think of the math here.
So your crab stable there, Steven, why does it have spaces for cards there too?
What do you mean cards?
Well, I can see on your table there's card rectangles.
Oh, that's the wall I'm using. This is just an old beat up like blackjack / poker thing, but it's
Blackjack,
just a
fletch,
hard surface to roll against.
blackjack and craps
Yeah.
on one table. Okay.
Well, it's just a generic casino thing. It's just so that I have a hard thing to roll. Plus, again, I'd prefer to have a top down, but like I said, I don't have a vertical.
You're out there, Bargav?
Is there a way I can set up like a one really quick and dirty, or not really. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Let's play some blackjack, Steven.
Ha ha ha. Blackjack, you need to know perfect strategy, and you're still the house still has like a 0.5% house edge against you, unless you can also count cards and bet them effectively. And of course, in Vegas, if they know you're card counting and you're changing your bets to match the count, they will ask you, "Don't do that, please flat bet." Now they can't ask you to do that in Atlantic City because the New Jersey Gaming Board has ruled that card counting, as long as it's done legally, not the way they show in the movie Casino, where the guy is transmitting what the whole card is from another table to the guy at the main table with the bigger the bigger bankroll. Yeah, that's the cheating part. Card
But
counting is not
from what I
cheating.
know, blackjack, like it's all percentages, but like
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be like one on one with a dealer. I would want other people, you know.
I mean, the thing is, to keep in mind is that if you're trying to count cards, you also have to keep in mind what's
Well, I
company of
don't
the
count
player.
cards, Steven, but
But yeah,
I'm still a math guy, and I'm doing
yeah.
percentages in my head all
And
the
there
time.
are ideal strategies. Basically, you want a
Yeah,
table where the dealer has to stand on a soft 17, not hit it.
yeah. Like you want other people. You don't want to be one on one with the dealer. I think.
You want a table that allows surrender, although it's not a huge deal. In fact, if the dealer has to stand on soft 17, there's only 4
What kind of
situations.
poker? Like besides going to Texas Hold'em, like tables in Atlantic City, Vegas. What other poker do they have out there?
There's Omaha Hold'em, which is basically it's Texas Hold'em, except each player gets 4 whole cards instead of 2, and
Mhm.
the rule is you have to use exactly 2 of those cards plus 3 of the 5 community cards in your
Yeah,
hand.
I know that one. I
You can't
don't mind
use
that one.
can't be 5, 0, 4, 1, or 3. You can't use all yours. Also, Omaha has high-low versions where you might have a qualifying low hand. Um, yeah, that gets a little bit complicated. Then you have your stud game, 7-card stud, 5-card stud. What it's Raz.
How many people
I
do
have
they
7
allow
card
on those?
stud play low.
Like on Omaha's 5 card studs in casinos. How many people do they allow in?
I don't know
Like,
if I've ever seen 5-card stud at a casino. The only place I've seen it on is episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation, so I know it's a thing. No, they play 5-card stud on the Enterprise.
I wonder if
That's
they play a version of the Russian poker.
but I have no idea what that even looks like. Oh, the only Russian game I know is Russian roulette. Oh,
No, but it's called American roulette in the casino. Russian roulette's with a gun.
because remember, no Russian. You'd get that only if you played Call of Duty. I want to say
So
4.
in this underground Moscow casino, Steven, my my girlfriend ran one, and like
Oh,
these high roller guys would come in like to blow their 100 grand from Armenia
let me.
or
Yeah, but let me
they
guess.
come in
They
with
also
an entourage, and they would want like hookers. They would want, they get fed, they get everything for free.
is in Russia, right? Hey, if
Yeah,
you got the
but they're
money,
gonna
we
blow
got
a
the
hundred
goods.
grand American, like right.
If you got
Oh,
the money, we got the goods. That's how Russia works. Technically, that's how it's
but
always
Putin
worked.
would always say, "There's no casinos. There's no casinos."
Oh, of course they say that. Just like they say that you can't watch the death of Stalin. Well, not in the official theaters because Putin had the there was one movie theater that tried to show it because the movie is just downright hilarious. You have Joe Stalin with a Yorkshire accent. What? You got Khrushchev, who's played by what's his name?
And yeah,
Steve Buscemi. Huh.
when they first
Oh,
started
oh,
dabbling, Stephen, when they
gentlemen.
first started dabbling in capitalism, it was the casinos. They brought all these British. They brought over these British people to teach them how to do like casino and gambling and.
No, but I love that scene where they're all gathering in to see Stalin, who's like passed out, and God knows how long he's been passed out because no one went in to check on him. Because yeah, you gonna be executed. You gonna be disappeared. Because that's what happens when you bother Joe Stalin.
Buscemi.
Yeah, Buscemi. He plays Nikita Khrushchev,
Yeah,
who's Russian, so that sort of makes sense. Basically, it sort of makes sense because the Soviet Union, of course, has all these different countries with all these different nationalities, and you know they
It's
may
crazy
all be
that
under the
Stalin
same
got the
umbrella.
power. It's crazy that Stalin, some Georgia fucking
Is a Georgian gangster, really.
gangster, that got to the
Like
head of
that's
it.
all
Like,
all I didn't want it out of him was the money he could get from like theft and all that. He didn't want him actually having power. Oops. Well, he becomes general secretary and he gives Trotsky the wrong day for Lenin's funeral, and all of a sudden we are
and
out
then
of money.
Reagan, all those old Russians were dying, and then finally Gorbachev comes, and he's like, "Man,
Oh
I
yeah,
can do this. I can do
there
this
was
now."
a joke about that in Russia at the time about a new sport called ambulance racing, because like every like 12 to 18
Old
months they
Tommy would
needed a
always die,
new general secretary because the old one died. But
but it
then
was
yeah, they got
Thatcher that
a
told
young one.
Reagan that we can. Thatcher told Reagan we can work with Gorbachev.
She was right. The problem was, unfortunately, well, Chernobyl didn't help. Let's make
Yeah,
that clear.
that fucking ruined it.
Oh, by the way, there's a little bit of a story about that. When that happened, when anything bad happened in the Soviet Union,
Yeah, they wouldn't
you
admit it.
knew it
Sweden and
because,
Norway and Finland said, "Hey, we're getting
yeah.
radiation like
Well, no,
crazy."
that's not how they figured it. That's not how the people knew something had gone wrong. Now, they weren't told what exactly had gone wrong, but they assumed that Gorbachev had died because basically, if you had the money, generally you wouldn't have a TV, you would have a radio in your room, and the radio would play, local stuff, good stuff, unless something really bad happened, and then they would start playing the Russian classical music.
Yeah, and
And
propaganda
because it
and
happened like
classical.
3
Yeah.
times in the last 4 years because the general secretaries were dropping like flies. And then 1986, it happens again, and there's this Ukrainian dude who remembers, he thought, "What? But Gorbachev was so young. How did this happen?" No, Gorbachev's not dead, but you very well might be. Ha ha ha. Anyway,
Gorbachev came from
and then of course,
agriculture.
yeah, there were American sponsored secret radio stuff that you somehow could get. I don't know. I don't know
It's
how all
just too
that
bad
works.
it went to Yeltsin. It was almost
Voice of America or something.
the exact wrong person came in at the wrong time.
No, Gorbachev was the right guy. It's just by then, Soviet Union was just too
No, I
far
said
gone.
Yeltsin wasn't though.
I mean, he just happened to be the closest one to power, and in Russia, and unfortunately, he was a
Mayor
drunkard who
and
basically
Putin became the
decided.
St. Petersburg guy.
Yeah, and he had Putin as his right hand man. Yeah,
That was
unfortunately,
the mistake right there.
the big mistake. Anyway, but it didn't start out that way, or at least so it seemed. Early on,
What league
Putin
are you
started
in? Luke league? Luke's League for fantasy? Yeah.
Starting out, Putin's saying a lot of great things. He wants to talk about integration with Europe
Yeah, no, he
and
did.
all
I
this
thought he
stuff.
would
But
bring
as
in
time
free
goes on,
market, and then he fucking
things
did it.
change, unfortunately, sadly.
Who do you play this week?
They'll probably win.
Massachusetts versus. Oh, you're
Watch
playing
you.
Tony. You gotta beat him, Steven, for me.
First of all, it's Wachusett.
Wachusett.
Yeah, it's the name of like the the
I'm
biggest
playing
mountain.
New York Burnley. You're playing Tony, the guy that kicked me out of the Arsenal Armory chat. You gotta beat him
I'll
for
do my
me.
best, but I don't feel confident in my team, to be honest.
Let's see your team. I'll let you know.
I mean, two guys are already like done with injury or gone down.
You have 7.3. He has 0. You had Kincaid at tight end.
Remember, I missed my first 3 picks. Couldn't get into the draft. Anyway.
Yeah, Addison and Higgins are hurt, aren't they? Oh, yeah, you got to play the guys you're playing.
And basically, the other big thing is Gorbachev needs money. The Soviet Union needs money. And that's basically how they allow Germany to reunify. Okay, yeah, Germany can reunify.
We can't pay for it.
We do need money. And so, everyone.
Putin got pissed because he was in Berlin.
In fact, guess who was even more against German reunification than the Russians were? The English. Like, there was a saying that Thatcher liked to say, "We love Germany. We love Germany so much we have 2 of them." Because they knew what would happen if Germany reunified. They were going to become an economic powerhouse.
They're powerful.
And they did. Now, France sort of had become good friends with Germany in the meantime, so they're okay with German reunification. The United States, of course, leading the charge.
Putin was in Berlin as a KGB.
We're good. The thing is that the only time it can happen, because before then, U.S. gets Soviet, if the Germany should be allowed to reunify, and they're like, no, never. And then once Yeltsin comes into power, eventually their answer would end up being no. But thankfully, by then it didn't matter.
Mafia's got so powerful.
Well, I mean, I think they probably always were. It's just,
but it was
the lack of communist, overlordship kind of.
As soon as they opened up, they were like making all kinds of money and
yeah. Okay.
I read the whole book on what's his name, the guy that Bill Brower, the guy that Putin wants to kill, the American guy that was over there trying to open up and make them have markets, but they were just cheating, man. Like,
you think Putin cares?
No, he didn't care. He just wanted control. He just wanted control. So he had to ace some of those oligarchs to make an example of them.
He wants to restore Imperial Russia. And that means he needs to get the Ukraine.
Yeah, I called all this, Steven. No one would believe me. I'm like,
and then the Baltics and Poland.
I called all this, Steven. I'm like, he's crazy, man.
Not to mention control over Finland.
But so when they were opening up markets, Steven, like a whole industry, they would give like socialists, like, share certificates to the people in the union at that company. And then some rich guy would just come buy them all up from these people because they needed to eat. Because it was going whack, the whole markets and food and everything. So people would just sell these off. And then that's how these oligarchs came, because they could they bought up every shares in like all these industries.
Well, they had to
Like
get their
Moses
money from somewhere first. But anyway,
in steel.
hold on. I need more water. I'm trying to think. I know what I want to show you next.
But
So,
I was over there and I went to like one of these top Moscow hotels, and it was like an old school like 80s communist hotel. I was like, this is the best hotel. This is crazy.
all right. So, remember earlier how I said don't bet the big 6 and 8 down here? That's because these pay 1-to-1. But if the bet goes down up here on this 6 or this 8, you get 7-6, which is slightly better. 1-to-1's not that bad, but you can do better if you can just be patient and wait for the come out roll. So we got a new shooter. Where are my dice? Where'd my dice go? Where did I put my dice? Where's the ball?
Do you
Here we
see
go.
what the president's golf thing is this year, Steven?
The president, what?
The American team's stacked as always, but next week or
Oh,
no,
America's Cup.
September 26th it starts, but it's in Montreal. So Mike Weir got to be the captain of the world team, and he picked like almost all Canadians.
I mean, if they're the ones used to the course, why not?
And
Anyway,
not Brits. He picked like guys from all over the world and Canadians. Usually
all
it's
right.
like all
So we got a
Brits,
new shooter. Let's bet $10 on the pass line because we
The
have
American team is stacked, man. Like, oh,
$10 on the pass line. You won't see it, but it's there. So now I can shoot.
they're
And I roll.
hyping. They're hyping
I'm
the
gonna roll again.
quarterback
That's
college.
29s I'm hitting. Come on. Let's try something else. Well, 7. Okay, whatever. So that would have been an immediate craps out. So thank goodness I didn't do that. I'm basically trying to get a point
Where's
other than
Vince
9.
Young? I saw him,
Variety going
Steve.
on.
He tried out for the Rough Riders.
Here we go. This is a good one. 6, 4, 2. By the way, if you roll a 5-2 on a 7, the stick man may say the following: 5-2, you're all through. He likes to rhyme, but yeah, that means you just.
So what do they call craps? The 7s or no? That's
7s craps. Well, when we're in the come out roll, it's the 2, the 3, and the 12 are the craps numbers.
2, 3, 12, and 7.
Well, 7 is during the comes later, but I don't know. I gotta review the any craps whole thing again. Also, actually, there's something this board is missing over here between this field bet thing. Oh, and I need to explain why the field bet's not a great bet, even though it looks like it would be, because that's a lot of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are 11 numbers you could roll, and 7 of them are here. How could this be bad? Well, let's count them. 2 and 12, that's 1 each. 2, 3 and 11, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 and 10. That's another 3 each, so 6 and 6 is 12. Then we have the 9, which is 4 rolls, so 16. Now, if there's no doubles, the 5, the 6, 7, and 8 get the remaining share of 20. So 16 versus 20. Yeah, that's not good. Well, that's why the casinos generally sweeten this by adding the double.
Man, Florida. Bargav is on our Canadian television tomorrow. LSU, South Carolina is an early one. Texas.
Now,
oh man,
there's a table that has, say, a double 2 and a triple 12 in the field. Basically, you consider those as extra rolls of that number. So now you have 2 rolls for the 3 and 3 rolls for the 12. 3 extra rolls is 19, but again, it's against 20. Now here's the problem. This, I mentioned, this is an every bet thing. That means you're losing at least one in every 20 times, one in every, I don't know, 39 times or whatever on each roll. And if there's a lot of rolling going on, you can be losing a lot of money very quickly.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with the field bet. Not that it's a bad bet, but it's occurring often. Oh, I need more water. I need to grab this. Anyway,
Now
back to
I
it.
understand it a lot more. Why it's such a people watching and betting, but yet the house always is winning. It seems like, too.
Yeah, well, that's in the long run. In the short run, it's gambling. Anything can happen. Anyone can win. All right.
So if you're rolling, what is like kind of good bets to do if you're the one rolling?
Same as if you weren't. Pass line. And again, you don't have to be the shooter. You don't have to be the shooter to bet the pass line. Anyone can bet the pass
Do
line,
the
but
pass
now the
line, and then
on
once in a
discretion.
while risk it. But go pass line for most, and then
I
once in a
mean, the
while
pass
risk
line
it.
has like a less than 1.5% dealer edge, I think, both of them. So they're good bets. And unlike the field, it doesn't pay out on each roll. It's a multi-roll bet. So your money can be out there a while. Maybe. Anyway. So now the point is out and it's on the 6. Now the 6 is a good point because you got 5 rolls against the 7, which is 6. Now, yes, you're still behind, but not by much. So if again we're at the 3x, 4x, 5x table where the middle points, the 6 and 8, you can bet up to 5 times odds, we'll do that. $50 in odds to win 6 to 5. Basically, if we hit on the 6 again, this $10 will pay $10. This $50 will pay $60.
Is
Now,
there high rollers like hedging their bets? Like,
hedging bets is a thing. Grind strategies are a thing. There are lots of things in this game. And actually, is there a way I can get rid of my name label here somehow? Settings?
sure you can.
Can I? No. 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 I meant my name there. Is there a way I can like get rid
It's
of
up to
that
you.
or no? No. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. Save. Oh. You know what? Let me try this. All right. So now you can see a lot more of what's happening. All right. So again, the puck is on and it's on the 6. The point is the 6. But let's say, well, I'd like to have more points to roll to. How can I do that? Can I do
Okay, so
that?
the
Oh,
puck
yes,
is
you
on
can.
6 because that's what the roller rolled before, right?
That was on the come out roll. But let's say I want to have another number to put odds on, basically.
Like
Well,
8 or
I can
9.
do that. Say hello to this guy, the Combat, and his dark
Comeback.
side brother, the Don't Come Bar 12. Usually bar 12. Sometimes it's bar 2. Usually
What's
12.
comeback mean?
So when you bet the come, you're effectively this is effectively a pass line bet that is seeing its first roll now. So basically, if you think about it, think about it like this. So this puck is for, everyone. But if you roll one of these 6 numbers next, this money will move into whichever one of these points was hit. And now you have a bet similar to that 6 on the pass line.
So comeback, are you betting on a 6 or what?
No. Let me show you. Let me demonstrate. So I put $10 on the come. Now. Oh, and by the way, that is subject to craps roll. So 2, 3, or 12, you will lose those $10. 7 or 11, you will get the $10 bet. $10. Basically, you can think of it as a pass line pass that you can bet after the puck is on, if that makes sense. But the come area is closed when the puck is off, whereas the pass lines are generally closed when the puck is off.
So this comeback, what are you betting on?
Basically, if I hit one of those 6 points now, that bet is going to move to that point or to that number. And now I can take odds on that number just like as I did on the pass line. However, well, I'll explain this because this is more of an administrative thing. 8. Okay, actually, that's a really good one.
Well, what happened to the comeback?
So now the dealer, who actually is going to be standing over there, will take this $10 and move it into the 8 as a bet on the 8. Right? And now, by the way, now, if you want to, you can bet odds on that as well. And again, it's 3x, 4x, 5x, or at least that's what we're going to be
So other gamblers might start betting on an 8, maybe?
Well, they could bet on the come, and then they'd end up in the 8 as well. And then now everyone's jumping in on getting money in there. But again, you can bet on the number itself if the point didn't roll for it. But generally, remember, these are free odds we're talking about here. So what you do, because as a player, you can't just reach and put that in. No, do not reach in there. This area is for the dealer and the dealer only. These numbers, he controls this area. So what are you going to do? Well, you can flag
the
down
roller, he
attention.
can do whatever he wants. Other gamblers.
Well, no. What it is that I mentioned that most of these bets are self-service bets. These are this is the difference. That's the dealer area. He controls this area. He controls the puck, and he controls where his money is going in there. What you can do it one of two ways. You can either flag down the dealer's attention when his attention turns to you, and generally he's going to go down the line around the table on his side or her side and ask, if you need to do anything. Alternatively, to make sure this isn't missed, and this is a little bit of a nice tip, you can put your bet on the line between the field and the come area. This is an invalid bet. And when the dealer sees it, even if it's real busy, they're going to realize that can't be there. And they're going to ask, sir, excuse me, whose bet? You're going to flag them down that it's yours. Are you trying to bet the field or the come? And you will then clarify, I would like to place this $50 as odds on the 8. $50 is odds on the 8. Now,
can you do comeback again though?
Yes, you can. In fact, you can bet the come as long as the puck is on. You can bet the come as many times as you want.
And what would you need to get?
Do that.
What do you need to get to win comeback?
Well, okay, it's basically once it's moved up, it's the same as the pass line, the initial come out roll. If you roll the 8 before you roll the 7, you win on the same margins on the 8. That is, the 8 bet itself will win 1-1, and the odds will get their true odds, which in this case is 6-5. Same as the 6, because these are the same. I call them sister points, the 6 and 8, also the 5 and 9.
What if the next roll was a 6?
Well, then I win the point, and a lot more stuff happens. But importantly, the 8 will stay where it is. We'll see if that happens. Anyway, I got $10 on the
Right
coming
down G. I was there in Baku, Steven.
Oh, I hit the 8 immediately. Okay.
Really?
So this is what happens. Dealer says 8, winner 8 on on the come bets. Now, this happens first.
You win that 8 money?
Yes, but notice I also put money down on the come, and that has to go to the 8. But first, I get paid out on the first 8. That's 1-1.
Yeah.
On this bet, and then 6-5 on the $50 of odds, which is 60 more.
Whoa, hockey started, Steven.
55, 60. NHL preseason? Nah. No one gets hurt.
Pellegrini.
So, yeah, I pull my money back.
And because Johnny Hockey died, I wanted to ask you, Steven, did you ever watch him in college or what?
Who?
The phenom, Johnny Hockey, that died in New Jersey.
No, I can't say I did.
He anyway, went to Boston College.
So now, because we hit the 8, this bet moves to the 8, but that happens after the payout. So now we got
never watched Johnny Hockey in Boston.
Which, again, I can put $50 in odds on, and I can bet the come area again. Now, there is a strategy, a popular strategy, and actually, this is theoretically the best mathematical way to play, called the 3-point molly. Basically, it involves setting up 3 points on the board to win you money, as long as you roll them before you roll the 7. Now, it doesn't beat the casino. Keep that in mind. This is just, and bet max odds.
So what's the 3-point molly? You're betting the comeback, a number.
Yeah, you bet bet the pass line, the minimum on the pass line, and bet the minimum on come bets, and then you will bet the maximum odds that you can, because it's the odds that pay you what you should be paid. But remember, if that roll doesn't work, you lose. By the way, keep in mind about this. Remember, this come bet is basically like a second pass line that's now active. So if I roll a 7, yes, I will lose the $60 up there and the 60 down the pass line. But I win 1-1 on that come bet, so it softens the blow a little bit. If you're taking max odds. If you're not taking max odds, it will soften the blow more. But we need to bet max odds. We need our money, especially if we're rolling hot. Oh, let's go.
I wish the craps
7. Oh, that happened. All right, so this loses. But like I said, the combat is like a second pass line, so I hit the 7. It wins.
Oh, Steven, in that CFL game tonight?
Yep.
The punter hit the scoreboard thing.
Oh no. I thought that only
he did it twice, Steven. I didn't even notice this during the game.
What is this? Cowboy Stadium?
BC Place. They gotta change this. The ref is laughing, Steven. I didn't notice this during the game.
What? Good luck finding the money for that. Anyway, but the shooter, despite winning $10 on their comeback, they have 7 out. They lose the dice. It is the next shooter. All right. So
Cat
those are
Kelly.
those are the major self-service bets outside the dark side bets, which I want to wait to get into because generally, if you're gonna bet these, you need to be prepared for very long, very uncomfortable stares from a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
because they don't like it because they think you're betting against them. No, I'm betting against the casino. You just have to be also betting against the opposite
Mm-hmm.
way for me. So it's not my problem.
Like
It's just
the
that
rat
it
a bit
used
that
to
way.
be that no one would bet the dark side. Everyone takes the light side. But now there are a lot of strategies, accepted strategies, that will take this don't pass, that will take the don't come bets. But they still intend to win by oh, puck is off.
Is
5-1
there an odds? Is there an odds for just betting like, oh, he, he's gonna have
without hitting the number first.
no, like he's gonna have two of the same die
Oh,
double?
I don't actually think there is a bet specifically that says hard line yes or no. Not no.
They don't
But
do it.
if you want, you can bet all 4 hard line bets, and it's effectively the same thing, but just keep in mind those are bad bets
Yeah,
because
like you were showing those odds. I'm like, man, I don't like those odds.
and
But
yeah, the
if I
10
could just
and 8
bet
for ones,
like
those don't help you either.
doubles in general, I would do it.
Anyway, by the way, the hard 4 and hard 10 only pay 8 for 1 while the 6 and 8 will pay 10. Any idea why? Think about it for a second. Think about the
What'd you
math.
say? What'd you say?
Remember how when I showed you these hardline bets, the 6 and the 8, double 3 and double 4, it's 10 for 1. The 5s and the 2s, the 10 and 4, 8 for 1. Why the
Mm-hmm.
difference? Remember how these lose on a 7 or the same number but not the hard version, of which there are more chances to roll these than these. Because there are 5 ways you can roll either of these, and only one of them is hard. So that's 4, and then the 7 you gotta be at the same time. Over here, though, we're only trying to beat. Okay, 10 and 4 are 3 different rolls, so we are looking to beat 2 of those plus the 6, 7 rolls. So yeah, that's why those 2 are
Steven,
different.
it's 3 a.m. in the east. It's 1
I'm
a.m.
still
here.
awake. I'm still aware. I'm trying to think. Is there any other thing I want to show you over here? Ah, yeah.
We're
Well,
live for Goal Rush in the morning in
so
7 hours.
yeah. So basically, let me run through this very quickly. The don't pass bar 12. So if I bet that, I could put $10 down on that. And that's the opposite of the pass. Basically, before I hit a point, if I hit a 7 or 11, I lose the bet. That's 8 rolls. If I hit a 2 or 3, I win. I get $10. If I roll a 12, bar 12 means nothing happens. It's a push. The bet
Oh,
stays there and you roll again. So it's not 2 versus 1 anymore. Now it's 3 versus 8. Eek. But keep in mind, now what happens after I hit a point on the don't pass? Now I want to hit the 7 before that number is rolled again, which is far more likely, and we'll pay 1 to 1. That's why often